One at the dawn of the new era, the blue star was growing more beautiful by the day. And crowds loved wandering its peaceful streets. Nearby, a gray-haired teenager stood watching them. He spotted a blonde streamer filming a video, begging her subscribers for active engagement. Suddenly, long gray ears sprouted directly out of the young boy's head. It looked majestic. This was 17-year-old high school student Lin Qiu, an underachiever whose weak awakening only let him transform into a tiny white rabbit. Her chat flooded with comments, wondering if boys could even have rabbit ears. The sly streamer saw an opportunity and quickly hatched a plan for easy views. She challenged her subscribers to send gifts if they wanted to see her beat him. Turning her camera toward Lin Qiu, she smugly claimed he was totally harmless. She stepped right into his personal space, making him instantly tense up with anxiety. He had no idea how to react. Suddenly, she raised her hand to strike. Her palm flared with a bright purple energy, catching him completely off guard. The terrified boy scrambled backward, frantically looking around to see what happened. The streamer laughed, boasting that she had just sent a helpless bunny flying. Her viewers cheered in the comments, showering her with 13 expensive virtual rockets. Lying bruised on the pavement, Lin Qiu cursed his luck for meeting someone so vile. He slowly pushed himself up onto his knees, trembling from the sudden impact. He gently touched his bleeding cheek, but the real nightmare was about to hit. As he tried to stand, a speeding truck slammed directly into him, throwing him aside. The driver spat curses at him, while the streamer joked about a flying rabbit. Lin Qiu had grown up lonely in an orphanage, surviving on his own. At 15, his awakening turned out to be an utterly useless rabbit transformation. In a school packed with powerful, supernatural elites, he was the ultimate target. Bullying was his daily life. Honestly, this world has absolutely zero mercy for the weak. He felt like a helpless prey trapped in a forest surrounded by wild beasts. All he could do was lie there, waiting to be completely torn apart. The furious driver stormed over, screaming about the dent in his brand new car. He stood over Lin Qiu, who was coughing up blood onto the asphalt. The man kicked him, demanding that the boy pay for the expensive damage. Furious that the kid was playing dead, he prepared to strike again. He wanted to teach this worthless brat a lesson he would never forget. Lin Qiu squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the final fatal blow. He clenched his teeth, accepting that his pathetic life was ending like this. He could not believe he was dying such a ridiculous death. Suddenly, the driver froze as a strange, cold beam locked onto the helpless boy. After 35 million years of searching, a suitable host had finally been located. Gasping for air, Lin Qiu snapped his eyes open in absolute bewilderment. Instantly, he was gifted with X-ray vision and incredible spatial abilities. A digital interface flashed, signaling the awakening of a god-tier system. A mechanical voice announced that it was now under his direct command. The strange artificial voice introduced itself using an incredibly long serial number. For the first time in 1,000 years, this ancient machine had a master. It unlocked 35 million years of accumulated energy to heal his broken body. Fascinated by his sudden salvation, the boy began testing his new powers. His new companion explains that he can awaken a new skill every single day, but it is completely random. This is because resurrecting Lin Qiu drained nearly all of the system's power. With the system running dangerously low on juice, Lin Qiu decides it is time to leave. He nervously asks if he will return to the living world once he resurrects. The robot calmly replies that he will wake up exactly where he died. Lin Qiu asks if he will just die again if he gets a useless skill. Instead of answering, the system simply asks if he wants to activate his power now. He realizes this is his only shot at survival. He has to take it. Pushing all his doubts aside, the young man slams the button to confirm the awakening. The lottery spins to life, and the system prepares to deliver his reward. Unbelievable, the system congratulates him on pulling a triple S-rank skill. Lin Qiu suddenly snaps back to consciousness in the real world. Only now he has rabbit ears. Nearby, the shocked truck driver is staring in disbelief. The man who just ran him over cannot believe this kid is still breathing. Thanks to his brand new skill, his jumping and physical strength are fully maxed out. Wasting no time, he leaps forward and launches a devastating counterattack. He lands hard on the truck roof, completely crushing the metal beneath him. The furious driver screams that he will murder the brat who ruined his ride. But our guy just smiles, entirely unfazed by the angry driver's threats. He steps forward, coldly replying that he has no plans of dying today. With a swift, powerful kick, he knocks the angry driver out cold. The nearby streamer is terrified, completely ignoring her online viewers. She begs Lin Qiu to stay back, but he just grins. As he steps closer, the system alerts him that his strength is still rising. Suddenly, the air pressure shifts as the temperature begins to skyrocket. The intense heat causes the blonde girl's thin clothing to melt right off. She swoons from the shock, so he decides to cover her up to save her modesty. But on her phone, a furious viewer starts screaming at him. They call him a shameless creep and order him to back away from her. Lin Qiu just stares into the camera and tells them to listen up. He declares he is the boss now, and they will follow his rules. The next day at school, everyone is talking about the boy with the rabbit ears. When Lin Qiu enters the classroom, a group of girls immediately surrounds him. One of the popular girls calls him adorable and pats his fluffy ears. She coos over how cute he is, making the other girls squeal. They bow respectfully, apologizing for teasing him, which honestly makes him feel pretty great. But a moment later, he realizes they are actually talking about yesterday. Thanks to his wild stunt, everyone now views him as a local hero. The truck driver and the streamer are even calling him a real role model. But then he remembers he has not actually drawn his daily skill yet. He calls up the system robot, who immediately launches the automatic lottery. A golden light flashes, and he instantly acquires a new ability. He gets an E-rank skill called Sowing Peace, blushing hard as he stands there. Surrounded by all these beautiful classmates, a realization suddenly hits him. This daily skill thing might actually turn out to be a lot of fun. This triggered massive outrage among the crowd of guys, each liked a specific girl. Lin Qiu couldn't figure out why his skill failed. He was totally shocked. The robot calmly explained, pressing the button again was completely useless. Lin Qiu's new ability was unique. He now knew every seed in the world. Any crop he planted would instantly take root and grow. Absolute green thumb. The pissed-off fighter snapped. That stupid robot should have used a better name. Misleading names just give false hope. Suddenly, a smug voice called out. A classmate smirked. He mockingly called Lin Qiu a useless little white rabbit. This was Linen, a wind awakener. He offered Lin Qiu a high-paying gig. Lin Qiu kept his face blank. He casually told him they could discuss it later. Right now, he had much more important things to deal with. Lin Qiu wondered about the catch. Why was his usual bully suddenly so nice? Linen kept pushing. He mentioned that a big city club was hiring. He promised they would welcome a brave fighter with open arms. But now, wait for it, our hero instantly realized there was a catch. He wasn't about to jump in blindly. There was no way this deal was clean. He calmly replied that he had no money problems, making Linen sigh. Linen claimed he had never been there, trying to cover his tracks. Lin Qiu just smiled, saying it didn't matter. This completely infuriated Linen. He slammed his fist on the table, screaming at Lin Qiu to stop talking nonsense. He yelled that Lin Qiu was embarrassing him in front of the entire class. Just then a strict teacher walked in, threatening them with severe punishment. The rivals locked eyes, tension flared, but they forced themselves to stop. Their teacher announced that a massive exam was coming up next week. All students who had successfully awakened their abilities had to take it. A high score was their golden ticket to the elite Linggu University. Hearing this instantly caught Lin Qiu's attention. This was his shot. After spiritual energy returned, the government built schools specifically for awakeners. Resources were incredibly tight. Only the special exam could prove their worth. It was a brutal filter. Lin Qiu wanted in, despite his situation. He had only awakened a pathetic rabbit transformation, absolute trash tier. His qualification was a miserable 2 bronze stars. Still, he raised his hand. He declared he was participating. The room went dead silent. The teacher frowned. He warned Lin Qiu that his rank was way too low. He bluntly told him he would only bring embarrassment to their school. Those harsh words felt like a heavy stone, crushing his head and pride. But he stood firm. He demanded his right to enter anyway. His classmates burst into loud, mocking laughter. They thought it was hilarious. The teacher sighed. He repeated that a weakling would get crushed there. Lin Qiu silently gritted his teeth. They could mock him all they wanted. He wondered how those arrogant dogs would look once he unlocked 13 active skills. The teacher offered a sudden deal. Make the top 10 and he can enter. Our hero agreed instantly. There was absolutely no turning back now. The Teacher coldly noted that only real results would settle this dispute. There was no time to waste. The grind starts immediately. Determined to fight, he promised himself that no matter what, he would get into Linwood University. Just a few minutes later, he ran out to the school gates where two guys stood around gossiping about recent events, on top of passing this upcoming test. The young man had to worry about tuition money because his current salary was not enough and his savings were tiny. Suddenly, a sleek black luxury car stopped right before Lin Qiu mid-sprint, its brakes squealing loudly. In that exact instant, the car door swung wide open and a slender, delicate leg stepped onto the pavement. The bewildered hero stared ahead intently, desperately trying to figure out who on earth was blocking his path. A stunning girl with vibrant blue hair asked if he was the rabbit boy. Lin Qiu's jaw dropped in utter surprise, and the guy right behind him drooled at the absolute sight of their goddess, Chinhan. Utterly confused, Lin Qiu did not understand why these girls loved to call him a rabbit when he was actually a very serious guy who should not be called that. Regardless, the charismatic fighter introduced himself by name, boldly letting her know that the beauty could call him whatever she wanted, like example, handsome. This bold remark brought a smile to the blonde standing near the car as she stared with deep interest at the highly confident young man. This beautiful lady noted that her brother was still a playful prankster, and Lin Qiu immediately remembered that she was the host of the earlier broadcast. The stunning host explained that she had come specifically to return his jacket. Shortly after, it became clear she was a student too. The beautiful girl whispered that streaming was just her little hobby and asked him to keep it a secret, though he had no idea why. Their conversation was suddenly cut short by a sharp female voice that called out to them, interrupting, addressing them and cutting off their conversation. The gorgeous high school fairy, Qingzhen, asked Cheng Ming if this was truly the guy she had been talking about. The girl replied that he easily defeated a guy with 2 bronze stars and was completely sure that Lin Qiu could easily defeat absolutely anyone. Cracking his knuckles, the highly confident fighter grinned, saying that if the beauties wanted, he could show them something. And just like that, the beautiful girls completely ghost him, leaving our hero totally stunned. Since he still had not secured their contact info, he quickly suggested they go hang out somewhere. A thoughtful Qingzhen asked if he was truly sure of his words, wondering if a simple 2-star ranking fighter would ever be brave enough to challenge her. She asserted that she never refused a duel, proposing they fight. She noted the winner would be decided the following week. Smiling confidently, Lin Qiu said he would simply do as she wished, calling her by her first name. The annoyed lady immediately asked who had given him permission to address her so casually. She declared that if she lost, she would take back her words, letting Lin Qiu make any wish, though she was completely sure that he could never win. Worried, Cheng Ming advised her brother to just take his jacket and drop the foolish idea, while Jin called for them to leave. Our fearless warrior thanked his sister but declared he would not back down, bidding goodbye to the beauties. Wasting no time, the young hero hopped onto his moped and suddenly felt his phone vibrating. Realizing a message had arrived, he received a brand new request from a defenseless client, claiming he was cornered outside an internet cafe where some thugs were about to beat him to a pulp. Our stunned fighter could barely believe that a total stranger was willing to pay absolutely anything just to be saved. He knew deep down he couldn't pass up this golden opportunity, so he instantly revved his loud engine. Meanwhile, the awakened bully Zhang Sang sobbed, tearfully promising his attackers money. But they just kept swinging their fists. One thug growled at him. "Money cannot buy your way out," he sneered, threatening to kill him. Suddenly, a calm voice called out, asking them what they were doing. This drew the bully's attention to the brave, rabbit-eared Lin. He asked why they thought they could bully others without being punished. Enraged, the thug barked back, asking if Lin wanted to die too. Our brave hero calmly asked if they really had any say in that matter. With complete confidence, the mysterious Qiu suddenly snapped his fingers. Instantly, a massive crowd of fighters in yellow jackets appeared behind him. They were fully prepared to crush anyone messing around on their territory. Standing at the head, our hero knew 2 punks stood 0 chance. Terrified of the massive crowd, the thugs abandoned Jangan and bolted. Fearing a brutal beating, they fled, leaving the rescued boy overjoyed. He still could not believe a delivery crew could double as muscle. He yelled after them, warning that his brother would crush them next time. A highly confused Lin immediately clarified that they were not related. But the kid insisted they were bound forever since he saved his life. The warrior cut him off, dryly stating he preferred cash over friendship. The student promised to do anything, quickly transferring 30,000 as payment. Qiu grinned, realizing he would still have a massive stack of profit. Even after giving 100 to each of his 70 helpers, he was loaded. Pocketing the cash from this heaven-sent rich kid, he smiled widely. He then asked what those thugs actually wanted from the kid. The boy sheepishly explained he was playing a female character to get married in-game. Those thugs wanted him to voice chat, so he tried faking a girl's voice. But to his absolute horror, that in-game husband was sitting right there. Talk about awkward. The awkward reveal left him stunned before the wealthy guy offered a ride. Though offered a Rolls-Royce, our hero chose his trusty moped and declined. Riding home, the fighter realized how incredibly lucky he had been today. All of it was thanks to meeting the gorgeous Qinjin earlier. He headed back early, not wanting to embarrass himself before his goddess. The next morning, their strict teacher announced the start of the lesson. He demanded full attention, but a completely exhausted Lin Qiu was fading fast. Pulling an all-nighter left his body completely drained of all energy. Yet he had to focus, as crucial exam tips were being explained. Activating his Renend eyes, he mentally demanded a powerful new skill. Right on cue, a glowing digital interface materialized in front of him. The system was asleep, but he still got a wild upgrade. Watch closely. The host had officially unlocked the incredible skill of photographic memory. He could now recall everything instantly, pulling old data from deep memory. Eager for a test run, he could not wait to try it. Just then, the teacher sharply called on him to pay attention. Glancing at the complex board equation, he smirked, knowing it was easy. The exact solution formulated in his mind as the letters began rearranging. Every single symbol and number he had ever laid eyes on was permanently burned into his memory. Now, everything was incredibly easy for him. The clever student even wondered if this power made him invincible. His power made him feel like an unstoppable god. At first, the teacher called him incredibly insolent. Before slamming his fist down on the desk in absolute fury, he was completely enraged. That the boy was reading a physics textbook during Chinese class, only to excuse himself by claiming he was just reminiscing. Furiously, the teacher shouted that they had done countless dictations this year, yet every single time his grades barely managed to scrape by, but Lo, entirely unbothered, offered a bold bet that he knew every word of the book by heart. Pushing up his glasses, the instructor scoffed, warning him to drop out of the upcoming competition before ruining their reputation. To test him, the teacher asked what the legendary phoenix should do. Unfazed, the young man replied that it must embrace the bright moon and rest in eternal peace. The answer completely stunned his homeroom teacher, who had long since given up on his supposedly hopeless student. The strict teacher snapped that it was just pure luck, but our hero quickly countered that the phoenix has no spare time to mourn his ancestors. The flustered teacher could not wrap his head around how the kid finished the verse so perfectly, though it did make logical sense. Letting out a tense laugh, the man asked if this insolent brat truly believed he could pass with such shallow knowledge. Other stressed classmates quickly pointed out that they had actually covered this exact material last semester, and the teacher himself had ordered them to memorize it back then. Lin simply told his classmates he would see them at the big exam, and turned to walk out, leaving his homeroom teacher to faint in shock. Soon, everyone was gossiping about which of the top 3 geniuses they would support, eagerly checking the latest school leaderboard. Wait, check this out. A completely stunned Lin could not believe that our hero had practically taken the #1 spot. Meanwhile, the boy himself was fully confident he would ace the tests using his perfect photographic memory, determined to show everyone his true strength. At the same time, the class bully was on the verge of fainting from shock. 10 days later, an absolute massive crowd gathered around the grand arena as the highly anticipated national talent contest was finally set to begin. The announcer called on the crowd to welcome the elite representative from the 30th district, who secured a spot among the top 100 students nationwide. It was Qinjin, holding 18th place overall and having dominated the top 3 in the last round. She looked incredibly bitter, and onlookers whispered that it was probably because she had never experienced being anything less than #1, but today she slipped down to second. Nearby, Lingo was scanning the crowd, hoping to spot a familiar Face with a grin, he spotted the goddess chin and casually called her over. Though she clearly did not appreciate his relaxed attitude, still, she acknowledged his impressive. Win asking him what he wanted, but he playfully told her not to take life so seriously. Smiling, he suggested that the beautiful girl should buy him dinner, which immediately made her cheeks turn a soft shade of pink. The charming girl felt pretty awkward and actually apologized for calling our hero a weakling before. The young man nearly melted from her sweetness, totally captivated by her stunning, angelic beauty. But their sweet little moment was suddenly cut short by an incredibly cheeky reporter who shoved a microphone in their faces to demand what they were doing. The pushy journalist smugly remarked that entering this contest was a pretty bold move, especially since his awakened form was just a tiny white rabbit. The crowd laughed and sneered. Some even got furious, yelling at this crazy rookie to stay far away from their beloved goddess. But instead of backing down, he rolled up his sleeves and snatched the mic right from the host. He boldly declared that he had absolutely nothing to say to a bunch of losers. He flipped them off, telling the fools to pray for their precious heroes. He just hoped they would all end up facing him in the arena. A stunned silence fell over the arena as nobody expected this level of pure arrogance. Suddenly, an angry official snatched the microphone away, red-faced and visibly shaking with rage. He screamed at the kid to shut his mouth, while the angry mob below roared in fury. They looked ready to rip this loudmouth apart. Luckily, the host quickly stepped in to explain. He announced that these would be one-on-one matches where the winners advance and losers go home. Every participant would receive their assigned number directly on their phone. Instantly, the fighters began frantically checking their screens for placements. Even the meanest brawlers were completely distracted, searching for their match order. The commentator suddenly called for everyone to look up at the main scoreboard. The glowing digital screen displayed all the names and current point standings. Since the total number of fighters was odd, one lucky person would get a bye. This lucky draw would let them skip the entire first round. While the official explained the random selection, our main character Lin Qiu was busy yawning. Bored to tears, but then the system made its random pick. Our guy drew number 66, letting him skip the entire round. Wait for it, his jealous rivals immediately muttered that the useless rabbit just got lucky. Lin Qiu just smirked. Up on stage, the host officially kicked things off. The fighters were told to enter the arena, making the heavy air turn even thicker. Unbothered, he relaxed in the spectator stands and watched everything unfold. A lazy, playful smile played on his lips as he looked up. He immediately spotted that the famous goddess Qinjin was scheduled to fight first. Just seconds later, a booming voice announced an injury and immediate forfeit. Instant defeat. One fighter went down before the match even properly began. The victory went instantly to Qinjin, the middle school genius who absolutely dominated. Her opponent was frozen solid before they could even blink, shocking the entire crowd. Dead serious, despite her absolute victory, the gorgeous girl showed zero emotion. She didn't boast at all, which only made her look infinitely cooler to everyone. Our guy watched in awe, confirming she was indeed a powerful ice awaker. A silver-level prodigy and a literal goddess, he knew he couldn't fall behind. He needed to master more powerful skills quickly to stand proudly by her side. 10 minutes flew by, and the next matchup on the stage began to heat up. This one was actually decent to watch, with both fighters darting across the ring. They traded rapid blows, keeping up an impressive defense against each other. But their repetitive moves soon had Lin Qiu yawning as he analyzed their skills. Time to work, he mentally reached out to the system to chat. With that, the familiar skill extraction interface popped up right before his eyes. He teased the system for getting lazy lately, but it quickly defended itself. Meanwhile, back in the ring, a participant was being praised for their amazing results. They had just unlocked an S-rank tier, a legendary feat compared to the usual trash. All those bizarre system alerts Lin Qiu kept receiving lately were starting to add up. But he was wrong, and the guide told him to watch his mouth. The system then asked if he wanted to activate this legendary muscle upgrade right now. Without a single second of hesitation, the fighter eagerly shouted his positive agreement. Right then, Lin Qiu's clothes suddenly shredded completely off his torso. A rapid and intense process of physical strengthening suddenly began to reshape his entire body. His bones fused together at breakneck speed, making him unbelievably tough and resilient. Soon the upgrade was finished, leaving his body packed with power. His muscles were bulging so much they were easily visible to the completely naked eye. Admiring his new physique, the young warrior wondered if he was really this strong. Flexing his biceps, the young man proudly declared that he was now a real man. His sister Cheng Ming was completely speechless. She could barely recognize her once puny brother Rabbit in this mountain of muscle. Smiling, he teased her, asking if she had never seen a truly good-looking guy before. The poor girl just blushed, totally mortified by what she was looking at. Turns out the raw energy had shredded not just his shirt, but his pants too. Oh, the absolute embarrassment. He instantly tried to cover himself up with his hands. He scrambled away in a panic, desperate to escape any watching eyes. Not long after, the host loudly announced that the second round had officially ended. Only 101 competitors remained, all of them eager to advance. The next day, it turned out that luck had smiled directly on player 66, Lin Qiu. Another day brought another effortless victory, but our guy was getting incredibly bored. The commentator handed him the microphone, asking the victor for a few words. Lin Qiu simply sighed, admitting he just wanted a real workout for once. This completely ticked off the other fighters who were out there struggling. "Why does this lucky bastard get a free pass?" an angry Lian screamed. He yelled about how unfair things were. "Some of us are bleeding while this slacker just sits on the bench." The angry warrior loudly demanded completely fair treatment for every single participant in the arena. Just then, the host announced that a fighter named Nan had dropped out. This meant Lin Qiu was up next, forced to actually step up and enter the ring. Standing on the edge of the arena, he realized this was his perfect chance to test his limits. His opponent was the feared Thunder Awakener, a beast with 8 bronze stars. The crowd went wild as this powerhouse stepped up to face our hero. Quietly, Lin Qiu watched his giant opponent stretch. The massive warrior smirked, slowly dragging his thumb across his throat. It was a clear sign that the kid was about to get absolutely wrecked. Entirely unfazed, Lin Qiu muttered that there was no need for such aggression. Stepping closer, Lele Dayan laughed and declared that the easy ride was over. He told the kid his luck had officially run out today. Clenching a massive fist, he threatened to ground Lin Qiu into dust. Honestly, his arrogant behavior was just getting annoying. Channeling crackling energy into his fist, the brute promised a slow, painful beatdown. He wanted to ensure Lin Qiu would never walk properly again after this match. With a fierce roar, the lightning-fast brute lunged forward to strike. He had nothing left to say, wanting to wrap this fight up as fast as possible. Lin Qiu remained unbothered, calmly waiting for his opponent to make the first move. At the final second, he dodged, leaving his foe striking at empty air. The useless strike was completely wasted, just as our clever hero had predicted. He knew Lei Yang could not win with a skill that took so long to recharge. Refusing to back down, the desperate opponent immediately prepared another heavy attack. He unleashed a lightning strike, confident it would vaporize the arrogant kid. Yet our blank-faced protagonist remained as stoic as ever. He easily survived the blast, despite its terrifying and overwhelming force. Furious at his failure, the lightning user snarled that Lin Qiu would pay. He spat that the kid forced him to use his ultimate trump card. With a roar, he began charging a blinding energy beam in his hand. In the past, Lin Qiu had been hit by these lightning bolts a few times, so he knew that getting directly struck again would lead to a catastrophic disaster. Refusing to wait around, our fearless warrior decided to act. He suddenly lunged forward, executing a swift, light leap through the air. He knew he had to finish off Lei Yang before another blast could fire. The panicked opponent realized with horror just how fast the kid was moving. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qiu was standing right in front of him. The blue-haired fighter knew Lin Qiu had only received a basic physical awakening. But this sheer physical power was unreal, leaving him completely unable to block. Our hero delivered a devastating uppercut to the jaw, sending him flying upward. The arrogant Lei Yang crashed face-first into the dirt as the commentator went wild. It was absolutely unbelievable, a massive victory secured with just a single punch. As the referee declared him the winner, Lin Qiu stared at his own hands. He could barely believe how insanely strong he had become after that stat boost. The roaring crowd erupted in cheers, deeply respecting the young beast's display. Up in the VIP seats, Vice President Zhang Wen asked if the match was over. His colleague Lu Jian casually brushed it off as a simple warm-up. This man, who possessed the raw physical strength of a beast, watched closely. The elderly vice president noted that he had studied the boy very carefully. He was absolutely certain that the young man had not used any spiritual energy. His mustachioed companion protested immediately, arguing that such a claim was impossible. The force behind that punch was just too massive for a normal human. If it was pure muscle, then this kid possessed a terrifying physical body. Jiang Wen simply smiled, finding this mysterious newcomer rather interesting. Next up, the announcer called for Lin Qiu to face Shangyuan number 12. This opponent possessed 8 bronze stars, wielding the ferocious form of a wolf. Our hero felt the terrifying aura and decided to boost his stats again. Lin Qiu locked eyes with the beast, who looked ready to tear him apart. But before anyone could move, the powerful wolfman suddenly dropped to his knees. Tears welling in his eyes, he frantically yelled out that he surrendered. The following match was another effortless victory for Lin Qiu, without him lifting a finger. The next opponent walked in smiling, immediately threw in the towel, and asked for an autograph. The crowd went wild as the announcer prepared to declare the next round. He congratulated the young man who had fought his way into the top 8, earning the crowd's respect. Standing behind him, the beautiful Qin Jun kept her eyes locked on him. She adored him. Soon, the young man lay flat on the grass to rest. He hummed a lazy tune, complaining about how boring it was to be invincible. Fun challenge, please. It turned out to be an absolute waste of time. Totally boring. Right then, his digital robot assistant popped up to complain. It told him to keep quiet, reminding him to select today's daily skill. The system congratulated him on acquiring rank 5 marksmanship. Not a bad pull, but this did not excite him in the slightest. After all, he did not even have a single weapon to shoot with. Why would anyone need spears and bows in this modern technological era? Absolutely useless, but then his quiet peace was suddenly shattered. Qin Jun walked into the clearing, looking like she wanted to talk. Her stunning beauty made him blush, but she quickly spoke up. She had news. She was assembling a special team for summer holidays. They would explore the bronze spirit market during the summer break. She asked if he was interested, leaving Lin Qiu completely bewildered. He was totally lost. Seeing this, she decided to explain everything. Ever since spiritual energy revived, ancient hidden markets had returned. These secret zones were packed with wild beasts and rare treasures. And these monsters were highly valued, and not just for their precious hides. They dropped special spirit spheres that were essential for cultivation. So she invited him along. The mention of treasure instantly hooked him. His imagination went wild, picturing Qin Jun hugging him tightly. She would tell him how scared she was, and he would protect her. What an opportunity. He realized this was his chance to get close to her. But his romantic fantasy was suddenly crushed by her next words. She casually added that 6 other classmates would also be joining them. So no private date. Stiffly, he accepted and asked about the others. Instead of answering, she smiled and said she would contact him later. He awkwardly suggested grabbing a coffee to chat, but she immediately turned him down. She made it clear that now was definitely not the time for dates. Instead, she warned him to prepare properly so he would not fail in the ring. Soon enough, the highly anticipated final day of the tournament arrived. The crowd cheered wildly for Qin Jun, expecting her to easily win. The announcer loudly boomed, introducing the highly anticipated matchup to the crowd. Lin Qiu stepped forward with a serious glare, ready for battle. He was fully prepared. Across from him, Qin Jun stood perfectly calm. She stayed highly focused, mapping out her strategy before the match started. Both powerful competitors sized each other up, waiting for the signal. Before the host could even shout go, the fearless girl pointed at him. He frowned. Lin Qiu absolutely hated that cocky gesture of hers. She coldly declared that she would not let first place slip away. She was going all out. Lin Qiu sighed, wishing he could just forfeit. But after his loud interview promises, backing down now was impossible. Lin Qiu casually advises his rival to just forfeit and avoid any pointless injuries. Flashy smile on his face, he warns her he won't go easy on her. But Qin Jun is ready. Right then, the commentator officially kicks off the match. Both fighters instantly drop into their stances, waiting for the other to strike first. Qin Jun mentions she actually got a black belt in Taekwondo a few years back. Honestly, when it comes to raw strength, she knows she cannot match him. Channeling his energy, Lin Qiu clenches his fist with a smug grin on his face. He tells her to watch out, then suddenly charges forward without warning. but Qingjin effortlessly slips past his attack, leaving him swinging at thin air. In a flash of insane speed, she positions herself right behind him. A cold drop of sweat rolls down his cheek. He messed up big time. Before he can react, a brutal kick slams directly into his spine. Lin Qiu had absolutely zero time to block, yet he somehow keeps his balance. He plants a hand firmly on the floor, desperately trying to recover his footing. Grinning through the pain, he admits to himself that she is a true genius. Her striking precision is incredible. That blow hit the absolute perfect spot. Honestly, if he had not physically reinforced his body before the match started, that single attack would have easily knocked him flat on the ground. His smile quickly fades. Right now, he needs absolute focus to survive this. Every single move must be calculated perfectly if he wants to win. Charging forward, Lin Qiu tells himself that things are only just getting started. He keeps launching wild attacks, desperate to break through her ironclad defense. But Qingjin is like a solid wall. Nothing is getting through her. She easily evades every single strike, showing off her insane professional reflexes. Throwing a sharp elbow strike, she mutters that he is way too slow. Lin Qiu spins around in sheer panic, completely baffled by her ridiculous speed. The merciless Qingjin strikes again, hitting his shoulder with a devastating blow. Agonizing pain shoots through his body, instantly forcing him down to his knees. He writhes on the floor in intense pain, but he still wants to fight. Qingjin calmly suggests he surrender. His body is great, but his skills are lacking. She tells him to surrender, noting his good physical form but poor martial skills. Qingjin adds she has not even bothered using her signature, freezing power yet. Quite a flex. Getting up, Lin Qiu knows he will lose. If this brutal beating continues like this, his defeat is absolute. He desperately racks his brain for a solution, knowing his time has run out. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him, a genius way out of this desperate mess. Mentally, he celebrates because he has just figured out a perfect escape plan. Without warning, he raises his hand and loudly demands a timeout from the referee. Talk about an absolute curveball. He then casually hops right out of the ring. Everyone is completely stunned. Lin Qiu walks over and grabs a long wooden stick. It is a bizarre, totally unexpected choice of weapon for this arena match. Grinning, the bold fighter asks the referee if he can use this weapon. The referee is speechless, having never seen someone act so incredibly shameless. Qingjin sighs, seriously wondering who on earth this ridiculous guy thinks he is. She doubts he even has the guts to actually step back into the ring. To accuse her of being cruel, glancing at the kid holding a wooden stick, the annoyed woman asks if they can restart the match. The confident boy boasts that she will soon witness his brand new weapon, a deadly mop. The arrogant fighter warns her not to cry when she loses, while she notices that he has completely transformed after picking up that piece of wood. The daredevil asks to make the first move, instantly leaping forward and rushing straight at her. His gaze screams absolute confidence as he aims the stick tip directly at Qingjin's forehead. The agile girl knows she must dodge immediately or risk getting nasty. Bruises on her stomach, the fearless warrior resorts to his incredible body control. Skills pushing himself to the absolute limit to stay focused on his target. A slight smile plays on his face, which really irritates the angry woman. The nervous girl cannot understand why the kid has suddenly become so incredibly accurate, making it much harder for her to dodge. Feeling a wave of anger toward her opponent, the girl threatens to destroy the scoundrel. Without showing a single ounce of mercy, scratching the back of his head, the worried boy apologizes, claiming that it was only muscle memory and he did not mean to do it. The freezing goddess unleashes her basic ice skill. Sharp icicles screaming at him to shut up. The panicked Lin Qiu begs her to just listen and avoid any misunderstandings, but it is already far too late. For explanations, a focused Lin Qiu braces himself to dodge the incoming icy projectiles. Since he is absolutely no coward, activating her freezing power, the cold-blooded Qingjin screams that this kid has completely crossed the line. The tense Lin Qiu shivers from the intense cold, feeling his body weaken, but he cannot fight it. Trying to stay calm, our main character notes in his mind that his opponent's elemental magic is incredibly fast. If he had not polished his battle form, he would already be flat on the ground, but fortunately things are not so bad. Dozens of razor-sharp icicles are closing in on him, forcing him to make a split-second decision. No miracle occurs, and every single spike reaches its Target with a deafening explosion, the calm goddess tells the host to call an ambulance and declare the winner. The thick smoke clears up very slowly and Lin Qiu is nowhere to be found, which does not concern the beauty, but wait, a dark male silhouette suddenly starts forming in the fog. Moving incredibly fast, poking his head out with a cocky grin, the daredevil tells his opponent to relax, joking that he only stepped away for a second. Wiggling his cute rabbit ears, he charges back into battle, stick in hand, showing her that he will never go down without a fight. The focused opponent immediately notices his insane speed, forcing her to be much more cautious. Our brave warrior decides not to waste another moment on empty talk and grips his long wooden cane tightly. The hero's strength is so immense that it is capable of shattering Qinjin's ice armor, leaving her hand completely numb. Qinjin swears to herself that she will fight down to the very last drop of blood, refusing to hand over first place, keeping herself locked in a firm fighting stance. The stubborn girl tells herself that she has absolutely no intention of quitting. Right then, her second-rank silver breakthrough suddenly begins, flooding her with insane power. Now, a nervous Lin Qiu immediately. Lin Qiu realized that one tiny slip-up would ruin everything. It would end horribly for him, but then he unexpectedly turned toward the referee and demanded a pause, arguing that they were playing totally unfair. The opponent yelled that it was not cheating at all and told him to stop speaking. Sensing something was wrong, Xin Chen noticed that he had stopped attacking her. He had paused for her breakthrough, which seemed incredibly suspicious. Even so, the girl smiled quietly, admitting to herself that she never expected the boy to be this nice. Now, she boldly demanded he stop his cheap tricks and step up to fight, planting his feet. The fearless young warrior readily agreed, believing that it would be absolutely unforgettable. Pointing her finger right at him, the charming girl warned that he must be careful because she was far stronger now. Leaning his stick on the ground, the daredevil leaped high into the air to strike from above. He launched himself high into the air, giving him the perfect chance to strike his opponent from behind. Feeling the tension, Lin Qiu realized that her overall speed and combat power had surged to a terrifying level during her recent breakthrough. Right at that moment, he slammed his cane into the solid stone floor. With a massive crash instantly shattering it, the fighter lost his balance, losing his footing and crashed down before he could even comprehend what happened. Xin Chen did not hesitate, raining sharp icicles down on him from above. Hovering in the air, she glared down coldly at her struggling opponent, who simply could not find a way to fight back. Drenched in sweat, the panicked boy realized this was the end, and there was absolutely no way out of this. With his final bit of strength, he blocked her relentless strikes, knowing it was futile. Nothing could save him. His hands grew numbingly cold as his consciousness began to fade. Shedding his fear, an angry Lin Qiu told himself that he had to fight back or else he would face absolute defeat. In a sudden flash, pure rage surged through him, giving him the drive to charge straight back into the fray at maximum speed. This reckless move completely shocked his beautiful opponent, who froze in absolute disbelief. Knocked backward, she gasped that she had severely underestimated him, but Lin Qiu knew he could not give her any room to attack again. Before she could react, he materialized right behind her and pinned her arms, locking her in place. Furious, she called him a fool and screamed for him to let go, but the stubborn warrior yelled back that he would never let her go. She struggled desperately to break his grip, making him realize just how insanely strong she truly was. Lin Qiu desperately held onto her, but her overwhelming strength slowly pushed him off. With a quick, agile somersault, she broke free and left him flat on his back. Xin Chen immediately noticed blood dripping down his body and urged him to back off right away, but the furious fighter refused to yield until she admitted defeat, his voice dripping with determination. He even threatened her with a bizarre rabbit bite warning, stating that if they did not declare him the winner, he would actually bite her. Forget the exam rules, he just wanted this win. That unhinged look was honestly starting to terrify her. With a heavy sigh, Xin Chen, heavy, realizing she had absolutely no other option, raising her hand, the exhausted fighter shouted that she was throwing in the towel, completely shocking the referee. But the real shock came next when Lin Qiu suddenly went limp, completely passing out. His stunned opponent immediately rushed over to his side, calling out his name in panic. Frantic girl kept asking what was wrong, but she got no response. She muttered that the idiot had completely overdone things, wondering why he had to push himself so hard. As she sat there thinking, though, she was suddenly grabbed by the giant rabbit's soft, fluffy paws. The uncomfortable girl shrieked at it to stay away, but her cries did nothing. Inside the dream, our terrified protagonist realized he had become a massive hare, and frantically wondered what was going on. Panicking, the poor guy screamed at the top of his lungs and bolted upright, realizing it was all just a nightmare. Then the system congratulated its host on leveling up, confirming the white rabbit was now a specialized vagrant beast, and annoyed Lin Qiu argued that this upgrade had to be a glitch, but the system calmly explained he was knocked out cold yesterday and could not make his own selection. He spun the wheel again. Honestly, what did he have to lose? Lately he only got E-rank garbage, but now a cosmic system was awakening. Yet there was no celebration on his face. Suddenly, the system detected his pre-existing abilities and initiated a forced fusion process. This sudden merger terrified him, but the process completed in a flash. Immediately after, the system congratulated the young man on evolving into a powerful B-rank beast. Tense, he began examining his new form, wondering what exactly had upgraded. Then, his synthesis interface detailed all the incredible spatial perks that would now help him achieve his wildest ambitions. First up was a personal pocket dimension, currently empty, but ready to store absolutely anything. Lin Qiu thought that was pretty sweet, and the system added an even better bonus. He had unlocked the Anywhere door, allowing him to bypass any physical barrier. With it, he could instantly teleport to any spot within a 5-meter range. This was incredibly useful for Lin Qiu, who was currently bandaged up and struggling to roll out of bed, realizing he could warp anywhere within his range. He decided to test the ability immediately. Keeping a straight face, the boy thought about his target destination, just wanting to see how the skill operated. Focusing, he declared that he wanted to head downstairs right now. The teleportation process triggered instantly, but our brave challenger ended up crashing right on his back in another room, and oh boy, he landed in the worst possible spot. It was a young woman's bedroom, and the startled girl immediately grabbed a blade, demanding to know what kind of pervert had just sneaked into her sanctuary. Beauty was 20-year-old Liao, the landlord's daughter, and she wanted answers. Terrified, a sweating Lin Qiu pleaded with her to put the weapon down and listen to his explanation, but she was absolutely furious, making dangerous threats. By the following morning, Lin Qiu sat in a cafe, thanking his lucky stars that he survived, because that crazy girl could have easily ended him right then. He was hoping for a real date, but out of nowhere, the goddess messaged him and was waiting at a local cafe, and she was not alone. That ruined his mood. Seeing a whole crowd around his crush made him pretty upset, though he kept his cool. The charming Chin asked if he was all right, reminding him that they would be leaving soon. Since departure was right around the corner, she wanted the fighter to stay in top shape. She explained that she brought everyone together so the researchers could all get acquainted beforehand. Their energetic healer, Dang Sang, along with the sound specialist, Chung Ming, watched them closely. They couldn't help but notice how incredibly pitiful the poor guy looked right now. Next, the group leader introduced Lin Qiu to the heavy hitter of their squad. This was Jiang Chen, the mighty bronze fire lord. He warmly greeted the young fighter. Jiang Chen mentioned he had watched his matches and thought they were awesome. Qin then added 2 other members were missing because they were currently dealing with university admissions. She assumed Lin Qiu must have received plenty of college offers himself by now. He admitted that a whole stack of invitations had arrived just that morning. Just a few hours earlier, a mailman had indeed delivered a massive package of acceptance letters. Yet looking at them, he didn't seem happy at all, not even close. Prestigious academies that Lin Qiu once dreamed of were now begging for him. And honestly, who can blame her? Qin smiled softly and asked a crucial question. She really wanted to know which path he was going to take next. She asked which academy he planned on choosing, knowing it was a tough decision. Honestly, Lin Qiu had no idea why she suddenly cared so much. He explained that he was strongly leaning toward a martial arts academy instead. Then he asked if she was planning on heading to the exact same school. The young woman nodded, admitting she couldn't accept always losing to him in battle. So her main goal was to train hard and finally beat him at university. Lin Qiu playfully replied that he was ready to spar whenever she commanded. She rolled her eyes, telling him to stop joking so they could get to business. Their target was a rare spiritual beast hiding nearby, an ice fox. Jin explained that they needed to secure its core, but there was a catch. These spiritual beasts traveled in packs, making them way too dangerous to hunt alone. Because of that, she absolutely needed the strength of everyone gathered here today. Jin genuinely appreciated them joining her, knowing they all scored incredibly well on exams. She was doubly grateful they decided to help her out with this mission. Chung Ming spoke up, saying this was also a fantastic learning experience for them. Dang Sang chimed in, adding how incredibly lucky they were to have Lin Qiu. The young man smiled, saying he was actually the lucky one to be invited. He felt genuinely honored to work alongside such a capable and skilled group. Blushing slightly, she quietly asked him to just call her by her name. Hearing his formal tone was getting a bit too embarrassing for her. Finally, they scheduled the departure in 3 days, meeting at Lin Qiu's house. The meeting was set for 10 a.m., and the days flew by incredibly fast. Soon, departure day arrived, and Lin Qiu summoned his robot assistant beforehand. To his surprise, the system congratulated him on unlocking an E-rank skill. It was culinary mastery, something a frontline fighter definitely did not need. Yet he instantly gained world language proficiency and supreme culinary knowledge instead. While studying folk medicine, the young man wondered why his skills felt so weak lately, and his robot companion replied that he was just incredibly lucky to have acquired the cosmic system. Remembering this, Lin Qiu asked what was going on with that dimensional space, and his mechanical buddy asked if he wanted to try it out. Suddenly, a massive tactical backpack materialized before him, completely wrapped in glowing energy. Soon, the inventory settled inside Lin Qiu, which looked incredibly impressive and evoked some positive emotions in him. The delighted young man tossed the bag into the massive space, not feeling its weight at all. His robot companion explained there was still plenty of room inside, meaning he could basically pack up this entire room, which sounded absolutely wild. Right then, a truck horn blared and a teammate poked his head out, shouting to his buddy that they had arrived. Our main character waved back, shouting that he was already running, while silently noting in his mind just how incredibly useful this skill actually was. Inside the car, lovely Chung Ming stared closely at the guy's stomach, realizing he possessed the unique cosmic system ability. Feeling tense, Lin Qiu asked them not to look at him like that, while a shocked Jang gasped that they had a dual element awaken in their midst. Honestly, it was absolutely mesmerizing to see the boy's stomach glowing with a cosmic void inside. A thoughtful Chinhan noted that having a cosmic system is an extremely rare phenomenon, asking how he managed to achieve it. The excited blonde even asked to touch Lin Qiu's stomach, which was pretty weird but totally understandable. The alarmed boy really did not want her doing that, but the beauty insisted she had never seen anything like this kind of power. The driver chuckled, calling brother Lin hilarious, and briefly took his eyes off the road. Then Shenwei announced they were almost there and urged everyone to focus. The anxious hero stared straight through the windshield, trying to assess the dangers ahead. A few minutes later, the group climbed out, totally unaware of what awaited them next. Not far away stood a group of people, with absolute magical chaos unfolding right behind them. Our calm protagonist carefully began to scan the area, but he did not feel even a single shred of fear in his soul. No one knew how these monster zones originally appeared, but they all assumed it was linked to the revival of spiritual energy. Though these terrifying beasts could easily invade the human world, they rarely did so on their own. The human race was both terrified of them and strangely secure, so the situation was deemed a tense stalemate. No matter if a warrior was bronze or silver rank, they would constantly be monitored by government agencies. They were talking about the brave souls serving as the final defense between two worlds, which sounded honestly pretty creepy. A uniformed guard announced that registration for the day was completely closed, meaning if they wanted to enter, they must fill out a form and return tomorrow. Lin Qiu remained perfectly calm, staring at the massive, swirling purple portal that exuded a freezing chill. The young man felt that the aura here was far more intense than anywhere else, which instantly piqued his interest. Suddenly, his focus was broken by Chung Ming, who clung tightly to his arm, asking what he was doing while calling him her cute little bunny. She begged him to just use her nickname, and the confused boy asked where she was dragging him. The beauty smirked, replying that she leads him to a room to rest, still secretly hoping she can touch his bottomless stomach. His bottomless stomach, Meanwhile, a bearded man watches them, thinking how rich they look. These newcomers seem loaded, especially Zhang Sang with his fancy car. A blonde bandit asks what they should do with these fat cats, but his brother has eyes only for that wealthy driver. Soon, the stern leader of this wolf pack, Yang Hu, commands his men to stay right on the heels of the targets once they head inside. He reminds them they are just visitors, and their true job is target selection. They hunt down rich, defenseless adventurers with a wicked smile. The leader walks forward, muttering that the fool will learn soon enough. In a low, chilling voice, Yang whispers that this quiet zone will become a graveyard for these foolish kids. By morning, Qin's team heads toward the portal entrance, with the completely fearless Lin Qiu stepping up to lead. He steps through the teleport, landing in a peaceful green meadow that looks totally safe at first. Suddenly, the rest of the crew arrives in the clearing, instantly losing themselves in the stunning scenery. The youngest of them is shocked by how massive this spiritual beast space actually is. Their group leader points out that their destination lies deep in the snowy fields. Ahead, a journey that will take them at least 2 days to reach. One of the ladies warns the guys to stay sharp and watch their surroundings. Safety is everything out here, but another teammate tells her not to worry, because she already activated her sonic radar system for active echolocation tracking. The main character praises her great preparation, while Shinjin decides that since the squad is fully set, it is finally time to push forward. They march on but watch closely, because a hidden threat is already tracking them. One of the following bandits asks if they should launch their ambush right now. But Yang Hu shakes his head. The terrain is far too flat and open. They would be spotted instantly. Instead, they will wait until the kids enter the forest. Meanwhile, in a nearby clearing, a herd of longhorn goats grazes peacefully, ready to aggressively attack any beast that dares get too close. Suddenly, one bronze tier spirit beast senses danger lurking nearby and tenses up. Before they can react, an explosive attack strikes the entire herd, cutting off any hope of escape. Qin's group decided to use fire magic to burn them to a crisp. Lin Qiu is highly annoyed at this. He snaps at his foolish teammates, saying that wool is worth good money. Lin Qiu starts searching the area for other valuables when a highly delighted Cheng Ming calls out that she found 2 raw energy spheres. But their celebration is cut short as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves appears. On the hill, their leader immediately warns everyone to stay on high alert. These monsters specialize in ambush attacks, and they must not be underestimated. These wolves are brutally vengeful. If they find a fallen pack member, they will grow twice as vicious, making their strikes incredibly deadly. Our cautious hero asks what happens if they target the pack leader instead. A teammate quickly warns him that the alpha is highly cunning and will never allow them to secure an easy victory over him. But our cool-headed warrior simply activates a special spiritual portal to prepare. He vowed to find the cowardly leader himself. Smiling, he asked the guys to stay put, stay safe, and promised to return very soon. No hesitation, the brave warrior launched a massive aerial strike, swinging his dual-element weapon right at one of the charging beasts. That devastating strike slammed directly into the monster's skull, sending it crashing down with its tongue hanging out. The stunned wolf pack realized instantly that their leader was dead and they had nowhere left to run. They were next. This pro display from the hero deeply impressed Jungen, who praised his cosmic skills, so our brave hero suggested they skin the beast to search for their target item. Since this spiritual monster was far stronger than the rest, right then, the fighter uncovered a glowing yellow sphere containing a hidden skill, shocking everyone. He stared at it, wondering what kind of secret power lay inside this beautiful little orb. Deciding not to overthink things, the young man handed the sphere over to their team's wolf beast, telling him to unlock it. His ally mentioned the market value of this orb was around $2 million, promising to transfer the funds the moment they returned home safely. With deep focus, Shengui stepped right up to activate the item in front of the entire squad. Immediately, a mesmerizing process began to unfold, moving incredibly fast as the team watched in absolute awe. His thrilled companions saw that the beast had succeeded, praising just how awesome it was. Watching this, a jealous Lin Qiu wished he had kept the orb for himself. Meanwhile, our main hero mentioned he still had his daily skill draw. He called upon the system to pull a new ability, and the robot immediately congratulated him on obtaining a physical enhancement skill, though he felt zero excitement. Tired young man distinctly recalled getting this exact same skill before. He had rolled it a few times already. Suddenly, the clothes on his body began tearing apart, startling Chinhin, who was standing right behind him. Quite embarrassed, Chungming could not help but stare at the handsome guy. Even the system did not view getting this skill 3 times as lucky. Feeling highly awkward, our hero suggested a quick break so he could change. And the group leader readily agreed to let him go. Now alone, the hero realized his raw strength had tripled. The robotic system explained that his current power level matched an awakened being with 6 silver stars. Our shocked fighter never expected this, but the system cheerfully told him to simply enjoy the massive upgrade. Later that evening, the whole team gathered around a warm campfire to discuss their next moves and plans. Strangely enough, Lin Qiu was laughing and acting incredibly weird, which started to highly annoy Qin. Sitting right next to him, she pointed out that the youngster came back from the forest beat up, yet looked ecstatic over his new power boost. Suddenly, an alert Chung Ming whispered to the commander that they were being watched. The stern leader quietly asked if anyone else could be out there. The blonde replied that she had confirmed they were being followed, advising everyone to stay alert and move out. Serious Jen listened closely, knowing dangers lurked nearby. Illegal syndicates were actively hunting people like them, so she warned everyone to be careful. Apparently, disappearances were pretty common around here, making it tough to track them down since they left absolutely zero trace after each kill. She knew they had to tread lightly because their enemies were extremely dangerous. She added that if these were indeed the exact killers she suspected, then they had been stalking them since they first entered the forest. Lin Qiu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, confidently promising they would handle any enemies and keep her safe. Blushing, the flustered lady insisted that they just needed to be ready to fight, and he simply agreed with her. Lin Qiu did not argue. The following morning, the young man woke up to a system alert. He had unlocked an E-rank taming skill. Rising from his bed, he yawned, complaining that he had been eagerly waiting for a great skill, only to get total garbage. Then a sudden scream echoed. He instantly recognized Qin Chen's voice, but had no idea what was happening. Rushing outside, the shocked warrior spotted a massive, 2-headed serpent radiating pure danger. Covered in cold sweat, Lin Qiu was completely unsure how to handle this, but there was no time to hesitate. His system quickly flashed a warning that this lightning-fast speed cobra was highly venomous and incredibly tough to domesticate. Feeling tense, Lin Qiu realized his newly acquired taming skill actually let him scan the beast. That was a massive plus. He quickly yelled for his allies to fall back and avoid engaging the beast head-on. The monstrous serpent kept spitting deadly streams of venom, scattering everyone in all directions. Keeping her cool, the leader quickly suggested they coordinate their attacks, and Lin Qiu instantly agreed. The team pooled their strength, combining their unique powers to take down the ruthless beast. A massive energy blast detonated right beside the cobra, staggering it with agonizing pain. Just then, a sharp icicle pierced the monster's tail, forcing it to cough up dark blood as it collapsed. Watching the dying serpent, Qin Chen muttered that it was way too close, while Chong Ming added that the carcass smelled absolutely vile. Grinning, Lin Qiu drew a blade and declared that it was time for some heavy lifting, while Zhang noticed a strange movement coming from inside the dead snake. Becoming cautious, Lin Qiu moved in, telling the others to stay back. Without a single moment of hesitation, he prepared to slice open the massive belly to investigate. What comes out next is wild. A docile, soil-loving gopher that was actually terrible at digging popped out. Zhang stared in complete disbelief, unable to process that they were looking at a tiny mole, while Qin Chen and Chong Ming thought it was adorable. A bit puzzled, Lin Qiu noted there was no reason to fear the little creature, since it had already hopped onto his shoulder, clinging tightly. Suddenly, the clever little beast leaped straight toward their beautiful leader, startling her and leaving her thoroughly confused. The beauty began stroking the gopher, calling it incredibly docile. While Lin Qiu kept sensing some hidden danger, he instead focused back on carving up the massive snake with his sharp blade. He was focused entirely on the process, knowing he could rummage around inside the beast and uncover something far more valuable. Just then, the warrior Lin Qiu spoke up because he managed to find several spheres, a pretty decent haul for him. The observant Junchen realized that the nimble little mole wanted to snatch the items from Lin Qiu's hands. This small beast immediately jumped from her hands to the ground, and Lin Qiu said that he was not even thinking about taking those magic spheres, but the beast began wriggling in every possible way as if trying to prove a point. Soon, Lin Qiu realized the creature wanted an exchange, but he admitted that he just did not trust it. Then, completely catching everyone off guard, the sneaky beast lunged and snatched a sphere right from his hands. Right after that, the rare items suddenly shattered, instantly turning to ash, which left the young warrior deeply upset. Yungan tried to calm him, saying they were just worthless balls, but Lin Qiu quietly grumbled that those spheres were actually worth a fortune, a detail a rich guy like Yungan would never understand. Suddenly, the serious Junshin spoke up, warning them that she could hear a distant voice nearby. Right then, a glowing yellow light started shining close by, seemingly signaling something to them. Shaking with tension, Chungaming sensed they were completely surrounded by a massive horde of spirit beasts, warning the others that their numbers were insane. Right then, a massive explosion rocked the entire area. The destruction was absolutely terrifying. Dozens of strange gopher-like moles started bursting out from beneath the dirt, each clutching colorful, glowing spheres. Stunned by the sight, Lin Qiu and his friends stood completely speechless, freezing on the spot as they tried to process this impossible scene. A massive horde of these small creatures began crawling straight toward them, but they seemed to be driven by some strange, mysterious purpose. The cute beasts then started piling the glowing spheres into a massive, glittering mound, admiring their incredible beauty. The lead mole squeaked out, explaining this was a gift of gratitude for the two Earth spheres Lin Qiu had given them earlier. A moment later, Chungaming calculated that they now had exactly 213 spiritual objects, including some highly magical ones. Lin Qiu guessed that the rare Earth-type items were missing because the moles had already absorbed them all. Generous as always, the fighter decided to hand the rare fire sphere directly to Junshin, knowing she was desperate to learn that exact elemental skill. The lovely Junshin warmly suggested that Lin Qiu should keep all of the remaining spheres for himself. Hearing this, Lin Qiu stood completely frozen, wondering if he had genuinely misheard her. But the girl repeated it, reminding him that he was the one who defeated the monster so easily, meaning he fully deserved the ultimate prize. Meanwhile, the blonde Yungan asked if the moles expected anything in return for this massive haul, and Lin Qiu explained that these elemental spheres were completely useless to the subterranean earth beasts anyway. Grinning, our main character began scooping up the magic spheres, noting that he would not act overly modest since his supportive comrades had so generously offered them directly to him. Chungaming, acting as their thoughtful leader, asked if he planned to absorb them right away, which was totally unexpected. Deeply concentrating, the brave fighter decided to take the risk, having never attempted anything like this before. As a sudden, brilliant yellow light erupted around him, Lin Qiu felt a strange, deep warmth surging through his entire core. Unexpectedly, the young fighter achieved a massive cultivation breakthrough, officially obtaining 3 copper stars. Stunned by the sudden power, Yungan warmly congratulated his brother, while Junshin realized that the sphere's pure energy was potent enough to trigger an immediate skill evolution. Laughing, Lin Qiu told them that his month of intense training had finally paid off, and a joyful Junshin smiled. Now the squad had gotten a bit stronger. Qin Hen patted the gopher, thanking him before saying it was time to part ways and move forward. But as the little creature turned to leave, Lin Qiu suddenly snapped its collar, saying he had some work for the little guy. The gopher just stared back, utterly confused, glancing skeptically at the cute furball. The young man urged him to lead his subterranean pack and tag along. Meanwhile, behind a massive boulder, a pack of ruthless wolves kept their eyes locked on the unsuspecting group. The beasts growled, begging their leader to let them shred the kids who just emerged from the tree line, but the chief told them to chill, a very confident Yang who sneered that they could crush those runts whenever they wanted, but it was better to let them wander deeper into their territory. The sly bandit leader declared that once the kids finally let their guard down, man, this villain is extremely sneaky, they would strike. Later that evening, Lin Qiu watched over the hardworking gopher as the creature hustled to dig a massive pit. Carrying a bundle of sharp wooden stakes, the guy gratefully thanked his tiny helper for placing them all. The adorable little beast kept digging at lightning speed, making sure not a single second was wasted. Lin Qiu then told him to warn his underground buddies to evacuate this woodland right away. After that, he started drenching the dirt in a glowing blue poison. noting that just one drop would ensure nobody crawled out of here alive. Preparing this lethal trap, the young warrior showed zero hesitation or pity, though his exact plan remained a complete mystery. Soon, he waved goodbye to his digger friends, urging them to stay safe and avoid getting eaten by other wild spirit beasts. A relaxed Chin Hen announced that all defenses were ready, but right then, Chung Ming rushed over with some urgent info. The team gathered near the warm campfire as the blonde prepared to share what she had discovered with her sister. With a serious look, she explained that some shady figures had gathered just 500 meters out, likely eavesdropping on their every word. To make matters worse, the girl warned that an ambush was scheduled for tonight, sending poor Jiang straight into massive panic. The terrified kid had heard brutal rumors about the local wolf gang hunting and slaughtering newcomers, but the ever-cool Lin Qiu saw that the panic was starting to spread, knowing things would quickly fall apart if he did not step in. Suddenly, the resolute youth stood up from his wooden seat, declaring that they were letting fear control them. Remaining composed, he urged the squad to pull themselves together and stay sharp for the upcoming fight. Their enemies would show absolutely no quarter, meaning even one tiny mistake would lead to an early grave. Then, the bold fighter began assigning duties to his friends, while a silent Chin Hen watched from the side. She realized she should have been the one giving that speech, since she was the actual team captain, yet she had let the dread paralyze her instead. Quietly, she admired how Lin Qiu stayed remarkably steady despite the deadly threat, proving himself a highly reliable comrade. Right then, the fearless guy turned to look at the quiet captain, who instantly met his gaze. Lin Qiu half-jokingly promised that if she was truly terrified, she could just lean on him, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The gorgeous girl softly admitted she was counting on his protection. The boy immediately nearly melted from her sheer beauty, staggering backward and totally shocking his panicked companions. Then, at exactly 2 o'clock in the morning, a pack of hungry wolves approached the quiet camp, instantly spotting the targets ahead. The hunt was on. Cunning Yang Hu crept ahead. Quietly, he whispered that the long-awaited hunt was finally beginning. The chief ordered their 2nd and 7th to flank from the north. The 6th moved south, while the 4th and 5th ambushed from the west, but one confused fighter received absolutely no instructions. This alarmed him. Meanwhile, the rest of the pack rushed forward. The commander ordered his men to circle the boys, let nobody escape. They had worked toward this single, bloody goal for a long time. The ignored soldier standing nearby warned the boss. This seemed pretty suspicious. His warnings were cut short. Within a heartbeat, the scarred gangster stepped directly onto a hidden plate. The trap activated instantly. Terror gripped him as he was launched upward. Heavy ice chains bound him tight, then incredibly sharp spikes impaled the careless brute. He shrieked in agony. Yang Hu panicked, screaming out in confusion. Everything was peaceful just moments ago, but the peacefulness was gone. The wolf gang realized they were surrounded. The leader barked an order for immediate retreat. The grim commander demanded a quick casualty report, only to hear the grim news that the 6th and 7th were already dead. A toxic pit trap had also impaled their 4th fighter, fueling the boss's dark rage. Suddenly, Lo emerged from his tent yawning. He asked if Jana was raised in a barn and why he was ruining everyone's sleep. The wicked criminal smirked, bragging that he had tracked them all day, but now the hunters had become the prey. Activating his cruel ability, the villain declared that their level did not matter, only death awaited them. The fearless youth simply raised a hand, joining his fingers together. He calmly said they would see who dies today. With total confidence, he snapped his fingers. This triggered a massive spell against the intruders. The bandits looked up, staring at the sky in sheer terror. Sensing their dread, our brave hero ordered his comrades to charge the get ready, because things are about to get chaotic. Lightning flashed everywhere. Electrical charges struck the wolves, who did not understand. The mighty Zhang Chang unleashed his giant ball attack, while their mage activated his raging sea of thunder. Yang Hu screamed in sheer panic. It was a complete ambush. He had no escape route. Fighting down his rising terror, the leader ordered his men to scatter. It was their only hope. The calm Lin Qiu glanced at Qin Zhen, who immediately nodded. She was ready. The maiden instantly activated her spiritual technique Ice Brand, her trusted ultimate move. The outlaws froze, instantly staring in horror as massive ice spikes surged toward them. They were completely unable to move now. The heavy frost was absolute. Then a massive fireball began to form, threatening to incinerate them. A terrified thug yelled to their boss that their fourth man was completely dead. This battlefield was now a total death trap, swiftly activating. His own power, Yang Hu vowed to destroy these pathetic kids. What real hell actually felt like. Right then, the powerful team split into beginners and standard silver-level fighters. A surprised Jen quietly noted to herself that their aura was pretty strong, meaning they couldn't afford to act rashly. A calm Lin Qiu reminded them that they were only defending themselves, not looking to start trouble. Otherwise, they would be no better than the villains. The commander snapped at him to stop talking nonsense, privately realizing these enemies were on a whole different level. She announced she would handle the enemy leader herself, ordering the others to stick together and handle the remaining targets. Our main character figured she was just trying to show off. He lightly tapped her on the shoulder, clenching his fist with a confident grin, and told her not to worry, reminding her that he was here to back her up. The shy beauty looked away, muttering that she wasn't afraid at all. Smiling, she said she would go first and wished them luck, while our hero told the team to prepare for a tough fight. He wanted to end this quickly to help Qinjun, but first he needed to coordinate his allies. He told Yungan to get to safety, while the others shielded him, a plan that completely shocked the team. The opponent, sporting a mohawk, sneered at the kid, calling him a weak bronze rookie, asking if he wanted to be the first to die. Glaring right back, the young man asked why he was picking on him just for being younger. His angry opponent instantly charged forward, and our brave hero shouted for his friends to stay on high alert and get ready, because the enemy just unleashed a massive tornado, skills sucking in absolutely everything in its path. A panicked Shenwei yelled to his brother to look out as the danger was heading straight for him, but our fearless fighter kept his eyes locked forward, showing absolutely zero signs of fear. The stunned enemies simply could not believe their powerful attack did not even graze the agile warrior. With one lightning-fast swing of his staff, Lin Qiu launched his opponents high into the sky, sending them flying like light feathers. Planting his boot on the mohawk guy, the youth casually asked how such a tough talker went down when he hadn't even unleashed 10% of his strength. A blown-away Yungan praised how incredibly cool he was, but our hero just smiled and said he simply handed him a really good weapon. Meanwhile, Qinjun faced down her cunning opponent, a fighter far more dangerous to deal with, the ruthless Yang, who lunged forward, shouting that she had nowhere left to run and was doomed. Our alert hero noticed she was in a pretty tough spot and immediately dashed over to help, slipping right behind the enemy ranks. In a flash, he drew their attention with some loud, flashy moves. Showing absolutely zero mercy, our fierce fighter unleashed a crushing blow straight to the scoundrel's head. The slippery leader managed to barely dodge, but instantly realized that two of his top men had just been wiped out. A sweating Yang who barked that this kid must be using dirty tricks, asking if it was really that hard to admit he was outclassed, giving his foe a cold glare. Our hero replied that if they were talking about cheap tricks, he should watch out. The panicked leader immediately guarded his groin, yelling that the kid didn't warn him about those kinds of cheap moves. Terrified, he leapt backward to put some serious distance between them, desperate too. Lingo braces for the next hit. His furious enemy snarls that this brat made him absolutely furious, and there is no way he is letting him escape without wasting no delay. The thug charges forward, determined to close the gap between them. In his absolute rage, he is dead set on beating this pathetic rabbit to a bloody pulp without hesitation. Our hero is covered in sweat, struggles to hold back his opponent's relentless onslaught, but he refuses to even think of backing down. The ruthless Yang who keeps pressing the kid hard, trying to corner him and stop his movements, yet the nimble fighter manages to stay completely unscathed. Knocking him down is proving to be incredibly difficult. The tense fighter realizes in his mind that his opponent's skills are incredibly strong, so he cannot just trade blows and must adapt quickly. With a solid plan, he grows angrier by the second. Villain roars at him to pay close attention. In a flash, his razor-sharp blade stops a mere centimeter from the boy's cheek. He is terrified. Nervous, red-eyed Yang swings his weapon wildly, trying to land a hit, but he cannot land a blow. Yang Hu realizes he must deal with Lingo quickly, because this tiger-like battle rage will not last forever. Closing the gap, the angry wolf sneers at him to be good and taste This powerful whip, the stunned young fighter cannot predict how his adversary will unleash his strike, admitting to himself that he hates this feeling. At that exact second, the agile villain leaps high to expand his deadly attack range. And strike from above, a nervous Lingo admits that this whip is a pretty solid weapon, but it is not enough to take him down. Suddenly, the whip hits him right in the face. His balance is shattered, but he stays conscious. He realizes that silver rank abilities are absolutely no joke, quickly deciding he must find a completely new strategy to crush his foe. Suddenly, Lingo freezes for a moment, as if a solid plan to eliminate the villain forms in his head. Lingo silently vows to himself that the days of this wolf leader are officially over and his downfall is guaranteed. Sensing danger, Yang Hu notices that everyone has vanished, and a dark portal materializes right in front of him. Stunned, the criminal cannot comprehend how his enemy has suddenly appeared right behind him in a single heartbeat. Even so, the criminal leader does not lose his composure, remaining dead set on fighting to the very last drop of blood. Brandishing his razor-sharp tiger claws, the killer roars that they will see how the kid survives. A focused Lingo orders his allies to charge. In knowing they might not get another chance, the cool-headed Jen unleashes her freezing spell, while the burly Chen prepares a blazing fireball in his hand. The agile mage in turn activates a massive bolt of lightning strike, which is a pretty solid answer to their foes. The panicked wolf struggles to track where the quick-footed kid has vanished, having become a total thorn in his side. Our hero's abilities keep him highly stressed, while the young warrior boldly calls him a miserable little cat. Then, a massive explosion thunders, powerful enough to completely obliterate an entire forest. Wearing a serious expression, the fearless Lingo declares that the team did an amazing job delivering a worthy counterattack. Meanwhile, Yang Hu, whose body covered in nasty cuts, the enemy lay helpless on the dusty ground. Jiang Sang quickly warned his brother Yung that their foe was still breathing. Qin Shen glared at the dangerous foe, her expression tightening with unease. Something was definitely off, and she quickly pressed a hand over her mouth. She let out a muffled gasp, leaving Lin Qiu completely baffled by her. Resting a hand on her back, Lin Qiu asked if she was all right. She stayed quiet, and Lin Qiu realized everyone was completely shaken up. The brutal clash had clearly taken a heavy emotional toll on them. Rising to his feet, he admitted that taking lives was new to them. But in a brutal place like this, survival demanded extreme measures. They had to fight back, and he felt zero regret for their actions. Those killers deserved exactly what they got, their hands already stained with blood. Lin Qiu rallied his squad, reminding them they were here to stop monsters. With the threat cleared, he suggested they finally take a breather and rest. Jiang Sang cheered, declaring he would follow Lin Qiu into any battle. With a calm smile, Lin Qiu urged the group to keep moving forward. They certainly could not afford to set up camp right next to a pile of dead bodies. Watching him lead, Qin Shen found herself falling more and more for him. Her heart was racing, and she could no longer deny her feelings as they finally set up camp. While the others slept, Lin Qiu sat by the crackling fire with Yung to keep watch. Lin Qiu assured his friend he felt great, and Yung just shrugged it off. He claimed healing was just a basic skill, but Lin Qiu knew better. Yung was totally downplaying his talent, scratching his head in pure embarrassment. He shyly mumbled that Lin Qiu could call him whatever he liked. Just then Qin Shen appeared and offered to take over the watch shift with Lin Qiu. Smiling softly, she gently told Yung to go get some proper rest. She wanted some private time with Lin Qiu, so Yung quickly made his exit. Left alone, Lin Qiu felt his cheeks burn as tension filled the air. He was completely clueless about why she was suddenly acting so different. The flustered guy watched his absolute goddess sit down right beside him. He was dying to know what she wanted to talk about in secret. Qin Shen locked her beautiful eyes onto him, staying totally silent for a moment. The heavy silence only made the poor guy sweat with nervousness. Laughing nervously, he begged her to stop staring before his heart exploded. He hoped it would break the ice, but she just called him a big show-off. Lin Qiu could only chuckle sheepishly, scratching his head once again. With a playful glint in her eyes, she made a surprising confession. She admitted she actually found him quite attractive. Shocked, Lin Qiu dramatically asked what she had done to the real Qin Shen. Laughing, she praised him for keeping everyone calm during the chaos. He had stepped up and led them safely through the wild beast attack. Seeing him take charge was incredibly charming, leaving Lin Qiu absolutely speechless. Before he could overthink, he suddenly summoned every ounce of his bravery. He reached out and boldly took her hand, a daring move she never expected from him. Trying to play it cool, he softly asked if she was already seeing someone. Tears almost welled up in the girl's eyes, completely taken aback by his sudden, strange question. Annoyed, the lady demanded to know what kind of ridiculous questions those even were. But our hero couldn't help himself, she was just too incredibly cute. He joked about her unexpected compliment, hoping it wasn't just out of pity. With a huff, an angry Jen declared that her chosen partner must surpass her in every way. The boy smirked and asked with a grin if she was talking about him. The captain countered that he was only ahead because she had neglected her studies. Once the final test results were released, the true winner would become clear. Link had already received a special invitation, so he originally wasn't planning on taking the exam. But now he realized he had to take this whole thing much more seriously. With a playful smile, he asked if Jen would be his girlfriend if he won again. She angrily told him to zip it, right before Shengui interrupted their conversation. Shengui told his brother it was time to head out since he hadn't rested at all. Link told the beauty they would see each other tomorrow, bidding her a brief farewell. A nearby magician asked why she was so upset, but morning arrived in a flash. Link immediately asked his robot assistant to awaken today's random skill. The extraction process began, and the system congratulated him on his success. He had unlocked Aura Enhancement, a pretty surprising and interesting power. Unexpectedly, a breakthrough triggered, boosting his raw power in an instant. He now possessed a full 5 bronze stars, which completely exceeded his expectations. While pleased, he already set his sights on upgrading to silver or even gold ranks. After starting his day on a perfect note, he finally stepped out of his tent. Right outside, he spotted Jiang Sun, looking incredibly gloomy and downcast. Sensing a changed aura, the healer asked if his brother had broken through. Distracted, the chubby guy cutting fish sliced his finger with a sharp knife. Blood welled up instantly, causing a worried Cheng Ming to gasp nearby. She wanted to help him right away, but seemed slightly flustered. Confused, still, she began to carefully bandage her friend's finger. As she scolded him to be more careful, he noticed how delicate her skin was. Link asked why his comrade looked so absolutely shell-shocked. Jiang Sun asked if jumping 2 levels at once was not supposed to be shocking. The staggering news stunned everyone, but the fighter explained he had gained massive experience. His grueling battles from yesterday had made this sudden breakthrough possible. While the guys praised him as a genius, a wary Cheng Ming suddenly cut in. She urgently warned them to raise their guard and prepare to defend themselves. Hostile targets were closing in fast, and things were about to get messy. Tense, Link peered into the distance to see what was heading their way. A pack of wild, highly aggressive macaques was charging forward. These savage beasts were relentlessly hunting down a terrified girl in the distance. She was running completely on empty, with zero strength left to escape them. Our hero quickly ordered everyone to protect the girls from these dirty fighters. The swarm of aggressive beasts pursued the group with terrifying speed. Eager to grab any target they could, the monsters snapped at their heels. They sprinted ahead, a single pause meant instant capture. Trailing behind, a panicked Jiang struggled to keep up with the frantic pace. The warriors quickly realized there was absolutely no way to escape. Stamina was fading fast. Because of that, Shenhui suddenly halted. "We fight, we stand like true warriors," he shouted as they stopped. They braced themselves. The vicious enemies were fast approaching. Snapping a wooden branch in two, the calm Lin Qiu stood ready. This intense, desperate stand was their only option for survival. "Kill me if we lose," Xin Zhen quietly whispered to her comrade. Lin Qiu froze. He immediately pictured her dead on the ground. The thought of facing their cold bodies was too much to bear. But she insisted she would rather die than be captured by them. The brave warrior comforted her, promising that everything would be fine. In his mind, he swore to protect his beloved, even at the cost of his life. Charging straight in, he yelled that he would hold back the enemies. He urged the team to stay alert, and they heard him loud and clear. The warrior was furious that these beasts dared to target his goddess. With zero fear, he swung his twin wooden clubs with power. He shattered the jaws of every monster in his path. Red-eyed primates shrieked in agony as his brutal strikes landed. The survivors grew wild with rage, desperate to avenge their fallen. They lunged forward, but Lin Qiu's unmatched bravery was breathtaking. Xin Zhen found herself completely mesmerized by his incredible strength. But she quickly noticed that the massive swarm was surrounding him entirely. Suddenly, Xin Zhen herself became the target of a vicious beast. A rogue monkey lunged, but salvation arrived instantly for the girl. Lin Qiu leaped in, raising his wooden staff to block it. He absorbed the heavy onslaught of the vile creature. Smashed, Lin Qiu yelled that absolutely nobody would touch his goddess. But suddenly another threat sneaked up directly behind him. The swift beast lunged, aiming to take down the heroic fighter. Unable to react in time, he was slashed deep on his arm. Blood gushed from the wound, infuriating Xin Zhen and Cheng Ming. They prepared to strike, loudly telling him to get back immediately. Together, they unleashed a torrent of energy blasts into the air. A massive explosion erupted, leaving charred beasts scattered on the ground. Zhang stood over them as the tense blonde sensed more trouble. She warned that another pack was rapidly closing in on them. Peering through the clearing smoke, they saw a massive horde approaching. This group was far larger, led by an absolute giant of a primate. Their massive leader looked formidable, and Lin Qiu knew they were in trouble. The group was completely drained, having exhausted all of their physical strength. Min panicked, crying out that she was too young to die. She lamented never finding true love, which caught Shang Tsang's attention. The big guy desperately wanted to protect the girl he liked. Pulling out his smartphone, the healer resolved to protect the charming girl. He declared that nothing would harm her and raised his glowing hand. Shouting angrily into his phone, Zhang begs for everything to finally work out for him. Right at that moment, his bodyguard Xiaozai appears out of thin air and tells the young master not to worry, casually holding a smoldering cigar. The warrior squares his shoulders and glares at the challenger standing before him. Turns out he is a powerful golden level, awakened with the ability to transform into a massive orangutan. A pretty heavy argument on its own, concerned Zhang. Notices the man took his father's cigar again and orders him to immediately slaughter the beasts, promising to keep quiet about the stolen smoke, shedding his red jacket. The fearless fighter sneers that dealing with these pathetic monkeys is an absolute breeze for him. At that exact moment, a terrifying transformation into a brutal combat. Orangutan begins, presenting a highly intimidating sight to anyone watching, surprised. Qin senses the massive aura, asking if this is the golden rank, while admiring. Zhang proudly boasts that this monster is his personal bodyguard. The rich young master orders his subordinate to teach these wild beasts a serious lesson because they have gone way too far. The furious bodyguard charges straight into the massive herd of creatures. Ready to wipe them all out, the alpha monkey loudly orders the giant orangutan to back off in their beast tongue, but the guard does not listen and holds his ground. No retreat. Glaring, Xiaozai charges forward, fearlessly, fully believing absolute victory is already in his hands. Suddenly, he snatches the arm of a massive monster before the beast can even react. Then, the powerhouse begins, thrashing his opponent around like a ragdoll, slamming his heavy body against the ground. Stunned by the display, the panicked minions realize they must make a fast escape before their leader is completely wiped out. Talk about a total beatdown. The alpha is thrown back with one brutal jerk, crashing down in a spectacular display of pure golden rank strength. The heavy beast lands hard on his back. Sliding right into the terrified pack of pathetic monkeys, he lies completely still. And the whimpering beasts plead with the giant orangutan in their native tongue. To stay back, he ignores them. The ruthless warrior begins to growl, deeply staring at them with absolute terrifying hostility. The cowardly creatures instantly scatter, and the stern Xiaozai watches them run, knowing he could easily wipe out the entire pack in one blow. The panicked monkeys scramble away as fast as their legs can carry them, praying they can find safety inside the deep forest. The calm Lingu quietly points out that the sheer power of a golden rank is genuinely terrifying. The guard declares the threat is dealt with and prepares to leave, earning high praise from Zhang Hu. Tells him not to worry about his father's stolen cigar. Right at that second, the mighty protector leaps into the air, thanking the young master before taking off. The stunning Cheng Ming asks if this incredible fighter is always at his beck and call, and Zhang boasts there are even more, gesturing toward the magician. The young master says his family wanted to assign extra guards for covert protection, but they settled on Xiaozai. Back then, some pretty heavy Family choices had to be made, but everyone eventually agreed. Then Hiller apologizes, admitting he wanted to keep this meeting a secret from them, and his brother quickly reassures him not to feel guilty. The young master adds, they never would have truly tested themselves if they had known about the guard protection, but the brutal experience of the past few days had taught him a lot. It changed everything. Suddenly, the sorcerer noticed a massive pool of spiritual energy pooling inside his body, triggering an immediate breakthrough right on the spot. He hit 9 bronze stars. Stunned, Lin Qiu could barely believe his eyes. He never expected such a sudden leap to happen to anyone but himself. Then the lovely Cheng Ming experienced the exact same sudden upgrade. She was thrilled, having worked toward this for ages. Holding the orb, Lin Qiu pondered. If everyone else could evolve through raw experience, he should be able to too. Closing his eyes, the young man focused every ounce of his concentration. He was ready to force his own evolution. He clenched his fists tight. Standing completely still, he did not want to mess up the delicate process. Moments later, a wild surge of power rushed through him, sparking sudden hope. He expected a massive breakthrough. Instead, it was a total, crushing failure. His 3 companions watched his embarrassing flop. Disappointed, the warrior sighed. He admitted he really thought he had it, but nothing was happening. The system coldly chimed in that a breakthrough was currently impossible for him. He had just undergone a major upgrade, leaving him completely bummed out. He was ready to weep, still stuck at bronze, but suddenly, a strange item caught his eye. The glowing silver sphere in his hands held a secret. It contained the rare lion roar skill, which could stun enemies for several seconds. Grinning, the fighter turned to a surprised Jiang Sun, who listened intently. There was no way he would turn down a request from his close ally. Lin Qiu explained that the silver orb would be far more useful to a healer. Jiang Sun gasped, unable to believe Lin Qiu was actually handing it over. Lin Qiu smirked, pointing out that the wealthy young man clearly had a massive crush. He was totally in love with the gorgeous Cheng Ming. Flustered, Jiang Sun scratched his head. He admitted Lin Qiu was incredibly sharp, confessing his deep feelings for her. Blushing red, he mumbled that she was incredibly sweet, kind, and amazing at cooking. She would honestly make the perfect wife. Lin Qiu found himself slightly amused. He realized the young man was already thinking about marriage at such an early age. Grateful, Jiang Sun promised to transfer $2 million to him very soon. Lin Qiu just laughed and flashed him a supportive thumbs up. Staring at the precious silver orb, the healer smiled, thinking of his crush. Suddenly spinning around, he asked how long she had been standing there. The blonde girl giggled, admitting she saw them whispering, and got highly curious. Lin Qiu decided to help the painfully shy guy out by giving him a nudge. Jiang Sun stumbled forward, completely caught off guard by the sudden push. He almost tripped over his own feet, but quickly managed to regain his composure. Steeling his nerves, and believe me, he needed it, he prepared for a huge moment. Dropping down onto one knee like a man proposing, he nervously scratched his head. He looked up, asking if she would accept this special gift from him. Overjoyed, she gasped, asking if he really got her the rare sound system orb. He nodded quickly. Right there in front of the group, the beautiful blonde threw her arms around him in a tight hug, making their friends smile. Nearby, Xin happily began checking out her own new skills. Strange markings covered the yellow paper. Captain Qin ordered them to pack up. They had to keep moving, but Jiang begged them to wait for him. Before long, the team set off, navigating past massive boulders along the path. Captain Qin noted this was where the forest met the freezing, snowy mountains. She suggested stopping here, and the friendly crew immediately got to work. First, they sparked a warm fire and pitched their single tent. Dressed completely unsuitably for the winter, Jean began shivering from the cold. She tried to hide her suffering, but Lin Qiu noticed her distress. Without hesitation, the caring young man quickly took off his heavy jacket. He approached Jean and offered the warm coat, insisting she put it on. Bundled up and touched by his gesture, Jean smiled and thanked him. But danger lurked nearby. A savage, starving polar bear watched their camp. The beast had not eaten in forever. The next morning, Jiang called everyone. He called them to breakfast, and a well-rested Lin Qiu stepped outside. The young man mentally summoned his system, preparing to extract a skill. He initiated the process and successfully gained a precise marksmanship ability. But Lin Qiu was highly disappointed, finding this passive shooting skill useless. He was honestly ready to label his system a distributor of garbage. To sweeten his toast and cheer himself up, he sought some honey. He asked the healer for the sweet jar, wondering where it was. As his teammate pointed toward the spot, Lin Qiu turned and gasped. Standing right, there was a silver-ranked spirit beast. It unleashed a terrifying roar, throwing the young fighters into panic. Keeping her composure, the focused Cheng Ming unleashed her lion roar skill. She shouted that she would help, and the burly Zhang Chang joined. Captain Qin and the brave Lin Qiu stepped in, refusing to back down. Confronted by their power, the agitated bear instantly lost all confidence. The beast whimpered for mercy, and within minutes it was completely defeated. The poor bear lay flat with a massive bump on its head. Smiling, Captain Qin noted that Cheng Ming's skill made them unstoppable. She then announced they had to reach their final destination today. That tight deadline made Jean nervous. Captain Qin then approached Lin Qiu. She told him to get ready, and he replied he was almost finished. He was busy harvesting the bear, noting its carcass was highly valuable. He decided to store it in his spatial inventory, startling his companion. The brave youth smiled, reassuring her that it was no trouble at all. Jean nodded in agreement, and 3 hours later, they reached the snowy path. A dense, sprawling forest loomed ahead, precisely where they needed to go. Checking her map, Captain Qin confirmed they were close to their goal. The legendary fox den was nearby. Cheng Ming activated her sensory abilities. The alert girl warned them she could sense 36 snow foxes ahead. This sudden update made the entire squad tense up at the numbers. Just then, the observant Lin Qiu and Jean spotted some movement close by. Suddenly, a tiny, pure white fox cub emerged from the snow drift. The little creature trotted right toward them, looking incredibly sweet and friendly. Absolutely adorable, the girl completely melted and just could not contain her excitement. She was dying to hug and pet the creature. This silver-ranked snow fox had a sweet personality, was easy to tame, and looked totally harmless. Our hero recalled that Jen originally came to get this cute beast's magic sphere. But she ended up falling in love with it instead. He wondered what the sharp-eyed goddess would decide to do now, so he turned to face her. The serious fighter noted that since foxes are gentle, getting the sphere would be easy. But looking at her face, it was obvious she was having a really hard time. Making a choice because she already adored the little creature. Staring at her coldly, her ruthless rival asked if she needed any help. The lovely lady locked eyes with the snorting green-eyed fox, hesitant to do anything. Gently releasing the beast from her grip, she instantly brought massive relief to the faces of Zhang and Cheng Ming, who were just bystanders here. She quietly asked how humans were any better than the thugs chasing them. If they went around slaughtering innocent animals just for some magical core. Smiling warmly, the noble Qin said that simply meeting this beautiful fox was enough. Our main character fully expected this kind-hearted response from his goddess, and her gentle actions proved he was absolutely right about her. The captain announced it was time to head back, but a cautious Lin suddenly warned everyone to halt. Up ahead, they spotted 2 massive, snow-covered foxes slowly creeping toward them with a terrifying vibe. These giant beasts let out low, menacing growls, glaring directly at the group. And unleashing an intense pressure, the young hero quickly realized that the parents must think they were trying to steal their little cub. Talk about a tense standoff. Right then, the baby fox ran to its parents and started chirping in her own language, explaining that these humans were friendly. Her quick defense worked perfectly, and the fluffy little fox actually started to smile. With pure joy, a thrilled Lin noticed just how incredibly smart the creature was to explain everything to its family, letting everyone finally breathe easy. Yungen asked if our brave main character could actually talk to animals, and he casually lied that he just really loved them, keeping his skill a secret. Then the bold youngster decided to see if he could trade for that core, sending a wave of absolute panic through his already stressed-out companions. He fearlessly walked right up to the massive beasts and proposed a direct trade, which honestly seemed pretty bold. The excited guy asked the parents if they would give up a sphere in exchange for taking down their enemies. His friends were totally down to wipe out whatever monster was threatening these cuties. Chatting with the angry fox parents, Lin Qiu gathered some highly valuable information. Apparently, a massive, bad-tempered snow bear had been constantly terrorizing their territory. The squad was shocked to hear the culprit was a silver-level monster. But the real kicker, that exact predator's remains were already in our hero's possession. They were sitting right inside his inventory. The stunned foxes stood frozen, completely unable to believe their eyes as the dead monster suddenly appeared before them. In animal speak, one of the foxes literally called him a savior and handed over two glowing magic spheres. Our main character smiled, noting they only needed one. Their ancestors were ready to grant two more, and Qingjin felt incredibly grateful for it. The happy companions cheered, shouting that their little sister would soon feel the incredible strength she had craved for so long, and Lo wanted to watch the process. And the beautiful girl he loved had no objections, concentrating deeply. The team captain reached her hands straight out and tightly gripped the precious orb. Instantly, a massive icy weapon materialized in her other hand, signaling her ultimate success, drawing back the tight string of a massive bow. The girl confidently declared that it was time to test her new limits. The stunned hero never expected such insane lightning speed, but it was happening right before his eyes. Her perfectly aimed arrow could shatter any obstacle standing in its way, making the battle infinitely easier. The mage admitted that he could never match her sheer strength, as topping a feat like this was simply impossible. Her cheering teammates quickly rushed over to congratulate Jen on her incredible new ability, and Cheng Ming even suggested taking a group picture to celebrate the moment. Just then, Zhang ran over to the fluffy beast and asked him to hold the phone, balancing the device carefully against its soft fur. The young man announced that the timer was set for 10 seconds. The lovely blonde urged him to move fast and gather the whole group before the camera clicked. They managed to capture a wonderful picture alongside a sweet little fox cub, showing everyone smiling happily among friends. 3 days later, Lin Qiu lay on his bed, scrolling through the photo and admiring their happy expressions. His eyes lingered especially on the lovely smile of Qingjin, who was standing right beside him, but a sudden phone notification broke his focus. The cash had cleared, leaving him with 5 million and a total income from the entire journey exceeding 10 million, and he knew that taking first place in the upcoming exam would allow him to satisfy all of his goddess's requirements. The system remarked that the boy never quit, asking what was wrong with him, while listing his main virtues, and the proud young man explained how he studied and practiced every single day until he memorized entire textbooks. The brave young man told the system to cut the chatter and grant him a new ability, prompting the extraction process to begin. The hero received congratulations for unlocking an A-level skill called clairvoyance, which sounded pretty interesting. After thinking it over, the young man reached a brilliant conclusion. He could totally use this cheat code on the exam. He realized he could also use it to monitor any idiots hanging around the dormitory who dared to follow his goddess. A month later, grade day arrived, and the excited team members crowded eagerly around their computer screens. The lovely Cheng Ming felt confident she would place in the top 10, and Zhang praised her as the absolute best girl he knew. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu clicked the mouse and announced that the final exam results were officially in. At the sight of the stunning Qingjin, the hero almost fainted, wanting to wrap her in a huge hug, but instantly her eyes flared red with pure anger, which sent a little chill down the brave young man's spine. She snapped that this was totally unforgivable, leaving the panicked hero wondering what had gone wrong as she sharply demanded to know how the boy actually graded. To see what was going on, it was amazing how he scored top marks on every exam. The joyful Zhang's son laughed that his brother seemed like a total slacker. But Lin Qiu shyly scratched his head, replying that it was not that simple. Then the curious young man demanded to see Qin's results next. Qin blushed instantly. She crossed her arms, claiming there was no need for that. But she finally admitted defeat. Lin Qiu was just way smarter than her. This confession completely shocked him. He never expected this proud captain to back down. Seeing her act like this, he almost fainted from the cuteness. Then he showed her his balance. It was ridiculously massive. Grinning, he asked the goddess when they would finally go meet her parents. Angry and flustered, she yelled back, "What on earth was he talking about?" She demanded he stop talking nonsense. Just then, Jangan patted his shoulder in a friendly way. Jangan laughed, reminding him that he still had plenty of work left to do. The rich man said they would meet in 2 weeks, asking about the car. Lin Qiu confirmed he remembered. Now, only 1 day remained before his big trip. Opening his suitcase, he smiled. It was finally time to start packing. He had only lived in this place for 2 years, but it felt like home. Watching the empty room, he had no idea when he would ever return here. The robot assistant found it hilarious that he was getting so emotional. But Lin Qiu just snapped back. He demanded his next system skill instead. Right on cue, the rapid extraction process began, and he waited in anticipation. Smiling, he waited. He was eager to see his next unique ability. Testing it out, he realized he could level up much faster now. Pretty good news. Digital screen announced that the system would automatically strengthen his aura. Instantly, the download began. Massive energy flooded his body with raw power. Shocked, Lin Qiu begged to stop, but the robot warned him to endure it. If he missed this chance today, his body would literally burn to ashes. Holding the glowing sphere, Lin Qiu sighed. He was still stuck at 8 bronze stars. Still, he wanted to break through alone. He quickly sat down to meditate. Closing his eyes, he focused deeply, determined to absorb every bit of energy. He decided to use the silver cores to force the level transition himself. Within just 1 minute, his rank successfully evolved to 9 bronze stars. Suddenly, his eyes flared with a bright yellow light, overflowing with raw energy. Now calm, the young warrior told his assistant to proceed with the upgrades. The system complied. Smiling, Lin Qiu stared at his hands, feeling the massive change. He had grown so much stronger. Now it was time for the next big step. He finally achieved 1 silver star. His confidence instantly went through the roof. The system announced a brand new, overpowered skill had been successfully added. He could now manipulate external objects and even use his tail to absorb items. Teleportation, he grinned, incredibly eager to test this awesome new ability right away. Spotting a green bag on the table, he focused his mind entirely. He concentrated deeply, preparing to test out the limits of his new power. Stretching his hand forward, he declared it was time for the bag to move. He felt completely confident. This backpack was basically already in his hands. But the effort totally drained his spiritual energy, leaving him deeply annoyed. Practice, that was the only way to truly master his ability. The angry boy snapped at the robot when it advised him to train hard so that his hands would stop shaking. Still, persistent Lo kept making desperate attempts, fully believing that he would eventually succeed. The next day, his charming blue-eyed sister walked down the hallway, smiling happily. She noticed that the door to Lin Qiu's room was wide open and decided to step inside. Crossing the threshold, she grew a little nervous. The room was empty, except for a single note left on the desk. Curiosity taking over, she walked up and grabbed the paper, reading the words carefully. Her brother wrote to say that he was leaving for Shanghai to study. After 2 years, this place felt like home. His departure caught her completely off guard. Then she spotted a leather wallet, opening it only to find a massive stack of cash inside. Shocked, she muttered that no kid his age could earn this honestly. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu was hanging out with friends when he suddenly sneezed. Had he caught a cold? Shinzhen looked concerned, warning him that it was pretty chilly out, but Lin Qiu dismissed it. Suddenly, his phone rang. He quickly answered, putting it to his ear. On the other end, his furious sister screamed at him to come back home. Immediately, shouting that she was worried sick, Lin Qiu patiently tried to assure her that he made the money legitimately, which finally earned her praise. She admitted he was clever, but insisted that he still had to work hard. After all, that weak foundation of his needed serious training. Finally, she told him to bring a girl home to meet her. Hearing the station announcement, he told her he had just arrived at the station and would call her back later. Moving forward, Zhang teased that his family really loved him, but he just smiled and urged them on. Crowds of busy civilians filled the massive station, chatting and rushing about. Nearby, a subtle man sporting a neat gray beard and a sleek dark suit walked through the crowd. This quiet gentleman was University President Lu Chen, whose eyes suddenly locked onto something intriguing. It turned out that a group of eager new students was heading straight in his direction. The polite elderly man called them over, catching Lin Qiu completely off guard as he wondered who this was. Lu Chen explained he had watched all of Lin Qiu's matches, knowing with absolute certainty that he possessed immense raw potential. However, the elderly president was shocked to see that the boy was already at silver rank, asking how he achieved it so quickly. Waving his hand, the principal instructed the young fighter to visit his private office later. The highly confused young man had absolutely no idea why the president wanted to meet him right away. Later, a staff member led the boys to their room, explaining this would be their new living space. Assassin Zhang praised his companion for somehow achieving the prestigious silver rank in such a short time, though Lin Qiu barely knew how to handle the compliment. the chubby student added that sharing a room meant some of that incredible genius might rub off on him. Lin Qiu decided to pay the director a visit, hoping for some answers. But first, he turned to his robot to start the extraction. The system congratulated him on obtaining the S-rank body-strengthening skill. This duplicate skill dropped for the second time, instantly activating the boost. Lin Qiu then asked his robot assistant to check his current physical strength. His newly calculated power was now equivalent to 2 gold stars. This sudden surge surprised him, but the robot had more news. At this rank, any future physical upgrades would automatically be double S. Amazed, Lin Qiu asked why his friend was still hanging around. Since the director was waiting, the robot replied he had one final task. Afterward, Lin Qiu headed straight over to the deputy director's office. He asked why he had been called in. The director wanted some answers. He wanted to ask a few questions about the standard rank divisions. With 7 ranks from bronze to legend, the man remembered Lin Qiu's beast. He pointedly asked if it was true that the boy's beast soul was a simple white rabbit, and if he had faced any anomalies. Lin Qiu did not understand these questions. He wondered if Chen knew about his hidden system, even though that should be entirely impossible. Anxious and shouting, Chen demanded to know how Lin Qiu grew so fast. And when exactly he had achieved silver rank, Lin Qiu just smiled, thinking that his system secret was out. He had to think fast. Lin Qiu casually lied, claiming his rapid growth was from the spiritual realms. The stern director squinted, demanding to know how many skills Lin Qiu possessed. Lin Qiu calmly replied that he had 7, but Chen was not smiling. Honestly, what kind of rabbit possesses that many high-tier skills? Chen admitted he had met plenty of rabbit beasts, but none like Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu explained his beast awakening had evolved, giving him cosmic system abilities. This shocking news completely stunned the old man, who sat there frozen. He never expected Lin Qiu to have made such rapid progress, the boy. Lin Qiu knew it was hard to believe, but insisted it was completely true. He activated a massive spatial rift and told the director to watch closely. Chen stared at the levitating suitcase in absolute shock, his mind racing. It really was a space manipulation skill, a legendary and rare ability. Chen murmured that only one other person in the country mastered this power. And that was the Grand Director, Wang Jie. Lin Qiu grinned at this. It was great to hear, and Chen promised to introduce them soon. Though Wang Jie was away, they would meet eventually. Then Chen asked if anyone else knew about this evolution. Lin Qiu replied only Qinhan. And Zhang knew. Hearing this, Chen warned him to keep it quiet. This information had to stay classified. Lin Qiu nodded, agreeing completely. Suddenly, the deputy director made an unusual request, asking Lin Qiu to strike him. This caught Lin Qiu off guard. Chen had watched his last tournament match and wanted to personally test his physical strength. Lin Qiu did not hesitate. He simply apologized in advance for what was about to happen. With massive force, Lin Qiu delivered a devastating punch straight to his chest. Once the dust settles, Lin Qiu asks if Mr. Lu is doing all right. Inside, the old man marvels. This kid looks skinny, but his body hides monstrous power. Still furious, he threatens to deduct the repair costs straight from Lin Qiu's scholarship, who grumbles that it is totally unfair. Mr. Lu snaps back, warning that in 3 months he won't be here. No longer studying at Linmu, but since his strength is officially gold level. The old man has chosen a special spot, but Lin Qiu instantly refuses. He does not care about high-level matches outside of school limits. But the bearded old man yells that the grand prize is insane. A massive 5 million yen, yet our fearless warrior remains completely unfazed. He just wants to protect the academy and tells Mr. Lu not to sweat it. Shortly after, Lin Qiu slides open the heavy wooden door to his dorm. There sits a grinning Zhang Hengyang, ready to introduce the new roommates. He introduces his brother to their neighbors, and Lin Qiu instantly takes notice. His eyes lock onto a kid with bright green hair, and honestly, he can barely hold back a laugh, which makes the guy furious. The green-haired teen screams that this is his natural color, not dye. Lin Qiu asks if he reads minds, but Zhang Hengyang just laughs. Apparently it is written all over his face. Next, Lin Qiu greets another guy, assuming he is just some dad helping move heavy bags into the dorm. But this intense, super serious gentleman just glares right back at him. Looming large, he says nothing, prompting a nervous Zhang to quickly explain. This blonde guy with the scruffy mustache is actually their teenage roommate. How on earth does someone look so incredibly grown up at 17? Naturally, he gets no answer. The green-haired kid suggests splitting chores. The healer tells them to pull out their student cards. So all four of them hold up their documents to see who is oldest. Lin Qiu proudly boasts that he is the undisputed big brother here. This immediately rubs Zhang Hengyang the wrong way, sparking instant rivalry. While his roommate fumes, Lin Qiu smoothly tries to keep the peace. Suddenly, a student in a bright yellow cap pops his head inside. He tells them a mandatory class meeting is starting right now. Lin Qiu calmly nods, and the roommates slowly head out together. Just moments later, the group of four arrives at the crowded school auditorium. All the other students are already seated, waiting for things to start. Everyone inside turns to stare at them with absolute, unexpected surprise. Confused, they spot their old-looking blonde roommate standing near the front. They call him teacher, but he sighs, "I am your classmate, idiots." As Lin Qiu giggles, a sharp woman in a red suit sneaks up. She needs to pass. It is Han Junning, their platinum-level instructor. She demands they take their seats and warmly introduces herself. She welcomes them all, saying her door is always open for any issues they face. Today is all about introductions and choosing their new class representative. She asks everyone to state their names, starting with her own. She reveals she is a Platinum 8-star Beastmaster who loves sports. Junning announced the plan. Everyone would introduce themselves in turn, starting. With a very startled Jiang Sun, the shy boy hesitantly stood up. He was a silver healer, then he suddenly confessed his love for Cheng Ming. Smiling, the teacher turned to Lin Qiu, who sat right next to him. The boy smirked. He proudly stated he was an awakened rabbit who loved everything beautiful in this world. Hearing this, teacher Junning suddenly remembered something. Wait, everyone already knew him from the tournament. Our hero was totally shocked. Students in the back row started whispering about all the crazy rumors surrounding him. But they never expected him in their class. Our brave hero didn't care about their opinions at all. Junning simply moved to the next student. After a while, once everyone had introduced themselves and settled down, Junning made her move. It was time to choose a class representative. First, she noted that everyone in the room was highly qualified. However, she wanted to select silver-tier candidates who had scored over 700 points. This included the bold Lin Qiu, the charming Qin Zhen, and the serious Yang Qin. Teacher Junning announced that they each had exactly 2 minutes to speak. Who would go first? The user of the 2-star Beast Eagle form, Mong, immediately volunteered. The blonde boy grabbed the microphone. He confidently stepped up to speak. He started by thanking the teacher for this great opportunity to run. Back in elementary school, he was always class president. He had major experience. So if they chose him, their class would quickly become the absolute best in the entire academy. The charismatic young man finished his pitch, thanking everyone and hoping for their votes. But then, a guy with a proud mustache questioned why they should choose him. After all, they were all elite students here, and Jiang Tang completely agreed. The teacher thanked him for the passionate speech, then called the next speaker, who was none other than Lin Qiu, totally uninterested in this nonsense. Our hero walked up anyway and reluctantly took the mic in hand. He greeted the crowd, then he delivered a completely shocking statement. He did not want to be class president at all, not even slightly. Instead, he told everyone to vote for Qin Zhen, leaving her speechless. Angry inside, Junning maintained her calm, calling it a highly unusual speech. The modest girl stepped up. She simply asked the class for their votes, which sounded pretty weak. Junning asked if that was really all. Beauty nodded and stepped aside. Instantly, her close, loyal associates praised her, calling her a true ice queen with a legendary aura. With the speeches getting shorter, Junning called the beautiful Yang Qin up. Though incredibly popular, this secretive girl posed absolutely zero threat to Lin Qiu. Meanwhile, the boys in the hall went wild over her incredible beauty. This 3-star fire awakener stepped up and introduced herself briefly. She literally just stated her name, then finished right there, in a sweet voice. She asked for their votes, having prepared nothing else to say. Naturally, all the simping boys were instantly ready to give her their votes. Their hearts were fully captured, leaving our exhausted hero in complete disbelief. Lynch thought to himself that Mila Wang and Xinjin had totally different, yet popular styles. They were highly popular. Teacher Jun Ning soon announced that the votes were finally counted, and asked everyone to prepare for the name of their new class leader, Shi. deliberately dragged out the suspense, keeping the anxious crowd on edge. The crowd grew increasingly eager. In the end, the stunning Jin, keeping her usual serious expression, won by a landslide. Second place went to her fierce rival, who became the deputy, though she was absolutely furious about it. The teacher hoped they would cooperate, then announced that it was time to discuss their military training. The teacher added that this training was not going to be some ordinary, simple program. It was brutally complex, and she warned that any absence meant instant expulsion. The instructors were real, seasoned veterans from the special forces. It would mold these students like active combat soldiers. Lynch asked about their unit, and a totally shocked Simiang could not believe his friend was so clueless. Mila Wang chimed in, explaining that the warriors were the nation's elite squad, with power levels far beyond anything regular people could ever hope to comprehend. She tried to strike up a conversation with her crush, but Lynch was completely zoned out, paying her no attention at all. The young man was busy contemplating the day he might finally summon his own spirit beast, picturing a majestic eagle. Soon training day arrived. The students gathered on the field, waiting for orders. An excited Chung Ming suddenly noticed that her boyfriend, Yung Tsun, had lost a lot of weight. He cheesily replied that he missed her too much to eat. Watching the lovebirds, a lonely Lynch wondered when he would ever experience that. With the gorgeous Chin, he was busy imagining how breathtaking his goddess looked in her military uniform when Simiang suddenly nudged him to look up. Not far from the crowd, a massive eagle suddenly soared through the sky, its heavy feathers drifting down to the ground. A masked stranger in black was riding the wild beast, shouting for everyone below to clear a path. At his command, the giant bird dove straight down to drop off this incredibly intimidating new arrival. A mysterious figure announced that training was starting right now. This masked man was none other than their chief military instructor, the fierce Lieutenant Colonel Lin Qiu, who stared down coldly at the students. He barked that easy, comfortable lives were not meant for real soldiers, calling them weak greenhouse flowers who had never faced the cruel, harsh world. But since he was ordered to train them, he had no choice. He promised to toughen them up, alongside a team of highly experienced veterans. Just then, a much calmer instructor named Chinaming stepped up to the podium. He announced he would handle their theory classes next month. Feeling skeptical, Lynch quietly muttered that their names sounded pretty bizarre. Meanwhile, the instructor thought to himself that this year's batch of freshmen seemed exceptionally arrogant. Looking at them, he opened up his roster, ready to assign painful tasks from the very first. Second, with a cold face, he ordered everyone to run 10 laps first, and strictly warned that using any special powers was completely forbidden. This stunned the entire class, and even Lynch realized this was going to be brutal. The instructor roared that anyone who failed to finish the run would forfeit their lunch, just as the clever Chinaming predicted. Halfway through the run, countless cadets are already collapsing from sheer exhaustion, but the instructor knows exactly how to judge their stamina just by watching how they run. Amidst the struggling crowd, Linu stands out, his face completely calm and relaxed. While everyone else is dying, this guy just keeps moving forward without pausing. He even wears a light smile, which actually starts to worry their instructor. Linu only has silver talent, yet he easily runs ahead of everyone. Then his gaze shifts to the exhausted beauties, Yang Chen and Zhen, who are about to burst into tears. Seeing that his goddess is struggling, Linu gets excited. He decides to run over and check on her, stopping right in his tracks. This sudden halt instantly catches the eye of Sema Yang, running nearby. With a smile, Linu suggests that the goddess should run right alongside him. Pointing out how tired she looks, but drenched in sweat, the beauty insists she is perfectly fine, telling him to keep going without her. He sighs at her stubbornness. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl approaches him, complaining about being exhausted and begging the handsome hero for some help. Terrified by the physical contact, Linu instantly jerks his hand away. He flatly rejects her, completely unaware that his goddess is already burning with anger. The quick-thinking fighter tells the blue-eyed girl that he has to keep running, advising her to call out if she needs anything. On the final lap, the blonde fighter is barely breathing, pushing hard while Linu acts completely unfazed. Sema Yang is furious that this annoying rabbit of a kid keeps chasing him. Even singing casual songs, he vows that he will never lose here. Gathering every bit of his remaining strength, Sema Yang bursts forward, catching the attention of our slightly confused hero. Lin Qiu knows if he went full speed, he would have finished 20 laps by now, judging by the current situation. His conditioning is clearly on a completely different level than the others. Meanwhile, a furious Sema Yang thinks this smug kid is looking down on him. So he decides to challenge him. He tells himself that a majestic eagle can never lose to a pathetic rabbit, but reality says otherwise. With less than 100 meters left to the finish line, both are giving their absolute all, clenching his fists and jaw. The blonde rival vows to push through because losing is simply not an option. Meanwhile, the observant Lin Qiu wonders why his bitter rival is suddenly speeding up. Our calm hero has no idea why, since he is not even trying to fight for the first place spot. Meanwhile, the furious blonde keeps muttering that he refuses to lose to anyone who gets on his nerves. He yells out that all his hard work can never be beaten by some rabbit. But get this, right before the finish line, Sema Yang suddenly clips a loose rock and stumbles in absolute shock. He wonders how he could possibly trip so ridiculously, but it is already too late to recover. In the end, the reluctant Lin Qiu, who only wanted a comfortable second place, takes first. Sema Yang is practically crying, wondering if all his blood and sweat was wasted on his own stupidity. Instantly, instructor Hinaming congratulates our Victor. Looking closely at his face, he asks for his name. The instructor points out that even after 10 brutal laps, this resilient cadet still he had not lost his strength. The young man put on a total act, starting to whine about pain in his elbows, lower back, and knees. The strict instructor warned that he would remember him. Our hero knew he completely blew it. Ruined his cover with those dramatic antics. He looked at the breathless blonde and realized that because of his stunt, he would now be watched. The angry fighter growled that next time he would not go easy on Lin Qiu, who really did not want any of this attention anyway. The rival grumbled that at first glance the kid looked completely foolish, so he stared closer to make sure. His salty rival, who absolutely detested him, warned that Lin Qiu was still just a rabbit who could never take down a mighty eagle. But our hero calmly replied that the kid did not know who he was dealing with, advising him not to jump to conclusions. Right then, 2 other boys staggered over, completely drained and barely able to stand. The instructor saw everyone had finished. It was time for the next trial. Launch the next trial. Folding his arms across his chest, he calmly ordered everyone to line up and listen closely. Now that he had a clear grasp of their baseline abilities, Chinaming announced that everyone had to do 5 sets of 100 push-ups. The chubby Jung clutched his head, crying that he was as good as dead because his legs were already completely numb. Now his arms would fall off too, but the strict instructor declared that everyone must train independently, warning them not to slack off and to keep an honest count so they could report their numbers later. He coldly added that he would be watching their every move, warning that anyone caught slacking would face severe punishment. Right after he gave the command for the first-year cadets to begin, Sema Yang pumped himself up, absolutely certain that he would take the lead and dominate this exercise. But look at this, Lin Qiu completely shattered his confidence once again by blasting through his push-ups with terrifying, lightning-fast speed. The stunned blonde stared in absolute disbelief, calling him a total monster in his head. Lin Qiu knew that trying to hide his power was pointless now because the instructor had already seen right through him. Besides, this was just a tiny fraction of his true power, but still, his incredible performance caught Chinaming's eye, forcing him to keep a close watch on this bizarre cadet. Checking the kid's records in his notebook, the instructor muttered to himself that he had to monitor this mysterious boy very closely. Just like that, the master announced that the final group had finished, and the exhausted cadets collapsed face first onto the dirt. Gasping for air, Mong groaned that their instructor was an absolute demon, while Yang Chen whined that she was completely dead. But the teacher just announced that morning practice was done, granting them a temporary reprieve. Sema Yang, still panting, asked if there was more training. Chinaming smirked, offering the blonde a very special deal instead. The instructor proposed a direct duel, promising to suppress his own cultivation level so they would fight on equal ground. He even offered top-tier marks in his gradebook to anyone who could land a hit, holding up a 3rd gold medal as the ultimate prize. Sema Yang immediately accepted the challenge, while Lin Qiu smiled, thinking this was the perfect chance to test the instructor. Our hero casually asked if weapons were allowed, and the master gave him a nod. They ask him what kind of weapon he possesses, and the young man eagerly says he wants to use a gun. The tense man quickly replies that even his powers are totally useless against real bullets. The young man corrects him, explaining that he is actually talking about a spear. So there is no need to fear bullets. A tired Chinaming tells them to meet up. After lunch, and an enthusiastic Jang Sang promises to cheer for his brother. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu asks if the headmaster is giving the young rookie extra time because he is actually much stronger, and the chief simply replies that the kid is his absolute favorite. The master says he personally selected several candidates and wants them trained. The strict instructor promises that everything will be fully done. His counterpart also orders him to finally put aside all his constant criticism. A colleague then asks why he refuses to heal the severe scar, disfiguring his face. He fiercely vows not to touch it until the actual culprit is brought to justice. The embittered lieutenant colonel adds that the scar remains to remind him of that past pain. The chief can only wish him the best of luck in finding the elusive scoundrel. After all, so many years have passed, yet he still refuses to let it go. Waving goodbye, Lin Qiu mentions that he already has a few solid leads on the matter. He believes that the day he needs is finally just around the corner. By 1 in the afternoon, a surprised Lin Qiu is wandering around the training grounds. Hyler spots him and asks what he is doing, reminding him that the test is about to begin, but the young man replies that he is still searching for a proper weapon. Since his previous one got totally broken, he has to make do. Now he stands holding a brand new mop in his hands. Talk about an unexpected weapon. He shakes hands as the main character prepares for battle. Out of nowhere, dark-haired fighter carrying a golden spear appears, looking incredibly confident in his skills. It is Zhang Sun's loyal subordinate, who explains he brought a weapon made of a very rare alloy, urging his companion to accept it. The daring fighter takes it, noting how lethal and beautifully crafted it is, while thanking his caring friend. With a warm smile, the shy young man is just glad his respected brother likes the gift. Just then, Chu notices that the instructor and Simiang are already facing off, meaning the highly anticipated duel is about to begin. Clenching his fist tightly, the confident blonde stares directly into his opponent's eyes and boldly declares his victory. The fearless kid warns that he holds a second silver medal, casually apologizing to his instructor in advance, but the experienced warrior has faced brutal beastmen before, including some highly dangerous airborne predators. Because of that, he is completely unfazed by these threats, even letting out a smirk at the seemingly invincible kid. He casually tells the young challenger to take off his shirt before transforming into some hungry wild predator. Right on cue, the kid transforms into a massive eagle, whose wings could easily crush anyone with a single flap. Gathering his courage, he takes to the sky, soaring high to buy time for a quick strategy. Up there, Simiang looks incredibly menacing and powerful. Trust me, our main character has never seen anything like this. He watches this wild transformation for the first time, noting the elegance of his movements. But Chinaming just smiles, blocking the sudden strike in time. Spotting the incoming energy charge, the blonde beast twists and turns in the air, launching endless attacks that yield absolutely no results. Lin already knew the instructor possessed a rare metal awakening, so none of this surprised her. It explained why he took on the challenge so easily. Everyone wondered if anyone could shatter his invincible armor. Stunned, Mang stared at his opponent in shock, trying to comprehend how the guy was still standing instead of falling to his knees. The instructor calmly asked if the boy truly lacked spiritual energy this badly, even suggesting that he should just surrender, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. The frustrated young warrior finally admitted defeat, realizing he stood absolutely no chance. Chinaming scratched his head and asked the next brave student to step right up. Suddenly, the beautiful Wang Qin stepped forward to accept the daunting challenge. She wielded the power of the 3rd silver rank and the element of fire. Wearing a sly smile, the confident young lady asked the instructor for a proper lesson. Unshaken, Chinaming calmly replied that it was time to begin the match. Without any warning, the bold girl launched a massive fireball right at him. The attack looked highly impressive, but Chinaming knew this fiery sphere would not cause real damage. It was incredibly easy to dodge, but still, since she dared to challenge him, she definitely had a few cards up her sleeve. Powering up, the instructor rushed forward, knowing he needed to stay on the offensive. But Wang Qin just stood there. She took a fighting stance, grinning slyly. She prepared to unleash her fire magic again, warning her opponent to stay alert. Chinaming felt briefly confused, sensing the massive danger rapidly approaching him. Talk about a close call. At the very last second, he desperately braced himself. He threw up a guard and squinted, desperately hoping to avoid a severe injury. Wang Qin gently raised her hands, quietly promising to show her respected teacher mercy. The shocked instructor could only marvel. She was incredible compared to the others. She was on a completely different level compared to the other students. Under intense pressure, Chinaming finally resorted to using his ultimate steel barrier skill. Safe behind his wall, he realized the truth. This girl was forcing his hand. Her intense flames were burning at thousands of degrees, making it incredibly tough to hold. The heat was absolutely overwhelming, testing his defensive line to its absolute limit. Still, she relentlessly kept up the pressure, forcing him to block with everything. But maintaining that intense fire took a heavy toll, and fatigue soon set in. Her energy was spent. Suddenly, the exhausted girl collapsed to her knees. She softly announced her surrender, admitting that her spiritual energy was entirely drained. Feeling a bit awkward, the instructor praised Wang Qin for an amazing performance. Meanwhile, the quiet Xinjin watched her classmate fall with a trace of sadness. It was impossible to tell what was actually going through her mind. Stepping up, the cold girl revealed she possessed 4 stars and the ice element. Chinaming was deeply impressed, knowing how incredibly rare that was for a freshman. She calmly suggested he take a break, wanting a completely fair fight. But Chinaming assured her otherwise. His remaining energy would be more than enough. The two took their positions, and as she activated her magic, the blue-eyed girl warned the instructor to keep his guard up. Clenching his fists, the serious instructor decided to end this quickly and started the match. Without hesitation, the fearless girl summoned a sharp ice arrow and drew her bow. The tense instructor immediately noticed the terrifying, raw power of her weapon. He had absolutely no time to relax, looking at those sharp, flying crystals. The nervous instructor wondered what kind of monsters these students were. Each one was stronger than the last, dodging in every direction, he realized. He would need to coat his entire body in metal to block her. Powerful attacks, he had to close the distance, but the moment he got near, the girl freezing arrows materialized. A frustrated Chinaming realized that his opponent had shattered his defense and completely outsmarted him. Nearby, Lo watched the clash, deeply admiring the stunning girl whom the instructor could not get close to even once during their entire struggle. Soon, the calm girl announced she was forfeiting due to low energy. Hearing this, Chinaming, who was drenched in sweat, felt a quiet wave of relief. Having caught his breath, the instructor asked if any other student wanted to face him. Right then, a confident Chu raised his hand and proudly declared he had awakened a silver 1-star beast. Instant silence. The instructor just stared, deeply intrigued by this loud kid. The young student arrogantly asked if the tired teacher needed to take a break first. Having taken some hits, but the master shook his head, saying he recovers instantly. Honestly, dealing with a student at this level would barely require any effort at all. Suddenly, his stern colleague stepped in front of him, warning that if he did not recover properly and use his full power, he would lose. Dead serious. The surprised Chinaming asked if he meant it, and received a very cold nod in response. Down below, the watching students discussed the insane level of their instructors, while a bitter Sim Mayang desperately wished to see the bunny boy get completely crushed. Resting on the grass, Chinaming caught his breath while Lin Qiu approached Lin Qiu. Asking him about his background, the kid was shocked that the boss had already mentioned him, even wondering if they had talked about outer space. Lin Qiu recalled that the manager had only brought up the young man's massive physical power. Realizing he had almost blown his own secret, the incredibly panicked kid quickly lied, claiming he was just talking about his beastly transformation. But his companion did not buy the excuse, shaking his head. The guard instructor was determined to teach these arrogant punks a harsh lesson, while his fellow teacher warned him not to underestimate them. Nearby, the long-haired Chun bet that if he lost, he would do 500 push-ups on the spot, which surprised nobody. A stressed Lin Qiu genuinely did not want any flashy attention. He wanted a quiet life, but that was over. The instructor ordered the young man to transform already, refusing to waste another second, but Lin Qiu calmly replied that his true power had nothing to do with turning into a beast, utterly baffling his opponent. This comment instantly enraged The instructor, who knew that beast awakeners relied entirely on their physical transformations. To fight, blinded by fury, the incredibly agile Shiniming lunged forward to attack, roaring that the insolent brat would regret his arrogance, but the young man, in turn, just stood there, watching a blazing projectile rocket straight toward him. Calmly, he observed that the veteran instructor relied far too much on raw talent instead of actual hard work. With a swift movement, the teacher made sure his dodges and movements were pretty awkward. No one would call him a professional. But an attack like that is easy to counter if you can find a flaw. The sharp instructor was busy searching for exactly that. The young fighter immediately knew this was his golden chance. He swung with massive force, instantly putting his opponent on high alert. Still holding his stick tightly, the boy managed to keep his balance and stay upright. Meanwhile, Shiniming crashed down onto the hard ground like a heavy sack of old trash. This display completely stunned the entire crowd of students standing nearby. Nervous Linhun was convinced Lin Qiu was a golden-level powerhouse, while Yun Ning loudly declared that he would follow this powerful monster of a man forever. An excited Qin Shun watched as this weak kid kept leaving her behind. Catching up was impossible, leaving her to stare in absolute awe. She realized that standing next to someone this powerful would guarantee her own ultimate success. She cheered loudly, wishing Lin Qiu luck, while other boys joined. They immediately began calling him cool because he had fully proven himself during this wild fight. Lin Qiu was completely puzzled. Seriously, what is wrong with everyone? One happy student loudly cheered that it was an excellent fight. To answer their massive cheers, Lin Qiu simply raised his fist high into the air. But the serious instructor told himself that he must not let the young man get cocky. Clutching his weapon tightly, the man calmly pointed out that he wasn't great with spears. Glaring at the boy, the combat teacher claimed daggers were his forte. Lin Qiu, lazily picking his nose, knew that was a total lie. He knew the instructor's martial skills actually left quite a lot to be desired. So he feared absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, the thoughtful Lin Chun noticed his colleague was getting serious, remembering every weapon has limits. A spear was perfect for keeping distance and avoiding close combat. It kept you safe but was very awkward to use up close. But with a dagger, the combat style was the exact opposite. So the scarred instructor firmly believed that this battle would be highly spectacular to watch. The two opponents crossed weapons, starting a very high-stakes duel. The agile instructor constantly darted from side to side, hunting for his opponent's single weak spot. But the observant Lin Qiu quickly noticed how solid his opponent's guard was. He realized the man's guard was tight, and his specialized gear also held active magical buffs. Honestly, how did Shiniming dare to get distracted in this serious battle? Realizing he had to act fast, Lin Qiu drew his spear. The attacking combat instructor froze instantly when he saw the boy do something incredibly strange on the field. He grew deeply alarmed and disturbed by the kid's weird stance. But get this, he was terrified that the young man had split his weapons. Now the cold-blooded kid swung his weapon like a katana. The terrified teacher quickly realized he had no choice but to block the blow. Bracing himself against the impact, he prayed for the absolute best. He realized in that very moment that this young kid was just too incredibly strong to handle. If he hadn't rested and recovered his energy, he would have definitely lost. Suddenly, a massive impact sent Shiniming flying backward. He soared away like a broken doll under Lin Qiu's final devastating blow. The students watched in sheer disbelief. Such raw, powerful actions left them speechless. This was unbelievable. Nobody ever expected this, yet he still stood. He got up fast. He was unharmed, though his pride took a hit. The nervous instructor simply could not fathom how this young man could be this strong. How could someone who awakened a beast possess such insane physical strength? The trainer admitted to himself that he was exhausted and the kid was truly formidable. Still, this match had gone on far too long. He tried to gauge his opponent. He wondered if the young man wanted to continue or how this duel would end. Right then, the kid noted they were evenly matched and suggested a draw. As they shook hands, they exchanged respectful words, but the young warrior knew the truth. If he had tapped into his cosmic power, he would have won instantly. Shiniming confessed that he actually did not hold back his skills, despite promising to. So, acknowledging the young man's victory, he excused him from the upcoming training. The cheerful kid smiled and claimed he would have loved to continue their session. But since he had been feeling pretty nauseous lately, he chose to follow orders. This whole display only annoyed Mayan, who watched with a sour face. Meanwhile, Zhang was absolutely thrilled for his brother, while the lovely Qin wanted to know him better. Suddenly, the harsh instructor barked at the other students, asking why they stopped. He ordered them to keep running laps, threatening to cut their dinner entirely. Hearing this, the crying healer whimpered, knowing he couldn't survive such a task. The teacher dragged the poor guy along while our hero just grinned and waved. But just when things seemed to calm down, a sudden, heavy gaze locks onto him. He turned around and realized that Lin Qiu was standing right behind him. Seeing the headteacher catching him off guard, he knew the man wanted something. The stern lieutenant colonel calmly asked if the kid wanted to ride with him. Confused, Lingo clarified if it would really just be the two of them. The cold officer nodded, making the kid feel incredibly awkward. Embarrassed, he clutched his head and quickly apologized, claiming he was busy. The scarred fighter chimed in, saying he actually wanted to fly along with them. Hearing this, the hero realized they meant taking a ride on a massive eagle. The curious instructor asked how the kid knew their mount was a thunderstorm predator. He wondered if the boy studied spiritual beasts, prompting a quick lie. The kid claimed his older brother had taught him about them in the past. Right then, an impressive, terrifying bird of prey landed heavily on the asphalt. The headteacher asked what the young man thought of the giant beast staring at them. Lin Qiu stayed calm, offering a few words while asking them to correct him. He noted that eagle chicks used for military service are usually taken from ruins. They are either captured as hatchlings or bred right inside the military barracks. Stunned, his companion asked where on earth he got that highly specific information. The boy shrugged it off as common knowledge. Lin Qiu grew quite nervous. The officer couldn't understand him and asked if he thought the bird was weak. Our unbothered protagonist calmly asked the tense instructor to just cool down. He pointed out that something was seriously wrong with this beast's daily diet. Artificially raised and wild birds have massive, noticeable differences in their sizes. The sharp-eyed hero pointed this out before falling deep back into his thoughts. The eagles raised by the teacher were just as massive as wild ones. Lin Qiu learned that the instructor regularly went on expeditions to find chicks that live up to 100 years, though the teacher's beasts barely lived half that long. The shocked boy recalled how the research department had been racking its brains over this puzzle for years, yet he had effortlessly understood the entire mystery. The stern commander asked how he knew all this, but the boy couldn't reveal the truth. The youngster claimed someone had simply told him about it. But in truth, his unique resurrection skill had boosted his growth as a master, elevating him to expert level. Placing a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, Lin Qiu asked if there was a real cure for his eagles. He nodded, then he ordered the surprised student to keep up. Lin Qiu protested that he had classes, but his teacher stepped in to handle it. The commander called the school, asking the teacher to let the boy leave. He promised to bring him back safe and sound after just a couple of days. Lin Qiu begged to stay behind, but the strict instructor quickly threatened him. Go or get marked absent and expelled from the academy, left with no choice. The boy climbed onto the back of the massive eagle, grumbling to himself that all adults were liars. The scarred commander yelled that it was takeoff time. A jolt of absolute panic hit Lin Qiu instantly. The giant beast launched into the sky with a powerful flap of its wings, terrifying the boy. Soon they arrived at a heavily guarded military base hidden deep in the mountains. The guards immediately stood at attention, recognizing the famous commander Lin Qiu. The majestic beast touched down, letting them slide off its massive back. Lin Qiu stared in absolute awe, never expecting to see such an incredible base. It felt like stepping straight into a movie, his eyes wide with disbelief. He walked in silence, soaking in the view. Suddenly, the chief of staff, Jin Yun, approached them, utterly confused by the commander's early return. His plans spanned the entire week, but the stern Lin Qiu simply smirked. Declaring he brought back a real treasure, he shoved the unhappy boy forward. Lin Qiu grumbled in frustration. He demanded to know what was going on. He was totally lost. The commander invited Jin Yun to come along, planning to present the kid to the chief, but he politely declined. Lin Qiu gestured for the boy to keep up, and he followed without complaining. For several tense minutes, the two walked quietly deeper into the base, crossing a massive iron bridge over the canyon until they reached a giant rock. It felt incredibly bizarre to the boy, who had no clue what was happening. He was supposed to meet the big boss, so why stop here? Yet instead of some grand office, they were just standing before a solid stone wall. Lin Qiu half expected the commander to suddenly leap out like a wild monkey. But the commander remained completely calm, quietly pressing a hidden button. With a soft click, the secret mechanism activated right before his eyes. The stone parted, a heavy iron door appeared, making the tense boy shiver. He was completely caught off guard by this highly advanced technology. The calm commander gestured for the boy to follow him inside, promising that the real shock was still waiting just ahead. Lin Chong felt as though he had stepped into a completely different world. Scientists in bulky hazmat suits occupied every corner of the facility. They were busy conducting intense research on some giant eagles. Everyone in the room was completely focused to avoid making mistakes. Massive containment capsules lined the room, holding various active test subjects. Looking around, the nervous hero noticed spiritual beasts and researchers everywhere. They occupied the entire mountain. The colonel casually asked how he felt. Chun asked if he was impressed. Excitedly, Lin Chong spoke up. He loudly complained that feeding pork to these giant birds was an absolute crime. But one nearby griffin looked perfectly fine. Chun pulled the boy along. Since the young kid was completely fearless, Chun knew their problems would be simple. Eventually, they came to a sudden halt in front of an iron door. This sudden stop left the young man feeling completely in the dark. Chun grumbled that they had not even had time to introduce him yet. Knowing talking would not help, the determined instructor took action. He kicked the heavy iron door wide open with a single blow. The sweating Lin Chong had no idea what to expect but followed. Shielding his eyes from the rising dust, he asked why they were so rough. But the instructor ignored him completely. Through the smoke, he spotted a figure. A young blonde girl stood inside, keeping her gaze lowered to the floor. Chun explained that their priority was to snap Shen Xin out of it. Hearing this, Lin Chong realized that their chief logistics leader was female. Chun added that she was a level 30 demon awakener and manager. The research team head stared back at her uninvited guests with intensity. Lin Chong was instantly on guard, having never dealt with demons before. He nervously whispered to Chun, asking if such entities really existed. Chun confirmed that a demonic awakening was rarer than a cosmic system. This made Lin Chong realize that his mentor might know his secret. Chun said he would wake Shen Xin and told Lin Chong to hide. But the stubborn kid didn't understand why he needed to run away. Chun warned him that she enters a violent demonic state when disturbed. He admitted that even he might not be able to contain her. Reaching out, Lin Chong figured the worst that could happen was a beating. But he was ready. Summoning his courage, he prepared to take the risk. The brave young man gently touched the shoulder of the gun-toting lady. Instantly, the fierce girl whipped around and opened fire on him. Lin Chong leaped aside, desperately dodging as bullets began to fly. The relentless gunfire continued for minutes, absolutely terrifying him. The panicked guy wondered if she was genuinely trying to murder him. Finally, the shooting stopped, and he assumed she had run out of ammo. But it was still way too early for them to relax. The ruthless girl suddenly activated her incredibly lethal demon mode. Giving him a cold, piercing glare, she dropped into a combat stance. Ready to rip him apart, the enraged leader suddenly lunged forward. Her terrifying aura flared, shattering Lin Chong's fragile confidence. He doubted his own abilities, completely unsure if he could actually handle her. Meanwhile, the master deployed his stone wall defense at the very last second, realizing he was out of options. The raging Shenshin had zero intention of backing down, fully prepared to obliterate. The massive barrier blocking her path, without breaking a sweat, the furious beauty smashed right through, lunging to choke the absolute life out of the intruder. The instructor kept his cool and quickly noticed how much stronger she had gotten, suspecting she was already bordering on a 9-star power level. He scrambled to activate multiple defensive skills while Lin Qiu watched in sheer terror. Her strikes were so incredibly brutal that even a 3-layered shield could not hold her back. The cornered instructor shouted that he could not endure this alone any longer. Lin Qiu calmly nodded in agreement, declaring he understood the plan perfectly before immediately springing into action. The nimble young man bolted straight toward the computer workstation, constantly looking back to avoid getting caught by his relentless attacker. Reaching the screen, he quickly scanned the Firebird incubation details, which immediately caught his sharp attention. Clever guy instantly realized that if the creature hatched now, it would suffer from major birth defects. Panicking, the desperate instructor screamed out, demanding to know why Lin Qiu stopped, begging him to call for help. Immediately, the young hero turned back to his instructor, having noticed something incredibly bizarre. He declared that something was totally wrong with the hatching setup, drawing Shenshin's sharp gaze right over to the workstation. Lin Qiu confidently claimed he knew exactly how to fix the settings, which stunned the blonde. Wait, is she actually calming down? Suddenly, her demonic horns started to vanish, and she quietly asked if he was actually telling the truth. Stunned by the sudden transformation, Lin Qiu froze, struggling to comprehend what just occurred. Back to her senses, the calm Shenshin explained that she had tried for ages without any luck, asking him where the hidden mistake was. The frustrated young man stood there, completely dumbfounded, as he suddenly realized that calming her down was actually this easy. Seriously, all those years of beatings, for nothing. The instructor knew her research had hit a massive roadblock. That was why he had brought a true spiritual beast specialist directly to her lab today. Shenshin just giggled, looking down at the kid who hated being underestimated. Lin Qiu silently grumbled, wishing the instructor was not around to stop him. He would have shown her his true worth. Suppressing his annoyance, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a notebook packed with crucial records. He explained that the incubation settings Shenshin used were completely wrong because the starting temperature inside the chamber was set way too low. Being a pure fire element spiritual beast, the egg had immense heat resistance. Normally, a mother bird would blast direct flames onto it. Lin Qiu added that the tiny chick also required massive external energy to successfully hatch. The clever boy suggested placing power spheres near the core so the developing beast could absorb vital nutrients. Intrigued, the thoughtful Shenshin admitted she had watched wild birds heat their nests with fire, but using spiritual spheres was completely new to her. Curious, she asked what the real Lin Qiu asked if she knew the major difference between a wild habitat and their daily human reality. Lost in her own thoughts, the girl couldn't find an answer, but the young man insisted it was all about the aura. Surprised, Shenshin realized that the eggs absorbed the energy surrounding them and called our hero a true professional. Out of nowhere, the beauty grabbed the expert by the hand and dragged him away, catching him completely off guard. Calling him a baby, she said they would create new life together and promised to recognize his talent if he could actually hatch these chicks. The young man stood there completely baffled, not knowing how to handle her. She pouted, asking if he really had no desire to help the helpless little birds. Blushing hard with pure embarrassment, the guy replied with a sharp gleam in his eyes that he wouldn't just stand aside. But then, the hero declared he had much bigger things to focus on right now than having children. But his confused companion couldn't grasp his meaning. Without warning, the bold hero grabbed her by the wrist and dragged her off somewhere, completely throwing the bewildered Shenshin off balance. At that exact moment, our hero stood in the center of the hall, catching the attention of all the scientists. He announced he had crucial information, warmly greeting the room before introducing himself as a visitor, here to help the researchers out. The young man casually pointed out that they were making massive blunders when feeding their precious spiritual beasts. Offended by his claim, the angry researchers snapped back, insisting they were elite specialists who had done endless scientific studies. They weren't about to take lectures from some random stranger. The calm lieutenant colonel stepped in, demanding everyone speak one at a time and keep their tempers in check. He wondered how they could trust Lin Qiu, who knew that simple talking would never convince them. He had to show them instead. The serious young man calmly asked if they could spare him one of their eagles, promising he wouldn't hurt the creature, but actually cure its hidden issues. One of the scientists scoffed, pointing out these spiritual beasts were far too rare to just hand over. The highly perceptive Lin Chong could tell these stubborn experts had zero faith in the young student. That was the real reason they refused to cooperate with him. So right then and there, the commander ordered the steel gates to slide open and let in his personal giant beast, a lethal combat predator that never failed him. The shocked specialist turned to the daring commander, warning him that this was incredibly reckless. Placing a reassuring hand on the young healer's shoulder, the commander declared that he fully trusted his skills, officially handing the beast over to his care. A nearby subordinate calmly reported that the lieutenant's beloved eagle was already here and waiting for Its next orders, as the massive creature stepped forward, its giant yellow beak looked incredibly fierce. Stunned, Chun asked if the leader truly called this terrifying thunderous eagle a little cutie, and the commander simply nodded in agreement. One researcher mentioned the giant bird had barely reached gold tier, while the young healer requested some strong awakening stimulants, pure alcohol, painkillers, and a sharp scalpel. Keeping a completely straight face, Chun assured the anxious scientists that the kid was a brilliant healer who brought his own tools. The young man then gestured for them to follow, while a frantic researcher warned that he wouldn't take any blame if the beast ended up dead, but thanks to his top-tier taming talents, the young man understood spiritual beasts inside out, leaving him with absolutely zero fear. He knew exactly where an eagle loved to be touched, so he gently reached out to pet it. Lin shows the massive beast he means no harm. Hearing its soft, pleased chirps, the young beast tamer realizes the giant bird has taken a liking to him. The shocked instructor asks how he got it to obey. Lin calmly says it is time to start, leaving the teacher, who is practically weeping, completely baffled. How did this kid tame such a proud beast? In just a few minutes, soon, the massive thunder eagle lies completely relaxed on the ground. It is barely even moving. Confident now, Lin signals his assistant to help him get on top of the creature, and the staff eagerly rush to assist. Mounted on the massive bird, the young specialist prepares to start the operation. First, he requests a strong anesthetic, so the giant beast will not feel any pain. Without asking a single question, the stern assistant immediately preps the dose. He hands over a massive syringe glowing with a blue serum. The nervous instructor watches anxiously, completely unsure of the outcome, but they have absolutely no other choice but to trust the rookie. The veteran commander knows that despite his incredible talent, Lin is still just an academy student. He will definitely need help. Suddenly, the bold specialist demands boiling water, wanting it poured right onto the beast's stomach, shocking the commander. But the older man quickly realizes the genius behind this bizarre move. Lin is simply stripping the feathers to feel the area properly. Next, with total focus, the young master calls for a scalpel to make the first cut. The anxious assistant glances at Lin Chan, worried for the giant bird. Lin calmly tells them that since they decided to trust him, they must stay strong and watch this operation all the way to the very end. Lin Chan commands his subordinate to hand over the scalpel, and they immediately obey. Holding the sharp blade, the young specialist focuses entirely on his patient. He positions the scalpel, ready to slice into the thick, feathery skin. As Lin announces he is starting, the terrified scientist behind him covers his eyes. But a split second later, Lin's expression completely shifts in shock. Did something go horribly wrong? Well, as he looks inside, he spots something bizarre. A massive ball of fat is blocking the eagle's egg-laying passage. Realizing this is the problem, Lin tells the assistant they must extract it. Working together, they pierce the outer tissue, but warm blood suddenly spurts out. Splashing right onto Lin's face, the expert calmly orders his assistant to heal the wound. The assistant activates his healing magic immediately, telling Lin to leave it to him. Lin Chun asks why he had to remove that tissue, and Lin explains that a thunder eagle should never carry that much excess fat inside its body. This procedure will make her stronger and allow her to lay eggs naturally again. Curious, the lieutenant colonel asks how the bird even got this obese. Lin answers that they need to change her diet to fresh beef or lamb. The serious officer promises to monitor the bird's recovery before making a final decision. Just then, Shen Xin points out something happening with the giant creature. Right on cue, the fierce predator snaps awake and flies straight toward them. She squawks loudly, seemingly demanding to know what happened to her blockage. Everyone is incredibly relieved to see the magnificent eagle energetic and completely fine. However, her gaze is incredibly sharp now. She is no longer a gentle pet. Her owner quickly realizes that his partner has undergone an amazing transformation. The beast had officially entered its second phase of development, leaving Lin Qiu completely stunned. It grew to 15 meters long and easily reached platinum rank. After petting it, Lin Qiu Shen Xin declared she wanted to take flight, while the instructor wondered if the kid truly understood the language of beasts. Slowly, the man started believing our hero was a genuine master of spiritual creatures, prompting the scientist to apologize for his past doubts. Lin Qiu offered to point out a few key mistakes, confident that their overall combat power would soon soar to completely Different level, he immediately began detailing what they should avoid when training. Thunder Eagles, while Shen Xin began to observe his every move with extreme care. Soon, the chief instructor escorted our young expert to the break room, urging him to get some rest. After changing, Lin Qiu collapsed onto the bed exhausted, noting how quickly night had fallen during their discussions. Rest was overdue, placing his heavy head on the soft pillow. The tired master smiled, glad to finally get some sleep. But get this, his quiet night was shattered when a gentle hand suddenly touched him. Turning around, Lin Qiu gasped, finding the gorgeous Shen Xin. Right there in his room, the stunned expert couldn't fathom what this beautiful commander was doing here at such a late hour. Springing up in bed, he demanded to know why she was sneaking into his private room so late. However, the charming lady replied quite calmly, explaining that she just arrived, but that wasn't the main point. Lining closer to him, she eagerly showed off the object in her hand, while he insisted she keep off his bed. Glancing down at her personal notebook, Lin Qiu realized the spiritual chick had already hatched with highly accurate growth parameters. Though he noted it happened far too fast, the commander confessed she used the golden spiritual spheres, a ridiculous waste of resources he had never witnessed before. Flabbergasted, Lin Qiu rested his head back down and asked why she woke him. But the lady was dead set on having a serious talk, creeping even closer to the young master. She hesitated, trying to find her courage. In a soft whisper, she begged him to teach her how to deal with spiritual beasts, formally asking to become his personal student. Our hero pointed out he was just a student himself, but the stubborn girl, whom he saw as a total devil, absolutely insisted. Eventually, the exhausted master agreed to give it a shot, bringing a beautiful smile to her face. The bold Shen Xin thanked him sweetly, asking him to guide her well. For a moment, Lin Qiu seriously doubted if he made the right call. But there was no escaping her. Not wanting to waste more time, the young master pushed the startled lady out his door, announcing that lessons would begin tomorrow. The next morning, a heavily sleep-deprived Lin Qiu stepped out, displaying massive dark circles under his eyes, desperately craving a peaceful nap. He needed to check on his powerful spirit bird, but before he could even decide, his eager new disciple suddenly blocked his path. The playful lady asked what they would be studying today, forcing our tired hero to quickly improvise. This expert had no clue how to actually teach this beauty, so he simply told her to ask questions, promising to answer them all. Shen Xin smiled warmly and declared that they found the ice bear eggs, but the hatching failed, leaving them asking what went wrong. The expert Lin Qiu explained that the incubator temperature must stay below freezing. Once they fixed that, everything would finally start running smoothly. Soon, Lin Qiu was dizzy from her endless stream of questions. But he finally reached the lab, where two guys greeted him with excitement. They cheered that expert Lin Qiu was here, immediately bombarding him with questions. He could barely keep up with the overwhelming rush. After days of hard work, the young expert finally found a moment to rest. Suddenly, a loud siren shattered his hard-earned peace. Lin Qiu opened his heavy eyes, dark circles showing his pure exhaustion. He struggled to wake up, trying to make sense of the noise. He dragged himself up as researchers were ordered to gather in the square. Sweat rolled down his cheek as he wondered what had gone wrong. Honestly, you can just tell something huge is about to go down. Spotting the group leader, Shen Xin, in the courtyard, he asked what happened. She explained that Captain Shaw had returned, triggering the sudden alarm. Captain Shaw had arrived with an urgent message that woke the whole base. Chao Gai reported that a transnational criminal group was recently discovered. After days of tracking, their scouts finally located the syndicate hideout. Since his main force had other duties, they decided to select 10 elite warriors. He wanted to form a specialized strike team from their very best. Looking at the crowd of volunteers, Chao Gai praised their bravery. But then he remembered they specifically needed a specialist named Lin Qiu. Listening closely, the young man waited to hear his own name called. Sure enough, the serious Chao Gai called out for him. Lin Qiu raised his hand immediately, letting the leader know he was there. Captain Shaw frowned, asking who this kid was and why they had never met. Shen Xin quickly explained that he was a top expert brought to assist them. The delighted girl eagerly listed the incredible achievements of this brilliant kid. Smiling, the captain patted Lin Qiu's shoulder, calling him a real talent. But in a split second, Captain Shaw's expression turned dead serious. It seemed like something heavy was weighing on his mind. Captain Shaw questioned, sending such a young scholar on a lethal mission. But the brave volunteer, Qiu, stepped up, saying he would take full responsibility. Secretly, Qiu hoped Lin Qiu's unique skills would keep them all alive. Captain Shaw sighed, admitting Lin Qiu was capable, but still worrying. Shenzhen immediately stepped in, promising to protect the young expert. The captain smiled, noting this protectiveness was unlike her usual cold self. This mission is dangerous, Captain Shaw warned. Lives will be on the line. He looked at Qiu, asking if he was absolutely sure about going. Qiu nodded firmly, and the captain smiled, handing over a stack of files. He told him to memorize every detail of the enemy intelligence before they left. Turning back to the gathered crowd, the captain began mobilizing the forces. This is it, their ultimate, dangerous mission is finally about to begin. Soaring over lush green meadows on a giant eagle, Lin Qiu knew this mission would be wild. Things were getting difficult. Lin Qiu explained they were dealing with a ruthless group of mercenaries notorious for arson, robbery, and cold-blooded murder. Lin Qiu studied their files with absolute focus to make sure he was ready. Shenzhen focused on the data, noting that the targets always stayed in crowded places, meaning any direct attack could cause major civilian casualties. She also warned that the enemy had explosives experts, making a space system activator incredibly useful. Now the sharp-witted Lin Qiu finally understood the real motivation behind. The instructor, whom he secretly called a sly old fox, suddenly, a notification buzzed on Shenzhen's phone, and she calmly announced they were almost there. Late that night, Lin Qiu arrived in a ghost town where two of his allies had arrived on a massive spirit beast. They kept a tight guard, knowing their dangerous enemies could be lurking absolutely anywhere. At that moment, the head teacher explained that he and his partner had gone for a walk and spotted Wuck by pure chance. Since the target was a longtime fugitive, he recognized him instantly and tailed him. Qiu asked why it took so long to get in touch. He explained that the target had led him around for days, before finally settling down, while he and his partner kept watch from the sky. Fortunately, the veteran tracker confirmed that Wuck had headed straight back to the gang's hideout inside a nearby hotel. The instructor told everyone to act completely natural, suspecting they were already being watched. From right across the street, he told his squad to rest up and get ready for a brutal showdown. The next morning, Shenzhen was monitoring the area with binoculars, noting the target had left for breakfast, but nothing else had happened. Glancing over at Lin Qiu on the sofa, she figured he was completely exhausted from tailing the target for so long. Lin Qiu got up and suggested they go for a walk to get a closer look, but Shenzhen realized she had not packed any suitable civilian clothes. From his spatial ring, Lin Qiu suddenly pulled out the blue robe that Shenzhen had left at his place. Shocked, she demanded to know how he stuffed high heels into his pocket and why he kept women's clothes on him. Not wanting to waste time arguing, he told her to get dressed quickly. She sighed but did as told, saying there was no need to worry. Soon the stunning Shenzhen stepped onto the street, instantly turning the heads of every man around her with her gorgeous looks. Gazing at his beautiful companion, Lin Qiu asked her not to squeeze his hand so tightly, though he secretly loved having her close. Suddenly, the alert young man stopped cold and whispered that they had arrived. Shenzhen instantly played along, complaining she was incredibly thirsty. While looking around, Lin Qiu began to scan their surroundings, sensing danger, and his instincts are dead on. Looking at a building nearby, he spotted a sniper in black aiming a high-caliber rifle. Without breaking character, he slipped his arm around her waist, silently warning her they were directly in the enemy's crosshairs. He muttered that they were being targeted, telling her to stay calm. Shenzhen whispered back that acting natural was tough when she couldn't see the threat herself, suggesting they move higher up to get a better view. Lin just smiles, telling her he has a plan and there is nothing to worry about. He speaks up, suddenly grabbing Shenzhen by the hand to pull her close. He loudly suggests they get a hotel room to spend some quality time together. The two walk inside, and Lin tells the receptionist they need a room. He specifically asks for the third floor, but the receptionist says they are fully booked. So Lin immediately asks for a sunny room with nice decor on the fourth floor. The polite woman at the desk smiles and asks to see their identification. She is ready to register them, but this completely catches Shenzhen off guard. Shenshin realizes she forgot her passport, but Lin stays totally cool. He decides to smoothly talk his way out of this little problem. Leaning in, he whispers that they rushed here and left their documents behind. He acts desperate, claiming he just cannot control his deep feelings for her. The desk clerk is left completely stunned. She hesitates, telling them she cannot do that because rules are rules. Before she can finish, Lin slams a thick stack of cash right onto the counter. That heavy stack of bills instantly solves the hotel policy problem. She hands over the room key, wishing them a wonderful, very private evening. She even mentions the soundproofing, which makes the two of them feel pretty awkward. Once inside, they realize soundproofing is the last thing they want while trying to spy. Lin admits he is not getting a signal yet, which makes Shenshin pretty nervous. Suddenly, the young man catches a woman's voice and freezes to listen closely. Shenshin adjusts her gear, hoping to intercept some critical intel. She whispers that some loud noises are coming from the room right next door. The girl turns bright red, and yeah, we all know exactly what she is thinking here. Lin, however, is not bothered at all and quickly covers her mouth to quiet her down. He warns her to stay silent because he is picking up a different signal. He focuses hard on the audio feed, but the words are too muffled. Two suspicious guys are talking nearby, but details are hard to catch. Shenshin speaks 8 languages, but she is completely lost here. She cannot make out their conversation at all, so Lin tells her to stay quiet. Luckily, Lin is a linguistic genius who can understand almost any tongue on Earth. After a few moments, Shenshin asks him if he can translate their conversation. Lin nods, focusing completely on translating the words. He explains they are speaking Fanny, and amid the useless chatter, he got 3 things. First of all, these criminals did not come here on their own. They were hired by a mysterious figure pulling the strings from the shadows. Second, they planned to smuggle a highly classified item right out of the country. Nobody knows what the package is, but they also brought heavy explosives. If they do not stop them soon, the entire city could go up in smoke. Shenshin realizes a major player is backing them, and Lin agrees. He points out that the targets are currently discussing the plan on a call. A rough-looking man on the phone says the goods will leave Country Z very soon. He tells his crew to relax tonight, promising them an easy payday. If this job succeeds, none of them will ever have to work again. Listening in, Lin realizes they finally have all the pieces they need. This worked out well for them since they were told everything would be delivered. Tomorrow, his tired partner Shenshin knew they were facing a stalemate. But she refused to panic, immediately pulling her cell phone right out of her pocket to answer a sudden call from Captain Zaioi, looking at the anxious man. Shenshin asked what went wrong, and he explained they fell into a deadly trap and lost their precious cargo. Lin Qiu wondered if this devastating loss was somehow connected to the local criminal gang. The young man noted that the mercenary group had to deliver their shipment tomorrow, meaning the attackers must be tied to them. Captain Zaioi warned that these enemy fighters were incredibly strong, and if they realized their plot was ruined, they might do something desperate, though he promised reinforcements. Keeping her own cool, Shenshin asked the captain what the enemy had actually stolen. For a few 10 seconds, the captain hesitated and wondered if he should share the truth. Finally, he revealed that Zhang Hong's life work was gone. They took the final prototype of the spiritual weapon. He added that their mission was to deliver this data safely, but they never expected things to go so horribly wrong. But this madness had to be stopped. And they promised their commander they would do their absolute best. Lin Qiu asked about the weapon, and Shenshin replied that the new device absorbed spiritual energy, amplifying every attack immensely. Amazed by this, Lin Qiu praised Zhang Hong, but Shenshin sighed with regret that such an incredible mind was gone. Lin Qiu proudly noted that the nation thrived because of heroes like him. They could not give up now and had to recover the stolen data. Soon, Lin Qiu arrived at the base, and Shenshin reported everything she knew, suggesting cooperation with the local fire department, telling their captain that they should evacuate everyone under the guise of a drill. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu remembered his special skill and mentally asked the system to activate it, initiating the extraction. The frustrated young man was annoyed at getting low E-rank skills for over 10 days, feeling like the system was mocking him. This time he got basic ventriloquism, completely baffled by its practical use. Yet after pondering for a moment, he realized this weird skill might actually be incredibly helpful after all. He turned to Lin Qiu, who was standing close by, asking a critical question. The hero wanted to know where the villains had hidden the explosives, and Lin Qiu believed that some charges were kept close to the enemies for self-defense. The hero confidently said this would be easy to handle, asking if their commander would support his bold plan. And get this, the confident fighter grinned slyly, declaring that they simply needed to take the fire out of the boiler. A confused Shenshin asked what that meant, and the daring guy calmly explained his plan to burn down the hotel. Shocked, she screamed that he was insane, but their calm instructor urged him to finish his explanation. The hero stated that once the building was burning, the panicked enemies would completely forget about executing their backup plans, explosions that would draw way too much attention. Instead, he explains that his allies will disguise themselves as cops to rescue the foreign guests who definitely won't reject the help. Then they isolate the targets in a secluded spot to quietly neutralize them. But when the team asks how they will extract the intel, Lin Qiu explains they just need a phone or a memory card. Though the leader seems completely lost, our hero offers to impersonate one of the rival gangsters and lure the targets right to their location. Naturally, the boss demands some solid proof, deciding to show rather than tell. A confident smirk plays on Lin Qiu's lips as the clever protagonist perfectly mimics a target's voice. His partner warns him that these guys know the real speaker, but Lin Qiu is utterly convinced his vocal trick will easily trick them into handing over the stolen data. Shen is practically beaming with pride, and Chun admits this crazy plan might actually work. Impressed by his incredible ventriloquism skills, the leader asks if he can safely disable the bomb before it triggers, and Lin Qiu promises to secure the devices immediately, staring ahead in deep thought. The commander realizes they have absolutely no other choice but to trust him. Stealing his resolve, he announces to the entire room that the operation begins tonight at 8 p.m. Now here is where things get tense. 3 hours before the strike, Lin Qiu and Shen wait inside their Amore hotel room. Monitoring the wiretaps, the exhausted protagonist silently complains that he is dying to sleep but forced himself to push through. Shen suddenly asks what is causing all that racket downstairs, and Lin Qiu tells her that guests have been playing high-stakes poker all day. The girl wonders if her tired teacher wants to rest, but he insists on staying glued to the audio feed. But exhaustion wins, and before he knows it, our hero completely passes out into a heavy sleep. Instantly, a dark nightmare grips him, a terrifying vision where Shen is crying out in absolute terror. In the dream, Lin Qiu is completely paralyzed, unable to save her as he desperately struggles to understand what is happening. With a gasp, Lin Qiu snaps awake, breathing heavily on his knees right in front of the smiling girl. Realizing he was just dreaming, she offers a sweet grin. She tells him that since he got some rest, they can finally get to work. The worried mentor immediately asks why she did not wake him up, knowing the massive risk of missing their window. Brushing her hair back, she gently explains that she only wanted him to sleep a little longer. Standing up, Lin Qiu grumbles to himself about how she babysits him like he is some helpless kid. Shaking it off, he instructs her to grab the radio receiver and await their leader's command, but Shen happily replies that they are fully prepared. Suddenly, a piercing alarm and panic screams echo through the halls. A massive fire is tearing through the hotel. One of the thugs tells the group to cover their faces with wet cloths and head down the fire escape. Panic rising, one suspect asks Wu if their cover is blown, but Wu claims it is just a random accident. Their leader sharply orders the crew to keep moving, while another asks what they should do with the bomb. The anxious boss snaps to leave it behind to avoid drawing any extra suspicion. Still, the blonde man could not help but analyze the situation more deeply. A faint smile crossed the one-eyed man's face, plotting some parting trouble. Suddenly, the complete fool made his move in secret. He slammed the detonator button down, crossing the point of no return. The 10-minute timer began ticking down immediately, leaving no room for error. Throwing the explosive inside, the lunatic declared that destruction is true art. Outside, the rescue services actively fought the intense flames. They desperately hoped to prevent a massive disaster and save civilian lives. Under cover of the thick smoke, 3 thugs slipped away quietly. They fled the hotel, gone in a flash. Watching from behind a fire truck, Lin Qiu quickly radioed in. He confirmed that the main targets had finally emerged from the building. Disguised as rescuers, their escape car sat waiting, perfect. Commander Lin Qiu reported that the rescue teams were bypassing the third floor. Find the bomb, dismantle it immediately, before this entire building blows up. Shen Xin rushed forward right behind her partner, telling their boss not to worry. They hurried through the smoke, arriving at Baka's designated room. Caution was key. They quietly pushed the door and stepped inside. Shen Xin spotted the explosive, prompting her partner to inspect it closely. He scanned the device closely, no traps visible so far. He looked at her, asking if she could defuse this thing. She shrugged, explaining that her expertise lay solely with spiritual beasts. With only 3 minutes left, the deadly countdown was already running. Do something, he urged his student. Think of a way out. Too many people downstairs. They were running out of time. Shen Xin casually wondered aloud if the blast would launch them into space. Her random comment sparked a sudden stroke of genius in the young mentor. He immediately activated his portal skill, amplifying its range to the absolute limit. Grabbing her hand, he grinned. It was time to move. He gave her a knowing smirk, asking if she liked spectacular fireworks. Without hesitation, they stepped forward and passed through the portal. They emerged directly onto the roof of a massive high-rise building. Amazed, she praised her mentor for pulling off such an impressive trick. He focused on the sky, calculating the physics of a free fall. It was an insane combo that could change everything. The focused hero ran the numbers quickly, weighing every single factor. He determined their acceptable safety window was exactly 17 seconds. 30 seconds left on the clock. Throw me, he yelled to Shen Xin. She hesitated, asking if he was sure about this crazy plan. He gave her a confident nod, assuring her it would be fine. Wasting no time, she grabbed his hand and began spinning him with insane force. With a final heave, she launched him straight into the open sky. Soaring toward the moon, he realized he had seriously underestimated her physical strength. He was rocketing upward, flying way faster than he ever expected. Only seconds left, the final countdown was about to end. Lin decided to open a new door with every jump, using his unique skill. Realizing he had to keep moving upward, Lin accelerated, pushing himself faster and faster. Every second mattered. Glancing at the bomb timer, the brave warrior kept his cool. But he saw the truth. There was almost no time left, raising his hand. He quickly activated his durability once more, staking his final hopes on it. With perfect aim, the agile fighter threw the explosive straight toward the target. It flew right into the open passage, a perfect shot thanks to this. He managed to send the bomb another 50 meters into the sky, seconds later. A massive explosion ripped through the air, looking just like brilliant fireworks. Shen stood frozen, staring at the beautiful, dazzling light show above. Tears welled up in her eyes, but the moment was suddenly shattered. An alarmed Lin was plummeting down at terrifying speed, about to crash. He had completely ignored the shock wave, which only accelerated his dangerous fall. Everything was spiraling out of control. His devoted student rushed to help. She charged forward at full speed, but Lin knew she would never reach him in time. It felt like the absolute end, but the brave warrior girl refused to give up. She kept racing toward her beloved mentor, determined to save him from death. At the absolute last second, she leaped forward with everything she had. Reaching out, she desperately tried to grab his leg, and she actually caught him. Lin could barely believe he was saved from such a fatal drop. But the landing was rough. His forehead slammed hard against the solid glass. Ouch, that's got to hurt. Right after, his companion quickly dragged him inside, pulling him close with a swift movement that sent him sliding across the floor. He landed hard on his back. Gritting his teeth, Lin groaned in agony. Still aching all over was far better than ending up dead, slowly opening his eyes. He admitted it was pure luck that the fearless Shen had managed to catch him. He was deeply touched. A bit embarrassed, Lin said he needed to recover. His spiritual strength first, while the beauty noted he was still in great shape. The young man thanked her, but his body still desperately needed rest. She urged him to use pearls to recover, deciding to hand over a valuable item. It was a gold-level treasure, though she teased they would settle the bill later. Lin accepted it, focusing on how she always used these to recover. He asked her to show him where to find more of them next time. Once his energy recharged, the serious young warrior announced they were ready. Now they could finally deal with the trio of criminals. Meanwhile, more explosions thundered across the sky, painting a dazzling and inescapable view. Driving the captured villains in his car, Lin Qiu watched the distant blasts. He wondered if the disaster could have been prevented and if his friends were safe. He knew rebuilding the ruined city would take an immense amount of effort. Suddenly, one of the bound criminals spoke up, asking where they were going. Lin Qiu calmly replied that they had some extremely urgent business to handle. They were almost at their destination. Sensing danger, the wary criminal whispered to his comrades in their secret language, telling them to stay alert. Lin Qiu quietly noted that their arrival was only moments away now. He trusted that the rest of his team was already waiting and prepared. On the road, the scarred man mutters that this lowlife is running out of time. Suddenly, he lunges. He aims his open palm straight for the throat. The thugs finally realize this dangerous driver is no cop. He is a walking death sentence, and they are completely trapped inside with him. Their sniper, a brutal mercenary, violently slams his head against the reinforced car window. The glass shatters. Watching this, a tense Lin Qiu prepares to make his move. Lin Qiu leaps out of the vehicle as the chaos escalates rapidly. He notes they have only lost a single fighter so far. And that guy was weak. Suddenly, friendly forces begin showing up. They unleash a barrage of spells, instantly blinding everyone around. A panicked subordinate turns to her captain with a warning. Jasmine cries out that everyone has been contaminated by a deadly toxic gas. This gas is neutralizing her magic, leaving her completely unable to cast spells. A specialist steps forward. He knew how to deal with this poison. He prepared in advance, but the vile Wu just laughs it off. Wu boasts that both weak and strong will perish alike under his toxic mist. One soldier tries to keep his composure even as the venom spreads. It burns inside. Beside him, their comrade Yongfen collapses to the ground. He slumps against the windshield, gasping for air as his strength fades. The enemy demands his name. Lin Qiu refuses to hide his identity. He proudly states his name without a single trace of fear. The criminal grins, claiming he knows all about the captain and those facial scars. Lin Qiu is shocked. How does this guy know about his past? He asks if the villain truly understands his location, but the meaning is hidden. The enemy scoffs, instantly summoning a massive, ethereal buffalo spirit to the field. He barks that questions are useless, since his opponent is about to die anyway. The massive rhino charges forward, its thick horn glowing bright red with power. It aims to impale him. Luckily, our hero turns his skin to solid stone. With a body of impenetrable rock, he has absolutely nothing to fear now. Without flinching, the commander grabs the searing hot horn, aiming to rip it off. The beast thrashes wildly, desperate to shake the stone-skinned captain off its head. The struggle is brutal, and Lin Qiu's expression turns completely strained. Thick veins bulge across his forehead under the heavy pressure of the impact. Yet the seasoned warrior pushes back, throwing the giant beast off balance. It crashes hard. The enemy leader sneers that poisoned weaklings are no threat. Since the squad is poisoned, they cannot fight back anyway. But Mark, the wind-manipulating deputy commander, unleashes his gale force powers. He blows the toxic fog away, clearing a safe path for his allies. Another ally raises a heavy shield wall, warning the enemies to stay back. Meanwhile, the furious rhino spirit activates a massive surge of primal energy. It wants to crush its quick opponent. Lin Qiu senses the danger. He braces himself, keeping his focus sharp despite the sudden threat. A transparent barrier deploys just in time, but the monster keeps slamming against it. Watching from behind, a worried Jasmine and Yongfen look on in panic. They yell at the captain to escape and save himself while he can. Himself and avenge them, the fearless leader declares that if the scoundrels want them, they will have to go through him first. He had already betrayed his comrades once before, carrying that crushing guilt for years, while the enemy bombards him with relentless wind magic. Still, the captain fights to his very last breath, holding back the onslaught of a massive rhino. Mark, ever loyal, unleashes swift attacks, desperate to corner their foe and throw him off. Smirking, the villain leader orders his men to eliminate Lin Qiu, who clearly cannot last much longer. Then tragedy strikes. The brave captain is indeed seriously wounded and winces in sheer pain. Meanwhile, his opponent shows no mercy, relentlessly swinging that deadly blade to slice down the lone warrior. Their defensive barrier is cracking apart under the pressure, leaving deep gashes all over the captain's battered body, but he endures because there is no other choice. Watching on, Yongfen sees blood dripping from the commander's mouth. Total panic. Lunging forward with a blade in hand, the villainous Wu begs for permission to finish off this pathetic captain. Bleeding out, Chun thinks to himself that there is no escape, but regrets that he cannot save his comrades. The killer already swings his sharp blade, grinning with absolute malice. He knows his long-awaited victory is finally here. But out of absolutely nowhere, a red speeding car crashes straight into him. A total miracle. The stunned captain can barely believe his eyes. It feels impossible. He had already accepted his imminent death. Suddenly, the fearless Lin Qiu leaps out of the moving vehicle to shield his stunning partner, clutching the beautiful Shen clothes. The brave fighter boldly declares he has arrived like thunder from a clear sky, hitting the ground. Lin Qiu quickly asks if the commander is still breathing. Dazed, the commander barely knows how to respond. Lin Qiu asks why he is so battered, and the captain explains they walked straight into a trap laced with deadly poison. Nearby, a blonde thug reports to his boss that their squad leader got absolutely crushed by a flying car. Their new commander barked out orders in the Fanny language, telling the dark-clad fighter to tend to his ally, and others surround them, but out of nowhere, our main character replies in. He calmly asks them for a second to prepare. The trio of enemies are utterly shocked to realize he actually understands and speaks their tongue. The ruthless leader tells his crew to ignore this fool and attack immediately. Before the kid can escape, hearing this, an enraged Shenshen transforms. She unleashes a terrifying demon form, sending pure chills down their spines. The thugs freeze right in their tracks, not knowing what this beautiful girl will do. Now she rushes forward at maximum speed, fully confident she can tear them apart. The enemy tank quickly conjures a protective wall of earth, while his anxious ally warns him about her insanely murderous aura. The warrior lady leaps high to boost her diving strike, letting out a fierce battle cry to rally her combat spirit. Midair, the fierce blonde woman extends her arm, unleashing a set of terrifying, razor-sharp claws with just one swipe. Shen could absolutely demolish any opponent in her path, and she was aiming to do just that. Immediately, the fighter's flesh was ripped to shreds. Agony threw him completely off balance, leaving him screaming in pain. The trapped leader warned that the demon's power was too dangerous to face alone, urging them to unite. A completely calm Lin Qiu watched the fight from the sidelines, knowing this battle could go either way. It was impossible to predict a winner. Nearby, Lin Chen and Jasmine lay weak under a tree, coughing violently, clutching their chests in agony. Lin Chen whispered that the poison was lethal. They were dying. Silently promising to handle it, he grabbed the girl's wrist. Wait, grabbing her wrist, his extremely confused mother demanded answers. But Lin Qiu did not answer her right away as he focused. As Jasmine writhed in pain, he told her to bear it. He promised she would feel better soon. Luckily, he possessed great medical skills, having luckily prepared some crucial medical supplies in advance. Just by checking her pulse, he could tell the poison could still be cleared. Jasmine was going to be perfectly fine, but his shocked mother never expected her young son to master both spiritual beasts and advanced medical arts. Lin Qiu casually claimed he just had a lot of hobbies, hiding his secret. He did not mention that he actually unlocked a brand new skill every single day. Lin Qiu pulled out a sharp blade, telling Jasmine he needed help. Jasmine had no idea what he was doing, completely paralyzed by his needle. She could not even twitch. Calmly, the young man urged her to relax and promised that he would finish the entire procedure very quickly. With practiced ease, he sliced the exact spot, drawing a sharp, agonizing scream from her. Then Jasmine watched in shock as dark, foul poison poured from her arm. Her body was recovering. His shocked mother no longer felt dizzy and felt her strength flood back, filling her with pure joy. She eagerly begged Lin Qiu to help save the rest of their comrades before it was too late, but Lin Qiu calmly reminded her of her own role. Blushing, Jasmine admitted she was so stunned by his medical skills that she completely forgot. Stunned, she got to work right away. Her healing arts saved the rest of their comrades. Next up, the captive bandit leader finally opened his eyes after being out cold. Shaking off his grogginess, his very first question was to ask how long he had slept and how the battle was going. Seeing Lin Qiu's team standing tall, he roared in anger, demanding answers. You can bet this panicked villain could not comprehend how their healer was effortlessly purging his deadly toxins from everyone. He realized they were losing control of the fight, which was impossible. Glancing at his nearby men, the ruthless boss made his decision. He had to release another toxic wave or face the blame for failure. He knew they had some sort of cure, but he remained confident that a second dose of his ultimate poison would finish them off. Meanwhile, Shen kept her guard up, locking eyes with one of her enemies. The panicked blonde begs Mimiko for help, while his partner quickly points out that the girl is heavily poisoned and no longer a threat, but suddenly the bearded villain freezes in sheer terror, sensing a bizarre change right in front of them. The stunning Shin begins pulling a massive wave of toxic energy into her body. Looking absolutely terrifying, with a wicked smile, she mutters that it actually tastes pretty good, making her enemies run completely cold with fear. The bandit leader panics because his toxins are completely failing to slow her down, and her raw power seems to have multiplied immensely, granting her total immunity. On the verge of tears, the desperate villain realizes he is totally out of energy. He can only beg and pray that she shows him a little mercy. Instead, the enraged girl tosses him aside like a useless rag doll, screaming that she needs more nourishment to feed her power. The shocked bearded fighter wonders if she is somehow converting his deadly poison directly into raw mana. Terrified, his companion screams that she is closing in, and both criminals freeze up completely. The ruthless warrior launches forward at an insane speed, bringing down an overwhelming, crushing pressure on their very souls, trapped in absolute panic. They collapse to the dirt and scream, "This is the end." And they know she is not going to show them any mercy. She ruthlessly stomps the absolute life out of them as they shriek in agony. Watching this, Lin Qiu notes with shock that Shin has totally lost control. Using a dark, forbidden style, yet her strikes remain incredibly precise. Even though those enemy leaders are tough, they cannot survive this onslaught. It is only a matter of time before they break. Watching calmly, Lin Chun says he will report the situation, ordering the team not to forget to keep the enemy leader alive since they still need him. A serious young squad member whispers, wondering why the captain spared him. And Jasmine points out that they probably need critical information from him. And that is when Jasmine brings up a haunting secret from their past. She reveals how 8 years ago, Lin Chun first put their elite squad together and set off on a classified mission alongside the former commander. Their duty was to guard a priceless asset that everyone wanted to seize. The squad managed to hold off several waves of hostile forces, but then they hit a brutal, unexpected wall of elite fighters. Heavy casualties quickly piled up, leaving the squad leader completely overwhelmed and unable to stop the slaughter. Soon, every single soldier was dead. But because of their ultimate sacrifice, Lin Chun managed to escape and secure the objective. That day left him with a deep facial scar, a mark he refused to ever heal as a painful, constant reminder. To this day, he still calls himself a coward and a deserter. Back in the hospital, he lamented that he should have died with them. Jasmine clenches her trembling fist, fighting back the painful memories, insisting that Lin Chun is still a true hero to all of them. She knows he carries a heavy burden because living with that guilt is far more painful than dying on the battlefield. Hearing this story, the quiet Lin Qiu simply nods, understanding the crushing weight he carries. The captain was not giving up yet. He wanted to see how strong the instructor had become. Decades had passed since then, and as they watched, an excited Jasmine noticed something. Meanwhile, their squad leader Shen kept relentlessly kicking the fallen criminals. She ground her heels right into them. That is how the mercenary leaders met their brutal end. They died at the hands of this completely merciless girl, screaming out in absolute agony. Watching his partner closely, Lin Chun realized something was clearly wrong with her. He chose not to step in. Suddenly, something completely unexpected happened. Shen suddenly broke through to the platinum rank, instantly multiplying her raw power. Serious Lin Chun noted that only this level maintained sanity. During demonic attacks, coming back to her senses, she asked a question. She asked what they should do with the survivors, suggesting they decide together. The companion and the healer Mimiko begged for mercy. The captain asked to be brought over. Lin Chun wanted to chat. Looking at the healer, the captain waited. He asked if she had any idea where the massive scar on his face came from. Terrified, the girl waved her arms, staring into his eyes to show she knew nothing. They understood absolutely nothing. Their terrifying interpreter, Qiu, stepped in to ask. He asked them in their native tongue, but the sobbing healer insisted they had no idea. Chu relayed her response back to the commander, who stood there deep in thought. He scratched his chin, pondering. Still terrified, Mimiko spoke up. She warned that their fallen leader was heavily poisoned, and her magic could not save him. Lin Qiu coldly stated they needed to find a real doctor, but Shen just licked her lips. She asked for permission to revive the enemy herself, stepping slowly toward the unconscious man. Placing her hand gently on his shoulder, the demonist worked her dark magic. Within seconds, the green-eyed criminal began to wake up. The very first thing he saw was her terrifying, insidious smile. Terrified, he instantly recognized this absolute demon. This was the exact monster who had tossed him around like a toy. He scrambled backward, begging her not to eat him, while she just stared in pure confusion. The captain calmly ordered his partner to take the rest of the group away. She complied immediately, executing his command without a single question. Keeping his cool, the commander turned back to Wuk. He ordered Wuk to tell him everything he knew about that facial scar. Wuk stared back with deep suspicion before finally speaking. He mumbled that he would be of absolutely no help to them, but Lin Qiu promised that none of them would be executed here today. Wuk scoffed at that. Wuk knew his own kind too well to believe they would just let him go home. Not after all the terrible things he had done, but the commander remained completely unfazed. The captain calmly asked if Wuk would talk, prompting the criminal to demand a solemn promise. He demanded an oath that they would not retaliate. Lin Qiu just smiled. Did the scoundrel actually think he would back out on his word? He knew Lin Qiu's reputation. The commander swore a binding oath that his squad would never lay a hand on him, or they would face 100 years of bad luck. Wuk smirked. The criminal remarked that he did not expect his opponent to take this so seriously. But his grin quickly vanished, and the villain confessed something else. The information he held was practically worthless anyway, but then he mentioned the scar. The agent they were dealing with was named Capella, a formidable American operative. He possessed unbelievable powers, and the Com-UK had no idea of his current strength. But during their previous encounter, he was operating at an absolute peak level. His power was legendary, prompting the Com-UK to ask how he knew that. He answered that he was close with one of Capella's own subordinates. They had shared drinks before, and his story actually seemed quite genuine to Qiu. For years, Qiu suspected the Diamond Fighter, but could never secure any solid proof. Once dismissed by the commander, the smug criminal smirked and issued a parting warning. He claimed they would regret releasing him, but the stern captain was unmoved. Qiu warned him to get lost immediately before he decided to take action. That threat did not faze the green-eyed criminal. Grinning, Lino spoke up. With the intel they had, they could not let this target slip away. Furious, Wookie asked if they dared to violate their sacred group oath. He warned of a curse, but the brave captain simply tightened his fist. This has nothing to do with the squad, he said, terrifying the villain. Unleashing his rabbit spirit form, the captain suddenly vaulted high into the air. He threw a crushing punch, telling the fool not to bother resisting him. Ouch, that had to hurt. The brutal strike knocked his eyes back, sending teeth flying. Moments later, the target lay completely cold on the dirt as Qiu stood over him. The captain quickly retrieved the villain's phone and handed the device over. Lin Qiu took it with a satisfied smile, calling the result absolutely excellent. Qiu asked about the loud blast from earlier, wanting to know what happened. Young hero explained that he safely triggered the bombs with 0 casualties. However, the nearby hotel took a hit, and the owners would want compensation. Qiu was quite surprised by the news, but nodded in agreement regardless. Then unexpectedly, the captain bowed low to thank the brave young warrior. He noted that thanks to Lin Qiu, their entire operation was a success. More importantly, everyone had survived the ordeal, but the hero objected. A captain of his caliber and legendary rank did not need to bow. Qiu placed a friendly hand on the young man's shoulder. He suggested that if he truly respected him, he should call him brother. Smiling warmly, Lin Qiu accepted the offer, feeling much closer to his comrade. The captain then suggested they take a quick breather before restarting interrogations. With that finally settled, they both walked away to prepare for the next morning. Lin Qiu confronted Mimiko, reminding her of her right to remain completely silent. Any words she spoke could easily be used against her in a trial. The Japanese girl explained how she started as a simple priestess of love. But once her rare healing arts were discovered, she was forcibly recruited. Mimiko moved closer, pleading for mercy, but the watching Shen Xin had enough. Watching from across the room, the stern blonde absolutely hated these cheap games. She slammed her fist onto the table, loudly demanding that she pay attention. Lin Qiu intervened, warning the prisoner that this inquiry was extremely serious. He made it clear that any attempts to hide information would be punished. The hero demanded to know who hired her. Mimiko hesitated, unsure. However, she recalled seeing her mysterious boss speaking with a foreign agent. She had only heard rumors that the client was from America, but absolutely nothing else. Lin Qiu asked if she knew who had contacted them on their side. But Mimiko only knew that this particular contact was someone holding a very high status. To the thoughtful Lin Qiu, this explanation made complete sense. He immediately asked how much money they were actually supposed to be paid. The young girl completely stunned him by replying that Baku expected 30 million in gold. Hearing that insane amount, the shocked fighter accidentally broke his pencil in half. After all, a massive fortune like that was definitely not something he saw every day. He asked about the terms, and she explained 30 million was the advance. The remaining balance would be transferred directly to their account after they finished the mission. Sweating profusely, Lin Qiu desperately hoped there wasn't a catch to this. He desperately prayed that Baku was not the absolute only person who knew the password. Fortunately, Mimiko knew it too, since she acted as their official treasurer. He asked if they happened to have any computer genius, and Shen suggested Yang Fan. 10 minutes later, hacker Yang Fan arrived. The young hacker asked in surprise if Lin Qiu really needed his specialized technical help. Lin Qiu explained they needed to quickly secure and move the money. He ordered him to transfer all the mercenary group's funds. Yang Fan leaned close to the group leader, quietly asking if he could get a small percentage. He didn't need much. Shen gave him a sweet smile in return. Beautiful Shen gently assured him they would consider it proper gratitude for his crucial help. Moments later, Yang Fan announced that the request was successfully completed. This excellent news brought a massive wave of relief to everyone. That absolutely crazy fortune made the main character's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated disbelief. He had never seen so much wealth, but reality soon set in. Yang Fan suddenly realized he was only going to receive 1 million gold coins in total. He lost his temper right in front of his amused comrades on the spot. The hacker almost cried, wishing he had not asked for such a small cut of gold. The charming Shen kindly offered to give him some more money. But the upset hacker quickly declined, saying they definitely needed the funds way more than him. Shen then shocked Lin Qiu by mentioning her original 10 million demand. But now she realized she would have to come up with a completely different plan. Knowing that gold was worth 670 million, Lin Qiu nearly collapsed. The painful financial loss cut incredibly deep, but it was too late to ask for it back. To heal his broken heart, he asked the robot for a skill. At that exact second, the system warmly congratulated him on acquiring a brand new skill. He unlocked a rare E-rank skill, which nearly caused the shocked Lin Qiu to faint. This granted him the passive ability to evaluate treasures. He could easily check authenticity, and not just for ancient antiques. He realized a few million in gold was absolutely nothing compared to such a powerful skill. Lin Qiu immediately decided he would visit the antique market very often. While he silently celebrated his luck, Captain Lin Shun interrupted his excited train of thought. The captain calmly told him to get ready for the meeting. Lin Qiu silently nodded and quickly followed his commander as they walked out of the room. The leader pointed his attention toward the 3 captured criminals. The stern man held up his phone, saying they were about to see everything. Suddenly the phone rang. With a stern look, he ordered Link to turn on. The speakerphone, keeping perfectly cool, the hero answered. He was listening. The caller mentioned hearing about a certain incident that went down yesterday. And the hero immediately replied in Baka's exact voice, explaining that their current lodgings had caught fire, but they already found another hotel. The African-American prisoner and Mimiko froze, staring in total shock because they realized he could mimic their boss. Incredible. Meanwhile, the stranger on the line promised to arrive soon and contact them. Their plan actually worked. The call ended. The cunning young man immediately turned his attention toward the captain with a sly smirk. It showed everything was fine. The thoughtful Chu pointed out that even though the caller spoke English, he had a thick Chinese accent, warning everyone to be extremely careful. An angry Lin Chun demanded the prisoners cooperate with him, threatening that they would deeply regret it if the truth ever came out. the terrified couple begged him not to worry, promising to behave themselves. Soon, a surprised Shen pointed out that 20 minutes had already passed without a single ring from the phone. The main character urged his brother to call the man back, but he refused, saying they should wait a bit longer. Deep in thought, Link wondered if they had been exposed. He quickly brushed it aside. Then the phone rang. He snatched it up. Talk about a tense moment. Feeling tense, he asked why it took so long, and the caller claimed that an unexpected delay came up. He told him that the locker item at the supermarket had to be retrieved, prompting Link to ask if they weren't supposed to hand it over in person. Some secrets, the caller replied, are better kept hidden. He hung up. Puzzled, Shen asked what they should do next and if they should head over there. The perceptive Link shook his head, warning that they had no idea if someone was monitoring the security cameras. Keeping a perfectly cool head, he knew this would expose them. Their investigation would end right there. It would never uncover the mercenaries' plans. The captain wondered what to do, since they couldn't just ignore the locker contents. Smiling, the young man asked if they had a perfect candidate for a courier, resting his hand on the African-American's shoulder. The wary prisoner was totally lost. He had absolutely no choice but to obey. The main character stared at him intently, planning his next move and how to use him. Just 10 minutes earlier, a secretive young man with a low cap entered the supermarket. The cashier was serving a customer. As he walked a bit further, the curly-haired young man spotted the visitor lockers. Visitors to store their personal belongings. Earlier, the smiling Link said he had been given an incredible opportunity and that he would personally retrieve the items, saving himself from any potential trouble. At that moment, the African-American was desperately figuring out how to unlock the door and grab the contents. Suddenly, someone bumped hard against his shoulder, which instantly caught the guy's attention. The tense fighter immediately turned to. He looked around, wondering what the hell had just happened. Turning his head, the brave soldier saw absolutely no one and froze, realizing it was not just his imagination. Looking down at the cold floor, he spotted a tiny note right at his feet. The captive, frozen completely solid in his spot, quietly noted to himself that this courier was incredibly cautious and clearly a seasoned pro. Pushing aside all distracting thoughts, he easily pried open that heavy iron box and grabbed a small plastic bag. Tearing it open slightly, the shocked kid decided to peek inside, desperately wondering what was hidden within. Before long, the boy rushed back to the hotel and handed the flash drive over to the hero, reminding him not to forget his promise. Plunging it into the computer, the anxious young fan admitted he could not make any sense of it. The calm Qiu, however, knew they had real intel secure in his hands. Lin Qiu pointed out that even though they had exposed the mole, they still had the files and only had to wait for their comrades to hand it over. The bold fighter pointed out that the enemy still believed the mercenaries held the intel, suggesting a trap. The captain pondered this idea deeply. The commander then ordered him to find out from the captive mercenaries what they were scheduled to do next. After receiving the package, the soldier warned that keeping their agreement alive entirely depended on whether they were willing to continue playing along. The extremely shy Mimiko sighed very heavily and replied that she was willing to do absolutely anything. Shaking in shock, Lingo demanded to know where they were supposed to deliver the package next. The young lady quickly replied that they had to rush to the coast to deliver the goods, and all the coordinates were in the phone. Our hero knew if the deal crashed, that final payment of 70 million would vanish into thin air. The highly anxious captain quickly asked what the young man planned to do with a dead mercenary's phone. The clever guy replied that he had an incredibly bold, high-stakes plan he wanted to execute as soon as possible. Soon, the voice on the line demanded the package right away, making Lin Qiu realize his daring gamble had actually paid off. He demanded immediate confirmation of the final payment, leaving the stunned Shen and Chun calling him a wolf in sheep's clothing. The caller snapped that they had agreed the money would only be paid after the job was finished, but the fearless young man simply said he had changed his mind. The furious voice warned him not to play with fire if he did not want to get burned, but our hero casually countered, demanding not 70 but 100 million. The panicked buyer asked him to wait a moment, saying he needed to clear this with his boss. Using silent sign language, the hero asked if this play would be acceptable, and the captain gave a firm nod. For one quiet minute, the focused Lin Qiu waited for the final response, confident that victory was already in his grasp. His partner barked that the cash was sent, demanding the cargo be delivered as soon as possible. And our clever hero calmly promised to do his absolute best before wrapping up. Then, the line suddenly went dead, which the young man found incredibly rude on. The part of his partner, Yang Fan, typing rapidly at his computer terminal, soon confirmed that 100 million had been sent to their account, a thrilled Shen noted. They had not only salvaged the stolen info but also scored a massive payout, and Chun. He announced they would soon raid the enemy base, but the beauty interrupted him. She demanded he immediately transfer the cash to her account, leaving Lin Qiu pretty annoyed. He was clearly displeased, but the lady quickly reminded him of his promise. He was supposed to pay her compensation, but he begged, saying he needed that cash for his wedding. He desperately wanted it back, but just hearing the word marriage made the charming blonde blush. She completely misread the situation as a proposal and stepped closer to the young man. Flirtatiously, Shen asked if he wanted to marry her, promising he would get so much more that way. It was an incredibly tempting offer, but our faithful young hero had only one person in mind. His heart belonged entirely to his goddess, the beautiful Qin Jun, and he was dead serious. He pushed his partner away, firmly telling her she stood zero chance against his true love. Rolling her eyes with a dismissive shrug, the lady told him he had nothing to worry about. His compensation would be a staggering 30 million. Then, just a few hours later, things got loud. A heavy support team rolled in as the roar of a helicopter swarm echoed through the sky. The choppers touched down, and the first to step onto the asphalt was a real power player. Watch closely, this is where a massive, legendary power player finally shows up to greet them. It was none other than Mu Jiang, one of the 3 most powerful men in China. Step by step he approached, while the cool-headed Lin Qiu spoke up first. He asked why the general came in person, and Shen whispered that this man was legendary. Every soldier respected him as a fierce army tiger and a true titan of the country. The bald general folded his arms over his chest, his face totally unreadable. With direct military coldness, he bluntly noted that they had done a spectacular job. The captain quickly admitted he deserved 0 credit, which completely threw Mu Jiang off. The powerful old general did not understand, so the captain calmly laid it out. He explained that their victory was entirely due to their brave team leader, Lin Qiu. The team froze, feeling pretty awkward under the sudden blast of intense attention. Grandpa Shen stepped up next, calling the young man a magnificent warrior. Flustered, the beautiful Shen begged the old man to stop teasing her like that. The serious general promised he would personally ensure no one ever dared disrespect her. Mu Jiang then asked who this young hero was and why he had never surfaced before. The blonde quickly leaned in, whispering the kid's jaw-dropping background to the general. After a few seconds, a massive smile broke across his face as he praised him. She proudly added that this bold young man was actually her personal martial arts mentor. This seemed utterly insane to Mu Jiang, especially since Lin Qiu was just a college freshman. The general asked for clarification if this kid was really her martial master. He simply could not believe a freshman was training the commander of such an elite force, who possessed vastly more combat experience, but soon the grinning general declared Lin Qiu his brother-in-law. Bowing politely, the young man felt the general was moving a bit too fast. He was highly pleased to meet him, and the commander saw his own younger self. The army tiger then made a call directly to old man Grandpa Shen. He confirmed the girl was perfectly safe, then asked exactly what had happened. Lin Qiu whispered that he was talking to the legendary Grandpa Shen, who handled the threat. The bald commander was shocked to learn the details of their incredible victory. He learned the enemy forces had been completely destroyed, including 2 powerful bosses. Those diamond-tier warriors stood absolutely no chance against their overwhelming force. These are diamond-level warriors, he cheers, knowing they finally have a way. He successfully captured the enemy, which instantly lifted the spirits of his 3 comrades. The captain handed over the flash drive containing all the stolen information that they had risked their lives to steal, and Mu Jiang praised their excellent work. The Grandmaster mentioned that he and Lao Jiang were about the same age, praising him as a genius, even calling him one of the country's strongest fighters, Hong. And the other 3 Grandmasters had known each other since childhood, but upon reaching the gold level, Lao Jiang stopped training to focus on spiritual weapons. Clenching his fist and closing his eyes, the old man promised they would protect the deceased genius's research. Then, the master promised that he would guide Lin Qi's work to boost the nation's prestige, while reminding everyone that the traitor was still out there. Meanwhile, our hero looked with slight surprise at the crowd of black-clad men waiting for their leader. The African-American prisoner and Mamiko were dragged away by agents to interrogate them for more info. Get ready, because Lin Qiu and his clothes allies wasted no time, packing their bags to hit the road immediately. They traveled in complete silence, and by early morning they finally made it to headquarters, where the captain's strange attitude left the troops little surprised. A satisfied Captain Cha praised the daredevil, asking if he wanted to join their elite squad, but Lin Qiu was not sure he wanted to, because there were far too many strict rules in the military that he disliked. The young man knew he was no soldier, but he would never refuse a special reward, so Captain Cha promised to find him something truly spectacular. The boy asked for something more practical, making the captain bark out in irritation. That just getting an offer was already a massive honor. The polite Shen Xin intervened, thinking there was a much better reward for their hero, and Captain Cha listened to her closely. The beautiful girl brought up their squad's secret treasure, but the captain was not sure if it was a good idea. For several minutes they debated whether it was worth it, until a tired Lin Qiu asked to just be given 30 million won. The annoyed captain snapped that it was worth far more than any amount of cash, ordering the girl to fetch it despite the young man not even agreeing yet. Smiling, the blonde assured her teacher that it was a first-class treasure, emphasizing that this was her personal gift to him. A few minutes later, the three entered a vault where a massive, glowing blue object loomed before the astonished hero. The shocked Lin Qiu asked if this was just an egg with horns, and the girl admitted they still had no idea what it was or how to hatch it, but using his unique appraisal ability, Lin Qiu discovered something truly shocking. There were actual living dragons in this world. The completely stunned robot assistant agreed, certain that this massive egg belonged to a flying beast. At that moment, the young man envisioned a fiery beast. Just imagine riding that. Pose a devastating threat to his enemies. His system assistant remarked that a true dragon was so much cooler than those overgrown Western lizards. The pensive young man wondered if the egg had parents, while his robot, sensing the beast's growing power, advised him to hide the treasure away. A thrilled Lin Qiu thought to himself that he would make this beast his personal mount, but the robot warned him that the egg would not be easy to hatch, but his specialized incubation skill revealed he could. To get it done, though it will be troublesome, he ponders his options. Curious, Shen reaches out to touch the egg, wondering what is wrong with it. Suddenly, an angry guy slaps her hand. A serious young man asks if she is not worried about breaking this precious, one-of-a-kind legendary treasure. The lady snorts, replying she would have made egg-fried rice long ago if she could, but even bullets cannot crack it. Before this, she had unleashed demonic techniques, clawing at the treasure in a wild attempt to crack it open. Captain Chow notes she studied the object for 3 months, and when nothing worked, she lost her temper completely and started thrashing it. The girl quickly protests that was a long time ago and completely untrue, especially since Lin Qiu told them it is a real dragon egg. Stunned, Guy cannot believe this is the embryo of a legendary sky predator. But our hero confirms the truth. Hearing this, the man starts to wonder if he should regret his choice, but the youth says he will sell this treasure for 30 million. The skeptical gentleman wonders if he is letting it go too easily, while Jin asks how hard it would be to hatch. Lin Qiu explains that with enough spiritual power, there are 2 distinct ways to get the job done. The first method requires a strong cultivator to pour their energy into the shell every single day, hatching it in 10 years. Alternatively, they can use high-level cores, needing just 2 of them, though both options are incredibly difficult. Chow seriously adds that they have no right to take his hard-earned treasure. He firmly believes this mythical dragon egg belongs solely with the young man. Lin Qiu smiles and thanks him, happily accepting this incredible once-in-a-lifetime gift. Our hero originally thought about turning it down, but since he is still young, he decides to simply feed the egg with his energy over time. That night, finally getting some rest, Lin Qiu sits on his bed and channels power into the embryo. He knows a little daily effort might work. If he slowly feeds the egg every day, something incredible is bound to happen. Suddenly, the young warrior tenses up, feeling an unusual sensation stir deep inside It is hard to describe, but a massive breakthrough is coming. He instantly advances to 2 silver stars, growing significantly stronger and tougher. Both his physical body and spirit are elevated. Sweaty, he recovers his senses and marvels at his brand new power level. He then suddenly remembers that Shen Xin had gifted him a golden core, pulling it from his pocket. Staring at the relic, he wonders if he should absorb its power or use it to hatch the dragon egg. After considering it, he decides to consume the precious core himself, quietly asking the egg not to be mad. After all, this rare sphere will do far more good for him right now. He tightly squeezes the glowing sphere, feeling pure energy flood through his veins. The raw power surges instantly, triggering an incredible transformation in his body. He reaches 3 silver stars in a flash, exactly what he needed. Smiling, Lin Qiu remarks that he is only a tiny bit short of advancing to the 4th rank, but he is completely out of high-grade cores. He had to rely on the crawl of time, waiting once more, but the focused fighter. He used his inner space to store the precious egg, the spiky dragon. Fruit was carefully moved inside the cell, completely safe from any danger. Resting his head on the pillow, the guy muttered that in the morning he would definitely ask his brother Chun about it. The next day, during his meeting with the captain, he panicked, yelling that all of his beast cores were missing. The captain asked what happened, and the crying youngster suggested that someone had broken into headquarters and stolen his valuables. The captain doubted a thief could break into his private space, so the hero decided to think things over, rummaging through his inventory. The surprised Lin spotted the dragon egg again. It was the culprit. It became clear the fruit had absorbed all the hard-earned cores of the fighter, leaving him completely clueless. The embittered warrior began to shout that if the embryo had just waited until the items sold, he would have saved so much money. His brother Chun tried to calm him down, saying it was only a few cores, nothing to get upset about, but Lin argued that the little bastard had just eaten silver tier items worth 10 million units at once. Talk about an expensive snack. Chun told the young man to just wait for everything to come back to him, then asked if he was returning to the academy. The hero confirmed this, saying he still had to finish his military training, and Chun noted a massive crowd wanted to ask him questions. Behind them stood smiling citizens led by the beautiful Shen Xin, who had feelings for the teacher. The boy said classes at the academy no longer seemed so terrible, but Lin told him to stop goofing off and finish his work first. Hearing this conversation, the lovely blonde lost her smile and seemed upset, feeling a slight pain in her heart, grabbing her mentor's hands. The excited girl asked if he was really leaving them. The shy guy confirmed this, reminding her he was only a freshman, and noticed the group leader was saddened. It was clear from her face that her mood was ruined because she did not want to say goodbye. The pensive hero could not understand what was wrong, but knew a conversation was inevitable. A tearful Shen Xin asked what they would do with their research on spiritual beasts if the teacher left. Secretly, the discouraged guy noted he was pretty shocked by such a reaction. The other scientists supported their leader, while the young man worried he would not be able to answer all their questions. He had to think of something. Plucking up his courage, he asked the group to calm down, saying he understood they had a lot of problems, so he decided to help them and write a short guide before leaving. The young man promised this guide would solve their problems once and for all, but Shen Xin's face did not light up with joy. After that, the delighted scientists began to praise the expert Lin, who impressed them with his nobility. The young man devoted the next few days entirely to writing a book about spiritual beasts, but the system decided to mess with him. In the process of writing the reference book, his deep knowledge of animal care and breeding came in very handy. In the finally completed the massive textbook, which the logistics department immediately seized, frantically copied, distributing the manual to headquarters staff. Finally, the night came for Lin Qiu to leave. As he packed up his things, the beautiful Shen stepped into his room, sadly asking if her teacher was actually leaving tomorrow. He quietly nodded, confirming his academy classes would begin very soon. She wondered aloud how he had gathered such immense knowledge at his age, especially since he had never even faced these spiritual beasts before. Scratching the back of his neck, the nervous boy muttered about having a great mentor named Men. The blonde took his hand, asking with an unreadable face if this person actually existed, suspecting he was only trying to deceive her. The instructor Gently noted she was overthinking things, prompting her to trust his words. She admitted she had only come to express her gratitude, adding that Lin Qiu had done far too much for their squad, and mastering his vast knowledge could take them well over 10 years. With a faint, rare smile on her face, she admitted they could never have finished their tough mission without him. With a soft, incredibly warm look in her eyes, the beautiful leader implored him to visit them often, whispering that everyone would deeply miss his presence. Lin Qiu calmly replied that they could always reach out with questions, as he would happily help them out. Early the next morning, the young man left thinking of the warm, unexpected memories he had made here. Feeling a bit tense, he began creeping down the dark hallway, knowing he had to escape while everyone was still fast asleep. But suddenly, the highly alert man noticed an important item was missing and started frantically searching his pockets. Confused, he muttered that he could not find his headphones anywhere since waking. But searching was a luxury Lin Qiu could not afford right now. He had to get out fast, knowing he was absolutely terrible at handling emotional goodbyes. But wait, a massive crowd blocked his path, led by a stern Captain Cha, who ordered everyone to stand at attention. The young man turned around slowly, meeting the captain's gaze, trying to make sense of the sudden gathering. As it turned out, the entire squad had assembled to honor the master who made such a massive difference in their training. Lin Qiu was completely speechless, never imagining this tough, battle-hardened squad would do something so incredibly touching. Quietly maintaining his composure, the expert in spiritual beasts made a respectful hand gesture, returning the deep salute to everyone standing around him. Mounting the massive, majestic eagle, he knew deep down that he would never forget this powerful moment. Below, the stern captain sighed, wishing the young prodigy had joined them permanently, as that would have changed their entire future. Lowering her head, the quiet Shen murmured that their simple squad was simply no match for a top-tier specialist, while quietly hiding his stolen headphones behind her back, whispering to herself that staying would only slow him down. Soon, Lin Qiu arrived safely at the university gates, accompanied by the chief instructor, who had provided a swift ride on his massive spiritual beast. The instructor asked if turning down such a massive offer was truly right. But Lin Qiu merely smiled, his eyes burning with absolute fiery determination. He muttered that everything still felt off, but the older man just smiled. He got the message. The commander explained that Lin Qi's rank in their unit was now comparable to a captain. He definitely had a real reason to be proud of himself. The commander then offered to meet with the director to explain everything on his behalf. But Lin Qiu turned down the offer, explaining that he first needed to meet up with his friends before politely saying goodbye to the chief instructor. Lin Qiu walked into the dormitory, ready to knock on his old room. He stood outside the room where he used to live with his closest friends. He smiled warmly, wondering how all his friends were doing now. He cracked the door open and immediately heard Jiang Sun complaining from inside. Who could be banging so early in the morning? Jiang Sun grumbled, stepping inside. Lin Qiu completely froze in his tracks, utterly stunned by what he saw. Unbelievable, standing right there was a shocked, tall, thin guy with glasses. The skinny kid wore glasses, looking thrilled that his long-lost brother was finally back. Lin Qiu, however, assumed he walked into the wrong room. Realizing he made a mistake, the fighter started to step out. He apologized, explaining he made a mistake, but that was not the case at all. Jiang Sun excitedly tried to prove his identity, just as their other roommate walked out. Shatton stepped forward, admitting he had no idea what happened to the glasses-wearing kid. But the guy had drastically transformed during his intense post-war training sessions. Lin Qiu stared in disbelief. How could someone change this much? Jiang Sun laughed it off, explaining that hellish training did the trick. He had definitely slimmed down. Meanwhile, campus rumors were spreading fast. They knew he challenged the legendary, elite instructor, Chinam. Lin Qiu thought they forgot him, but his roommates laughed. Shatton quickly pointed out that his name was literally blowing up the student forums. Everyone was gossiping about him. He asked if Lin Qiu was going to the upcoming results ceremony. Lin Qiu blushed, wondering if his goddess would show up there too. Soon, crowds of students began gathering around the grand stadium field. Lin Qiu arrived, looking around carefully. His roommate immediately caught on and flashed a teasing smirk. He knew Lin Qiu was searching for his longtime crush, Qinjin. He had harbored feelings for her forever. Suddenly, the young man completely froze in place. His jaw dropped slightly. He was staring at someone incredibly beautiful nearby. A gorgeous girl stepped up, asking in a sweet voice if he was back. Lin Qiu quickly tried to look cool, nodding casually in response. He tried his best to pretend that absolutely nothing was out of the ordinary. Suddenly, the stunning Yuang Chen noticed him. Both dream girls were finally here. The brown-haired beauty ran over and locked the fighter in a tight hug. She eagerly asked when he arrived, but he felt highly uncomfortable with her touch. As she kept clinging and claiming she missed him, his stomach began to sink. He glanced over and saw that Qinjin looked absolutely furious. He quickly backed away. He nervously asked what brought them over. Just then, an announcement boomed across the loudspeakers, instantly silencing the tense crowd around them. The powerful academy director, Wang, walked out onto the main field. Lin Qiu watched him carefully, bracing himself for the big moment. The old man was also there, keeping an incredibly serious look on his face. The mustachioed gentleman waved at him with a wide, welcoming grin as if calling him over, which felt pretty bizarre. At first, a puzzled Qiu figured those eyes were on someone else, but soon realized the man was looking right at him. Politely, Qiu approached the head of the academy and greeted him, prompting the leader to calmly invite him to sit. The young student asked if this was really fine, seeing how everyone was staring. Yang replied that he had heard great things and wanted to meet him. Qiu was thrilled, instantly assuming the master would teach him legendary secrets of the cosmic system and help him unlock his true potential. Taking a seat, the young man said he was incredibly grateful for the generous offer. Meanwhile, the usually calm and highly collected Ximiang wondered why Qiu got to sit beside the principal, as everyone watched in total disbelief. Nearby, an excited Jen realized that since Qiu sat beside the manager, the massive divide between them was glaringly obvious. Surprisingly, the young beauty felt no envy and was genuinely happy for him. Before long, the second-year students kicked off their martial arts demonstration, executing combat forms in perfect harmony while Qiu relaxed with his hands behind his head, finding the display pretty boring. He needed a distraction, so he mentally called up his system assistant, asking to unlock today's featured skill in search of something interesting. The system congratulated him on scoring a powerful, rank skill called Thunder Awakening, which granted him absolute control over storm elements. To activate it, he first had to trigger a Thunder Awakening, and the excited fighter jumped at the chance. Soon, the system robot discovered a rare beast transformation ability, leaving Qiu curious about the next stage. Wanting to push further, the curious warrior opted for another high-level fusion to test the final outcome. Smiling, Qiu whispered to himself that he could never miss a chance to grow stronger. He was prepared to go all out. Just then, his assistant chimed in with congratulations, and trust me, his reaction was absolutely priceless. The notification confirmed his beast of thunder was now unstoppable, which he could barely believe. Exhausted, Qiu realized there was a major bonus. He no longer had to shout cringe names to trigger his transformation. Clenching his fist, he realized he now possessed 3 brand new skills. His assistant explained that friction electricity generation only worked in beast form. By rubbing his palms together, still, the excited fighter felt unstoppable. He had trained alone for 20 years and was certain nobody could stop him. Now he could unleash a rapid lightning strike or summon divine punishment to rain down devastating damage on any target in his way. Though thrilled with these godlike powers, he knew they had one major flaw. They were virtually useless when facing down a massive crowd of enemies. Every single skill was meant to obliterate only one opponent at a time, leaving him hoping to unlock some crowd control abilities very soon. Qiu calmly asked what his current power level was, and the assistant replied. He realized he was still a bit too inexperienced to reach double S rank. Grinning, the young man noted that he now felt how truly strong he was, which couldn't help but make him happy. Soon, the grand military demonstrations finally ended. A tearful Jung threw his arms around the instructor in a tight hug. He thanked him for everything, promising to control himself and stay in shape. Although the hero was eager for the training to end, he felt a strange sadness. Just then, the deputy head approached from behind to speak with him. The old man told him to follow along, saying that Yangjai was waiting. This news came as a surprise, but they quickly headed to a hidden training hall. Almost no one knew about this place, since the academy had not officially opened. Meanwhile, a professional fighter was inside practicing various techniques. The powerful moves looked incredibly impressive to anyone watching. Soon, the elderly gentleman noticed his guests arriving to speak with him. Lin Qiu wondered if this was normal, getting a bad vibe from the dean. Acting completely casual, the old man abruptly demanded that the youth attack him. He wanted an all-out assault, making the kid wonder why elders are so direct. Getting straight to the point like that left him entirely unsure of how to react. Closing his eyes, he planted his feet firmly as he began to transform. He quickly transformed into a beast. He had no other choice. While the transformation looked terrifying, it granted him massive physical power. His body overflowed with raw spiritual energy and incredible, enhanced strength. Moments later, he became a fierce, long-eared rabbit that looked extremely dangerous. Yangjai remained completely calm, noting that the kid's power had surged. The old master actually found the deadly rabbit to be quite cute. In response, the rabbit smugly gestured, hinting that victory would be far too easy. He immediately activated an extra skill, preparing to deliver a flurry of quick blows. A glowing blue portal opened, letting him warp directly behind his opponent. Hearing a rustle, the wary master realized the kid was behind him. Before he could react, a devastating punch landed squarely on his unprotected back. The strike was so fast that the old man barely understood what happened. A sharp pain shot up the dean's spine. Still, he refused to scream. The tricky rabbit immediately leaped back into his portal to stay safe. He warped instantly. This completely threw the master off balance. The nervous dean realized this kid possessed both incredible thunder and lightning skills. His raw damage output was easily at least gold tier level. Suddenly, another portal opened, demanding the utmost caution from the old master. The gray-haired man calmly called out to the highly agile Lin Qiu. Suddenly, the mustachioed director asked the boy to show his true capabilities. Knowing he could get into serious trouble, the sensible youth hesitated. He admitted that he had been severely scolded for going all out before. But since the curious Yangjai was practically begging for it, he agreed. Unleashing a massive surge of elemental energy, he prepared his ultimate strike. Channeling his heavy lightning and the deadly heavenly punishment skill, he laughed. The brave youth yelled that the elder was about to get exactly what he wanted. The highly nervous dean instantly regretted his request as things went too far. Wiping away some sweat, Yang realizes that the kid's final strike went way beyond. The standard silver level, now deeply intrigued by this student, the powerful director, asks if he has any other cool tricks hidden up his sleeve. Lin Qiu notices that his heavy strikes did not actually hurt his opponent at all, and that Yang is only testing his limits, letting the pressure fuel his drive. Lin Qiu clenches his fists tight, determined to put on a real show now. With insane speed, the young warrior charges right back into the fray. But Yang just casually shields his face with both hands, totally unfazed, and signals for him to keep going. That only makes Lin Qiu grin wider, genuinely starting to have fun with this battle, thrusting his hand straight forward. Lin Qiu tells the master to look out, warning him that this next move is dangerous. Suddenly, using a spatial portal, Lin Qiu reaches right through and taps his opponent's head. Confused, Yang asks why he isn't striking him, but our clever fighter has a plan. His real target, plucking a single gray hair from the dean's mostly bald head. Talk about a wildly disrespectful move, but hey, it actually worked against a master. Sure, it was just one hair, but it still hurt, and annoyed Yang mutters to himself that this kid is seriously sneaky, especially since he was supposedly just at silver level. He is completely shocked that Lin Qiu grew this much stronger in only a month. Seeing this raw talent, Yang is absolutely sure that the boy has a legendary future ahead. Crossing his arms, the stern dean praises his performance and makes a sudden offer. He asks if Lin Qiu wants to be his personal disciple. Instantly, our protagonist drops to his knees and begs the master to share his incredible wisdom. Amused, Yang notes that Lin Qiu's cosmic system needs better skills, offering a gift. Reaching deep into his inner jacket pocket, the old man pulls out a mysterious object. He hands a glowing, multicolored sphere to the exhausted young warrior. Lin Qiu instantly recognizes it as a precious gold-tier skill that he desperately needs. With a sharp look, the gruff director tells him to absorb it right now. After all, they are the only two people in the country using this system. In his mind, Yang is already choosing Lin Qiu to be his official successor. Right then, the absorption triggers a massive breakthrough for our hero. He He finally hits 4 silver stars, the exact goal he had been chasing. A brilliant golden light wraps around him as the dean watches the process closely. The intense energy radiating from him even causes a nearby training dummy to heat up from the sheer thermal power. Now Lin Qiu decides to test his brand new spiritual skill to see what it can really do. Dropping into a low stance, the young warrior prepares to unleash the attack. He calls out a warning that this slash is extremely lethal, but at first, nothing seems to happen, making him wonder if the range is just too short. A bit panicked, Lin Qiu looks back at his teacher, feeling like he failed. But Yang remains totally silent, offering no immediate reaction to the move. Suddenly, the delayed slash cuts through, slicing massive boulders in half all around them. Debris flies everywhere. Lin Qiu can barely believe his own eyes as he stands, completely frozen, staring in absolute awe at the destruction he just caused. Grinning, he realizes that this skill has both devastating power and incredible range. Shocked by the blast, Yang discovers just how powerful his disciple is. The master noticed the student's cosmic system was unlike his own and asked for details. The polite young man explained that his soul possessed 3 distinct, powerful abilities. One of those powers allowed him to open absolutely any door in existence. The master wondered if Lin had ever tried creating a special dimensional rift. Our hero simply replied that he normally used the technique for quick teleportation. The old warrior recognized this incredible chance, but still felt some lingering doubts. He seriously questioned whether Lin could truly unlock any boundary in the world. So he proposed a test, and the confident young man readily agreed to it. Since the fighter's tier had recently risen to 4 stars, his range expanded. The distance between gates increased from 50 to 70 meters, and a blue portal sparked. Lin focused his mind entirely on the gate, drawing out every drop of energy. Staring directly at the spatial rift, he prepared to make his move. He dashed straight ahead, determined to completely rewrite his own future. A massive blast of energy erupted, triggering a loud explosion and blinding dust. Debris rained down everywhere, confirming his immense power was very real. Destruction proved he was on the right path. Unfazed, Lin calmly spoke up. He declared his success, and the pleased dean praised his outstanding performance. A massive smoking crater lay in the middle of the arena, proving his strength. Deputy J loudly applauded, calling the boys' combat synergy absolutely spectacular. The young fighter couldn't believe his striking speed had actually doubled. Honestly, you can't even blame him for grinning with a broken skill like that. Unstoppable, rapid-fire strikes would overwhelm anyone, even if they somehow dodged. He could simply launch another attack immediately, making every victory a breeze. As he quietly evaluated his moves, Yang Chen suddenly walked up to them. She interrupted the 3, telling her grandfather that dinner was finally ready. Staring at Lin with cold resentment, she demanded to know his business there. A bit taken aback, Yangji asked if the 2 of them were already acquainted. Upon learning they were classmates, the girl asked her grandfather a sharp question. She scoffed, asking if he actually believed Lin possessed a cosmic system. She claimed he was merely a harmless rabbit, warning Yangji not to be deceived. The old man frowned at her attitude, but she quickly dismissed his concern. Since her grandfather chose to teach Lin, she knew she couldn't openly protest. She whispered that the dean could be quite terrifying when he got genuinely upset. A scheme began brewing in her mind. She quickly masked her true feelings. Xiao Yang smiled warmly and greeted Lin, affectionately calling him her dear brother. Lin gently reassured her, promising that his high opinion of her remained unchanged. The dean then officially declared that Lin would become her personal mentor. With a forced smile, the bitter girl turned away, wishing her mentor luck. Later on, Yangji mentioned he had urgent matters to handle out in town. He promised to return to his office right before the new term started. With that, the young man politely bowed and bid his new teacher farewell. Suddenly, his handsome friend Zhang appeared out of nowhere, sneaking up behind him. Zhang asked what he was doing there, complaining that he had searched everywhere for hours. Our hero warily explained he was invited. Suddenly, Zhang grabbed him by the jacket. His friend dragged him along, yelling that they had weekend plans to enjoy. San took him along, and they soon arrived at the massive corporate headquarters. This company was ranked 3rd nationwide, reminding Lin Qiu of his friend's wealthy background. San raised his hand with a bright smile, calling out to someone nearby. He waved to a familiar figure, standing just a short distance away from them. It was Zhang Er, the company's sharp-looking second son, wearing a tailored suit. The sleekly dressed man composed himself as San introduced his older brother. Lin Qiu silently amused himself, thinking their parents lacked much naming creativity. Pure shock, Zhang Er asked if this stylish guy was actually San. San quickly confirmed their relation, while Lin Qiu watched the sibling reunion unfold. He understood the brothers' doubt. Who would believe the chubby kid lost weight so incredibly fast in just 1 month? After a quick round of questioning, Zhang Er asked what their eldest brother's name was to make absolutely sure. San easily answered that it was Juai, and the brothers happily shook hands. Lin Qiu stood off to the side, quietly observing this emotional brotherly reunion. San smiled. He introduced Lin Qiu as his academy savior. He credited Lin Qiu for helping him adjust. Hearing this, Zhang Er offered a firm handshake, smiling warmly and expressing his genuine gratitude for the help. The young executive then invited them inside to chat in his private office. Lin Qiu realized business sense truly ran in this prominent family's bloodlines. The three young men soon stepped together into a private, high-security elevator. Lin Qiu immediately recognized it as an exclusive lift reserved for elites. Zhang Er stood in silence, waiting to lead the way as doors opened. They entered a lavish room filled with incredibly expensive and gleaming collection items. In high spirits, San proudly mentioned his brother's keen eye for fine art. Lin Qiu stayed silent, quietly scanning the impressive showroom. He spotted numerous ancient relics. Zhang Er politely asked for his initial impressions. A large, intricately patterned blue saucer nearby immediately caught Lin Qiu's attention. Activating his unique relic appraisal skill, he decided to scan the items. He wanted to see the true history behind these glowing masterpieces. Hold on, it is fake. The entire collection is completely fake. Lin Qiu bluntly dropped the truth, instantly angering Zhang Er. He furiously yelled that it was a lie, snapping that he spent millions on these. He even had certified experts appraise them, leaving San sweating in pure panic. No fear, Lin Qiu calmly offered to show real proof. Zhang Er scoffed, pulling on a pair of white gloves in clear frustration. He challenged the young student, deeply doubting he could outperform professional appraisers. The wealthy collector picked up the chosen ceramic bowl to begin his examination. He placed it carefully on a lit table, waiting for the boy's explanation. Lin Qiu focused his gaze and began dissecting the Yen Dynasty bowl. He detailed its signature wide neck, deep basin, and its distinctive tall foot ring. He admitted that if genuine, this piece would easily be a national treasure. It would fetch at least $20 million at a basic auction. Zhang Er smiled, boasting he actually bought it for $25 million. Lin Qiu calmly gestured for him to remain quiet and keep listening. While the imitation is incredibly impressive, its actual value is basically pocket change. 100,000, that massive number completely stunned the poor businessman. He was on the verge of fainting, desperately asking if he had really wasted fortunes on worthless junk. Lin Qiu smiled gently. He understood his friend but pushed to continue the appraisal. Pointing directly to various expensive items on the shelves, he started listing them. He said they were completely worthless, which only agitated Zhang Er even more. "Quiet down," the rich man shouted in pure rage, forcing Lin Qiu to apologize. But he couldn't help noting that his host was overreacting. Zhang Er exhaled. Putting the anger aside, the businessman invited him to a private auction tomorrow. He even promised to cover all costs. The next morning, Lin Qiu woke up in luxury. The bed was incredibly soft. He immediately wondered if Sam was still asleep. He summoned the system, asking to activate today's skill to begin extraction. "Congratulations, you have obtained B-rank X-ray vision," the system announced. The young man was thrilled. Naturally, the system asked if he wanted to test it right now. His inner fighter scoffed, thinking such an incredible ability should be triple S rank. Now his eyes could pierce through any solid object. It felt insanely cool. Then Zhang Song entered. The quiet boy asked if his friend was awake yet. Lin Qiu looked up, but he suddenly froze in place as the power activated. The skill was running completely out of control. It was not a pleasant sight. Suddenly, he was staring directly at his friend's bare bones and inner skull. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. His nerves were on edge. Had he literally turned into a walking medical scanner, he began to panic. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, realizing this power was far from his heroic fantasies. "Are you okay?" his surprised classmate asked, noticing his bizarre behavior. Taking a slow breath, Lin Qiu tried to steady his racing heart. He needed to act totally normal to keep his incredible secret safe. Standing up, he claimed everything was fine and asked why his friend arrived. They had agreed to meet later. Zhang Song smiled, adjusting his glasses. He explained they were attending the auction together and handed him some clean clothes. Meanwhile, a massive force of security guards assembled inside the Tyne Bao Pavilion. They stood completely ready to intercept any potential trouble at a moment's notice. Soon, the three young men stepped into the bustling venue and looked around. Lin Qiu instantly noticed that even the low-level guards possessed active spiritual magic. This place was serious. The calm Zhang era quietly led their small group forward. Suddenly, they stopped. A polite staff member stepped up to guide them. He gestured toward their assigned area, inviting the distinguished guests inside. The grand room filled up quickly as they made their way toward the seats. Taking his seat, Zhang Era whispered that only elite high rollers could enter this place. But Lin Qiu tuned out completely. He spotted a breathtakingly beautiful girl. It was Qinjin. She looked absolutely shocked to see him in the crowd. She gasped, demanding to know how he managed to secure an invite here. He was completely mesmerized, thinking his secret crush looked stunningly beautiful today. But right beside her stood an older woman with an incredibly cold expression. "You know this boy?" she asked her daughter with sharp suspicion. Qinjin smiled, introducing him as Lin Qiu, who was staring back in utter disbelief. Her mother, the sharp-eyed Wen Shahan, gave him a very cold look. She wanted to see what the boy her daughter mentioned actually looked like. Instantly, the uneasy kid realized exactly who he was standing in front of. His gorgeous future mother-in-law, her eyes locked onto him, cold and sharp. She called him the guy who repeatedly defeated her precious daughter. Janger suddenly greeted his aunt, making her realize they already knew each other. Janger quickly explained that Lin Qiu was actually his brother's close friend. He was a friend of Zhang's son, which is how they first crossed paths. Smiling, Wensha noted that Jen had already told her so much about him. He felt deeply flattered, but she pointed out how rare that actually was. Almost nothing in this world could get her daughter to talk this much. He smiled, smoothly claiming the two of them looked more like gorgeous sisters. She stared at him, silently acknowledging that this kid was a smooth talker. Jen playfully rolled her eyes, telling him to stop talking such absolute nonsense. Naturally, he shut his mouth instantly, eager to obey his gorgeous goddess. Watching them, Wensha realized she actually liked him. Her daughter was clearly smitten. Suddenly, the host announced that the grand auction was about to begin. But first, he needed to make a very important, final reminder. Pavilion owner Yu stepped up, warning everyone to review the strict rules. He emphasized that absolute secrecy was mandatory for everyone inside. The perceptive Lin Qiu instantly saw right through their corporate fear. They just wanted to dodge blame if someone bought a total fake. The pink-haired host wasted no time, finally kicking off the event. The first lot was a beautiful glazed bowl depicting Song Dynasty plum blossoms. The auctioneer called out the starting price of 2 million wen. Bids would go up by 100,000 wen. He opened the floor. Janger grinned, whispering to Lin Qiu, asking if the thing was fake. Lin Qiu sighed silently, thinking his friend was being far too impatient. The serious young hero kept scanning the room, analyzing every detail. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He realized the bowl was actually genuine. But it was worth 5 million yumner at most. Suddenly, a wealthy man stood. Believing in Lin Qiu, the tycoon immediately bid the full 5 million. Our hero cringed, privately thinking the guy was being incredibly foolish. An emotionless Li Jinyu asked the crowd if anyone wanted to counter. The rest of the wealthy crowd looked half asleep, completely silent. Seeing no more action, the auctioneer slammed his gavel down hard. He congratulated Mr. Era for securing the piece for 5 million. Lin Qiu asked if there was gambling, and Janger nodded but shrugged it off. But the clever Lin Qiu wanted to test his own luck. This seemed like the perfect playground. Just then, a sharp man approached. Wearing a tailored suit, he immediately locked eyes with beautiful Jen. It was the confident son, arrogant heir of the massive Hidatin company. He smiled at Wensha, but Jen's good mood vanished right on the spot. Her face fell immediately, but right then, someone took her hand. It was Lin Qiu, the young man she truly loved, taking her hand. The newly arrived gentleman was completely stunned by this beloved boyfriend. That was not him at all, Lin Qiu boldly claimed he had been looking for. Her everywhere, making the lovely girl freeze in place and blush deeply. Not Expecting this from him, the auctioneer then announced a bid of 300,000, but the bored young man immediately pointed out that the piece was a fake. The sharp kid exposed the scenic painting, despite its hefty starting price of nearly $500,000 in value. Next up was a fairly good fake, specifically a painting depicting a young girl with a playful dolphin splashing around right beside her. Soon Lin Qiu announced it was finally time for the most exciting part of the event. He added that everyone present was about to see a priceless treasure with their own eyes, worth at least $100 million, and he politely asked everyone to follow him. Those who were highly interested in seeing this massive treasure got up and quickly followed the host. Qin was quite surprised, realizing Lin Qiu had actually helped her avoid any direct contact with Sunny. The smug guy glared with absolute fury at his young rival, who had dared to stand directly in his path. Lin Qiu took his beautiful companion by the hand and walked away, acutely aware of the burning, angry glare locked onto his retreating back. The rival turned to Uncle Huan, who was standing quietly right behind him, clenching his fists in utter rage. He demanded a full background check on this insolent kid immediately, and his subordinate listened respectfully to the young master. Meanwhile, our young couple kept walking around the vast exhibition hall in silence for several minutes, until, at one point, the relaxed Lin Qiu scanned the area and realized that Sunny had finally departed. Feeling completely safe, the young man gently let go of Qin's hand, leaving her blushing red with embarrassment. The flustered girl threatened to chop his hand off next time, but Lin Qiu did not understand why she was so upset, considering that creep was hitting on her and he only helped her out. Qin replied that she got that, but something still bothered about the whole situation. Casting an innocent gaze at her protector, she softly grumbled that he really should have warned her, though she still expressed her gratitude. The young man smiled happily, secretly thinking to himself, that little Qin was incredibly cute and sweet. Suddenly, a very angry lady demanded to know who he was pointing at, but her mother quickly stepped in, telling them to settle down since they were in public. Elegant Wu Shur then called the children to follow her, and the smiling Lin Qiu obediently complied without saying a word. To her request, nearby, guests gathered around vibrant raw stones, lying scattered on the showroom floor to inspect them closely. Our incredibly serious protagonist quietly noted to himself that all of this was basically useless junk, only appealing because of its bright colors. The materials were freshly quarried, meaning very few people could assess their actual worth, which fueled this massive stone gambling craze. These expensive-looking gems were constantly being circulated throughout the room. Unfortunately, it was mostly foolish and incredibly naive people who got involved in this dangerous game. The rocks were the stars here, and the entire gamble itself was based entirely on the massive risk of quality versus the market price. The stern Lin Qiu realized the green specimen was exactly what the host had described. With a correct assessment, one could easily secure an item worth up to $1 billion. Activating his godlike vision, our hero Lin Qiu saw right through that massive emerald. It was a total fake. It was a total scam, and the cunning auctioneer definitely knew it. His experts had already realized this crucial detail, which is exactly why they put it up. Lin Qiu knew that whoever ended up buying this fake would lose everything. Then, without warning, the arrogant Sununi turned and glared right at him. The serious man warned him to stay far away from Qin, claiming he was not worthy at all. Lin Qiu just smirked, asking if his pathetic rival was worth anything. Straightening his tie, the man proudly declared that he and Qin were a perfectly matched couple. But the young man casually told him to clear that garbage out of his head. Furious, the rival called him a little brat who dared to stand in his romantic path. Lin Qiu just casually picked his nose as if nothing had happened. He mockingly asked why this loudmouth was throwing nasty insults at him when he did absolutely nothing. Barely holding back his rage, the rival glared with pure hatred. The sudden tense glare worried Shur and her daughter, but our brave hero was totally unaffected. Sununi proposed a little game where the loser would have to leave. The loser would stay far away from Qin, but the beautiful girl quickly stepped in. She wanted to show her complete disgust with this persistent suitor. She declared that she was not a commodity and would never be treated that way. While her suitor tried to argue, the angry man snapped back immediately. He mocked Lin Qiu for hiding behind a woman, demanding he accept the massive bet. He declared that the loser must pay the winner $100 million. Lin Qiu just stuck out his tongue, flatly rejecting the small offer. The rival laughed, calling him a penniless beggar who did not have a single cent. But the young man confidently replied that the stakes were too low. It was not enough for his high-rolling style, so he raised his hand. He demanded 500 million instead, asking if his nervous opponent would take that risk. The rival grew deeply nervous. Losing that much would completely ruin him. His wealthy family would never forgive him, but backing down now meant losing all face. Pointing a finger, he demanded to know if Lin Qiu actually had that cash. Right then, the smiling Jangir stepped up and threw his arm around our brave hero. He announced he would back the bet, but still needed Sununi's agreement. Grinning, the young man turned to Uncle Wang, who immediately mocked Lin Qiu as boastful. The rival agreed, demanding Lin Qiu promise not to cry when he loses. That only motivated him further, while Xue quietly watched the scene unfold. Mother calmly asked her daughter if she was interested in this incredibly daring man. But the cold girl replied that she was not in the mood for romance. She acted completely indifferent, but her mother emphasized it was high time to date. The beautiful girl stayed silent, her eyes locked onto the intense confrontation. The beautiful girl softly begged her mother to stop teasing her while they watched everything unfold. Her mother just chuckled softly, letting the matter slide without any pressure. The lady promised not to interfere, saying she only cared about her beloved daughter's happiness. Just then, Auctioneer Legion stepped in to break up the heated argument. He remarked that it was incredibly rare to witness such intense fire in someone's eyes. He explained that all auction items were split into 6 distinct categories. The entire room immediately fell silent, hanging on the auctioneer's every word. First, the auctioneer explains the pricing rules for these raw, multicolored stones. Cheaper pieces start at 3,000 yen, but top-grade gems reach 10 million. Every participant must now select 10 unique exhibits from the showroom floor. To win, they must uncover the highest total value. First up, an old craftsman named Uncle Wang, who proudly reveals a beautiful blue sapphire. Lin Qiu makes his selection next, instantly catching the gaze of the cold auctioneer. After a quick look, the auctioneer silently bets on Uncle Wang's choice. He honestly doubts this kid knows a thing about jade, assuming it is just foolish beginner's luck. Spreading his arms wide, the host asks if they are both ready for the appraisal, looking to see who wants to go first. With a confident smirk, Lin Qiu points to his stone, eager to start. The cutting specialist fires up his loud machine and begins carving the outer shell to reveal what lies inside. Within seconds, the experienced specialist with the long mustache grins widely, clearly blown away by the incredible quality.